And we are live, and I totally forgot to hit the intro here because I was too worried about my shortcut buttons working. You know what? Why not? Let's do it. Let's hit it.
Let's do it.
There we go. A little more proper intro here for everybody. Good to see you all tonight. Thank you all for joining us. Wait, did we lose one while we were going live here? No. We're all here.
What? I'm here.
Nope, we're here.
We're all here.
We don't need no stinking intros.
Oh, come on. That intro is great. It makes you feel like you're in a dance club about to do a mountain of coke off a stripper's ass.
I felt like I was getting some Miami Vice flashbacks. It was groovy.
Right? Like Don Johnson's just going to roll right through.
That takes me back to the 90s when I lived in Texas. Moving on.
All right. So let's go around the panel and introduce everybody.
Trying my hardest not to say anything.
I've already turned red once already. Let's not do it again. Okay?
Oh, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. If Bobby ain't here to blush, we're going to make you blush, Payne. It's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Why is it the two tough guys that blush? I'm trying to figure that out.
It just comes out easier. That's all. So we've got Ed here tonight with us for the first time, joining us live on YouTube, not just a Patreon exclusive stream. We got Sis K Roll in the house, joining us via voice. We've got our good buddy Aaron Payne's Toy Samples back with us tonight. First time on the Clubhouse, we got JB's Toy Trunk. My buddy's Custom to the left of him. Left, right? I can't tell on my screen. It's always reversed. And then we've got Jim Largo down at the bottom and many more as the night goes on, as you all know. How is everybody feeling today?
Swell.
Good. Very good.
Oh, man, rock and roll.
All right.
Kind of rested, kind of not.
Kind of rested. That's a little bit how I feel. You know, it was a bit of a late night last night. Hanging out with Mega J quite a bit later than I thought most of us would. And the next thing I know, I'm like, everything I didn't do because I was doing that stream last night, I had to do before I went to bed this morning. And I mean, like 6 a.m. And then waking up and going having fun.
That's what you do.
So let's go ahead here, and I want to start. I know we've had a couple of more people come in. Man, it's tough to keep up tonight already. Everybody's jumping in.
Big party. Bring it.
See, this is why I always star the chat so I can run through this quicker. But then as more people are coming in, Ed, if you can make sure you're starring everybody as they come in, I'm going to try to get going here. All right, first in the chat tonight, we have Dave's Dimension saying, looking forward to the show. Good to have you here, Dave. We got Toy Mama hanging out with us saying, just dropping in to hit the like, and we'll catch the replay. Have a wonderful night. Well, thank you for stopping by, Christina. Glad to have you here. We have All About the Villains saying, yo, yo, yo. Ryu is in the house with us, joining us here. We've got K-Roll pulling double duty in the chat and on screen. She could be in two places at once. Nolan is here saying hi all. We got the Cobweb Collector saying what's up, peoples. Kenzo's Creation saying happy Saturday, everybody. I actually get happy every Saturday that we're going to be doing this because, you know, I don't get out much. I don't do a whole lot of that socializing thing. So this is how I hang out with my friends, and it's the best way to do it.
Awesome.
You know, they can all be comfortable in their houses. I can be comfortable in my house. The only way it gets better than this,
I can't get more comfortable than that.
right? I will say the only thing that does get a little bit better than this is going to be part of the topic tonight, as we had everybody was away last week enjoying Joe Fest, and now everybody's back. So we'll get into talking about that for those of you that were all there. You can make the rest of us that weren't there jealous even more.
We'll do our best.
I appreciate it. Is the campfire around back always, Stanley? I mean, I could put it in the front yard, but they frown on that here in Maryland. So
Maybe we need to like put a little campfire like symbol into the background.
you know what? I might do that. I might switch it up a little bit. You wouldn't be able to see it because we'll probably all be framed in front of it, but I might put it there because we'll all know it's there, but nobody will see it. Or I'll take
you
us
bring
all off screen to
marshmallows?
prove it's there once.
I want to roast some marshmallows.
All right, I'll bring
You
the
know
chocolate
what?
bars. Who's bringing the crackers?
All right, we're gonna next Saturday night is s'mores night, folks. So you know, bring some chocolate, get some graham crackers, and some s'mores. We're gonna roast them here live. If you got to use your lighter at your desk or whatever, just do it. It'll be fun. Don't set your house on fire. I did not say set your house on fire. That is a bad thing. I've done that before. It's not okay.
Why not? It's so much fun.
No, it is not. No, it is not. There is a reason
It
I
was
don't
the
have
whole
a vintage
house.
collection. The whole house. The whole
Gone.
in house and everything gone. Except for like out of all the things to survive, an unpopped bag of microwavable popcorn.
I remember that.
Sitting next to a completely
holding on to that
melted
popcorn.
pewter
It is.
top beer stein.
That
And right
popcorn
next
needs to be held on to for life. You know that, right?
well,
You should have held
What
on
did
to it for life because it was extremely damn lucky.
my
would've
dad
held on.
had it for years, and after he and Carol moved to Indiana, I don't know what happened to it, but I know we did have it after the house fire. We held on to it for a long time. Never opened it, but I mean, because that thing, like the way the fire works inside the house, as the they were explaining it to us, it creates small vacuums, right? So, like on either side of this thing is just pure melted and fired, scorched carnage. But there was this one little pocket vacuum that saved this bag of popcorn that did not pop. Insane. So we've got, figuratively speaking, here with us tonight. What's going on, John? Good to see you. The Mr. Wonderful Travis of Toy Elite, saying, someone say Savages. Oh, yeah, we're going to be talking about some Savage Crucible as Wave 2 is up for pre-order. You all know I've been waiting for that. I love my barbarians. Crusty Old Crow was chiming in on his chat earlier when he was live streaming with a couple of the guys who all went to Joe Fest. It was great to see you all.
Yeah, Crusty Old Crow. I met him over the weekend. Great dude. So
Definitely. Long time missing, but he's come back to us now. Stanley's Choi channel saying, hello, everyone. What's going on, Stanley? I am so glad you are back, brother. It's good to see you again. And here he is saying hey to everybody. Let me go ahead and jump down here. We've got the legend himself, Terrence St. John, putting together this man, like the vendors must have just loved Terrence throughout Joe Fest weekend, because this guy was making the rounds. We need to get Terrence a Santa suit, helping everybody out. Just going around.
As you saw in the picture, we were outside hanging out, and I ran into Terrence, and we snapped a pic together. And my first question was, "Dude, your hands are empty." And he's like, "I just filled up the car."
So what we
I'm
actually
on my way
need,
back. I just filled up the car.
since we got the Santa Claus figure, we need a helper elf with like Terrence's head,
There we
carrying around a big old sack of figures.
I mean, I've got a Santa suit. It's sitting right here next to me.
We just can't name the elf Terry because that's a bad name.
No Terrys. No Terrys. He was very adamant about that. No Terrys.
Is there something with the cherry? Do I need to know?
Terry is. We decided that Terry is the male version of Karen.
Oh, okay. I thought those were.
Apparently, just never met a Terry that any of us have liked.
I thought those were Chads.
No, Chads are supposed to be like the
Chad's actually okay. As a matter of fact, before we went live tonight, I was over in his chat congratulating him on
I'm
5K.
not talking about Chad, the toy guy. I'm just talking in general. I thought the Karen equivalent for males were called Chads.
Well, we got, was it Chad or Kyle or whatever they're going by?
I
They
don't
change it.
I thought they were Kevin's.
Kevin's. Clearly, it just starts. It's some
Must be
K
a
guy
reason,
name.
so.
Some K
Everybody
guy.
has a different name for that person.
Have you ever met a Terry that you liked though? Payne.
He loves Hogan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, no, I mean he's kind of an asshat now, but back in the day.
Exactly.
Terry the character, not the person.
Terry
Right.
always turn out to be assholes in the end. You think they're good,
Yeah.
they turn out to be assholes.
Yeah, just pull that quick one on you. All right, let me finish running through the chat here so we can actually get us. You know what? Actually, I just seen Nolan pop the answer here, and there is one Terry we can all depend on. Terry Crews.
Oh, that's true.
This dude is a pure legend. Like,
Okay.
without a doubt.
One
And-
Terry out of a billion.
Mhm. I don't think there's a billion people named Terry, but okay.
We've got Mr. Mad Gus here saying, bring on the Ozziness. Appreciate you being here, brother. Thank you. Payne pulling that double duty, at least for a little bit. JMax77, what's going on, brother? Good to have you here. And a little bit more green room party. There's always a party before we start the live, and then there's always a party after the live goes off. So after we do 7 or 9 or 20 hours of a live stream, then
that's
we'll
what you
hang
guys
for
do.
like
I
another
do-
3.5
I do an hour.
hours off screen.
Most. Because I'm old. But I have to get up at 5 a.m.
What we do.
So,
Duffman Dioramers, good to have you here. I always picture him coming in like, oh yeah, Duffman.
cracking some
I'm
beers.
not gonna lie. When you first said it, I thought you said Duffman Diarrhea, which is also a funny name. That's a great name.
But you and your fixation on bodily things today.
Man, look, I gotta tell you, I know we're known for a certain type of thing around here, but I'm trying to shake that.
I think you might be trying to do the impossible. I'm just saying.
I'll never shake that. It
You
happened.
put a bunch of
It
toy notes
definitely.
together and we definitely can do some
Andrew saying, I got a bone to pick with you, Terrence. Uh-oh, we're going to have a rumble in the chat. Ed can confirm I am official 10 feet taller than a certain
Oh
punk
yeah,
with
we've
toys.
seen the photos. It's
We've
hilarious.
seen it. We've
to
seen the
watch
side by
them
side.
stand
Yep.
next
We
to
saw
each other.
everybody sitting at a table and still taller than Lawrence.
Yeah, no. I feel bad for it.
I don't feel bad for him. He owns up to it. Not very high, but he owns up to it.
Oh, that's why. Right there.
We love Larry. We do.
Easy targets.
We've got Jay Astro here with us and highly articulated saying, what's up, nerds? What's going on, brother? All right, let's see. Fat Red Foo has joined us, and we've got The Man Collects. Trying to skip over some others that I know we've highlighted already. And Random Diorama saying, greetings and motherfucking salutations. I like that. And Black Phoenix here saying, hi, what's going on, brother? Good to see you.
You need to highlight Kenzo's chat about the Chads, because he said he thought it was something
I
else.
got it.
The Chads were the douches.
Well, we got
consider
Highly and
Phil
Judd joining in while I scroll back up for that. Here it is. I thought Chad was the super douche guy, not the crybaby kind.
Yep.
I don't know. Super douches can be kind of crybabies. Have you ever
Super
met
douches
some?
can be a kind of crybaby.
I've met quite a few of them.
So,
News.
how's everybody's week been? I know several of you have been recovering from a weekend of fun shenanigans and a lot of drinking. Some of us been drinking today, Ed.
Yeah. The hair of the dog doesn't feel the same when you're 51. It just doesn't have the same effect. So
I don't know. Been sober for a lot of years. I don't have that problem anymore.
I'll be feeling that in a year from last Thursday.
Yeah, I was going to say, happy belated birthday, brother. Oh, sorry I missed it earlier in the day that day. I know I'd seen it earlier in the week and I was thinking about it, and then,
I was
work
like,
crap.
it is what it is. If you guys got lives, so don't worry about that shit.
Well, we love you, brother, and from everybody here, happy birthday, and you're looking good. You're looking real good.
Yeah, I age well. About all
You
I
know,
do well.
you look younger than I do. Okay, let's put it that way. All right, we all know how old I am. I'm the young guy here. Oh nope,
Living. I'm back under
but
200 pounds, so
I was gonna
I'm
say
happy
Bud's
about
on screen. I am not the youngest one here tonight. Thank.
Nope. And I will hold that torch
Until Kayla jumps on at some point
Kayla
because
could,
then
yeah.
she was
I
gonna
drew a
say
total
she's the
blank.
only person younger.
Yeah.
So Ed was well behaved at Joe Fest. He's earned those drinks today. Ed was so well behaved at Joe Fest. When Ken's here later, we have a little story to tell. We're going to talk about that tonight.
I wasn't well behaved. I just told my
And a
liquor.
possible drawing to show.
Oh, Kenny.
So I drink hard cider, and the hotel restaurant had this pomegranate hard cider. And
Oh,
it
that
was
sounds
so
Ooh.
refreshing with the heat and so tasty. I put so many of those away. I don't even know. I lost count, but man, they were good.
Man, I missed
I mean,
that.
I'm always a little thirsty, but that
I guess
really
if I had
sounds
been able to go
good.
to Joe Fest, I would have been the designated driver for everybody. So I'd have like 25.
No, most of us stayed in that hotel, and I had a designated driver who was drinking. So it worked out
JB's
well.
like shaking his head, like, yeah.
I mean,
that's wrong.
there's really nowhere to drive there, so you got the strip and that's it. I mean, our hotel was a half mile away.
Yep.
So I didn't get to stay out late with these guys, but if I did, it's just down the road. So everybody would have been partaking if they wanted to.
Yeah, but if I was going, we were all going to be staying in an Airbnb.
Yeah, if we would all stayed in the
okay.
Airbnb, you'd have definitely been designated driver.
Oh yeah, I got
you were
man.
Oz,
Yeah.
one of the two.
I don't drive, so you all had fun with that.
Yeah.
Ziggy, we would have had Ziggy to do it. Ziggy to be like, wait, we travel all the way down here and I'm still the only driver?
Yeah.
I don't drive,
We
so
all
when
got
I
in that
eventually
little
come down,
poncho we were going to make for Oz and carry Lawrence around in. So he would just
There we
carry
go.
everybody on his back.
That's what I would have done. I'd have just
you got to get one of those like child things where you can put them on your like chest, and their arms and feet are just sitting there dangling.
I was gonna have one for Larry on the back, and I was gonna have one for Ken on the front. As we've all learned, Ken needs a leash apparently. So
Yes.
we'll be coming up with more of that later. So, did anybody save some picks to open up this weekend? Well, I mean, really, only two of you guys here that were there.
Would you say
Any-
save some picks as far as
Just
Like the-
something to open up tonight. That's what we love to
Oh.
do on a clubhouse. Just open up some toys while we all hang out and chit chat.
I open all my toys because I'm an
Bed,
animal.
but I'm not getting it out.
I
opened them last night after, well, actually right before we got on, and I got some other stuff from from Toyland I still need to open up. So
Oh man, that was what?
it's the problem with
3-4%,
convention season. You
whatever it was.
can't catch
Yeah.
up ever.
I mean,
I'm
yeah,
caught up. I just don't buy as much. That's how you solve that problem.
I mean, yeah, I was pushing like 16-hour days there for the last 3 or 4 months, so it was kind of tough.
Yeah.
Ooh,
But yeah,
yeah,
You
Plus,
get
yeah.
back on pretty quick when you're busy. I mean, I
See,
still haven't
this
opened
is
up all my Cosmic Legions either. They're still sitting over there in the box.
I did recently add this guy to my Beasties and Baddies. I got the
There you
Baron
go.
William.
Oh, nice.
That's
Looking
cool.
forward to the
Yes.
That's a
Monster
good figure.
Force edition that's going to be coming. That's based on this body with some
I
new
love it.
details.
Yep.
I love this
Planetary
guy.
Dog Toys was the guy that did
Oh,
the sculpt
man.
for that,
Yeah.
and his
So
sculpts
good.
are amazing. He used to sell them on his own, but now because
Oh,
he's got
yeah.
that deal worked out with them, he doesn't sell them as a separate thing anymore because they basically own the sculpt.
The articulation, the head sculpts,
So good
everything
looking.
is so good. It's the best
I'll tell you-
werewolf figure I've ever had.
And
Love
the
it.
one from Monster Force with the few little changes that they did looks even better than that one.
Yeah.
I saw
Yeah.
the guy at the Monster Force booth showed me both of them side by side, and it looks even better. And that's an awesome figure right there. So,
Jim, I recommend this one highly too.
oh yeah, Blade Master Wang.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's hefty,
he's good.
but I love the accessories and I love the Just the
Hold
look.
him
Whoop.
back up there. Sorry, I was trying to get in.
No,
there.
it's okay. We both hit it. That was
I'm
good.
trying to play with him and make him big, but
Yeah,
I don't know how much. Let's try that. Do this vertically, maybe.
I like it. I love that figure, man. That is another solid, good looking
yeah.
figure.
Have any of y'all ordered the Panda Brothers that they've
Yeah.
got coming out?
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, I got them pre-ordered, so I can't wait for those to
Nice.
come out.
Those look so good.
Pandas are friggin' awesome.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. When you're looking at the granddaughter, even said it's like, you know, from Kung Fu Panda, and then she's looking at what I'm pre-ordering. She's like, pandas. I was like, that's right. Papa's getting some pandas. A little bit tougher than Poe, but I don't know. He's pretty tough.
They look meaner than Poe. We'll look at it that way. I don't know
Yeah,
if
they
it's
look meaner.
tougher than Poe,
Yeah.
but
Black
definitely
Poe.
meaner looking than Poe.
Yeah,
They're
but
probably they're probably better trained than Poe. Let's put it that way.
yeah, but those figures are amazing. They really are.
Let me throw this out here real quick. I certainly know the one bear that I'm excited for. Of course, I'm not going to be seeing it until sometime next year, probably around Christmas, whenever we finally get our Mythic Legions bear. Oh man, I've been so pumped about that. As a matter of fact, this weekend, it is the last weekend to pre-order from the Ashes of Agmander wave.
That's
Mhm.
right.
So, did anybody get anything from it? I know. Let's go. This check was going to be the check I was going to put in my order when I was going to pre-order my Centaur and one of the Gob Hollow packs. And then I went and I spent $190 at a con that I wasn't even at.
That's how it works.
That's the magic.
Right? Well, that was the
Magic
problem. I
on it.
had so many people with their feet on the ground. They're like, you need me to get you anything? You need me to get you anything? I'm like, I'm going to need that. I'm going to need that. I'm going to need that.
I got the bear on pre-order, and that's about it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm waiting on. Everything
Yeah.
else, if I see it, you know.
Well, I mean, this wave, it was a lot of reuse, so I could see where maybe not as many people were excited. I know Kai Pacha was a big one for me that I need to get. Because, like I said, like that, you know, Yagwalian figure, but being a thief. I really, really like that idea because of the fact that when I would play, I know I've said it a couple times, but when I would be playing Elder Scrolls, my character class, a lot of times I would pick the Khajiit, which is the cat character, and my characters were always like a stealthy thief assassin. So like, oh man, I've been playing as that character for years already, and now they made a toy of it. This is awesome.
Hey Oz, I got to share this photo that Terrence just sent me.
Oh god, yeah, go for it, brother.
Can you guys see that?
Oh,
Oh man,
Awesome, Terrence. That's
Yeah.
Mike Wazowski.
All sorts of wrong. on
There's
that,
more.
but-
There's more memes of lords floating around in between this toy community than anybody else.
You would really think we didn't like the guy, but the truth
Yeah.
is we love him.
Yeah.
He's actually one of our most favorite people. That doesn't mean we won't rip on him, Mr. 5K himself.
That's right. That's right. Very true.
So, as well as those pre-orders for Mythic Legions, I know we dropped it earlier in the chat. The link for Savage Crucible as the Wave 2 for all of us Barbarian fans is now live. So, is anybody besides me getting anything out of that wave?
The Savage Crucible.
Yeah, with the second wave.
I want to get the Barbarian for sure.
I have a couple on order. The like thief guy. Can't remember his name.
Oh yeah, that guy's cool looking too.
Then the ball and chain warrior.
Yeah.
For wave.
yeah, the Frazetta one is really tempting.
Yeah.
Jaeger and Ball and Chain. I gotta have the Ball and Chain Warrior.
I
Yeah,
forgot about
good.
Jaeger. That's one of the better ones.
Yeah, Jaeger
Sweet.
looks so good. So good.
They're doing really well. I mean, I love them. That wave 2 is something I'm highly considering. You know, talking with the wife, she's like, "Is it going to fit? Is it going to fit?" You know, just talking about the collection. It's like, you know how we all say we can make it fit, but I like I mean, you know, we like the head sculpts on them, but I'm really looking forward to wave 3, which is the fish and the
Yeah, the
squids
fish
and the
people.
piranha.
Because we
Man,
don't have any of that,
we
right?
don't, and
Like,
I'm already, you know, this summer we're talking about a different type of display, something a little bit bigger than the adjustable shelves right here. So, anyways, it's going to be enough to make it like an underwater scene. I mean, and
oh
that's
wow.
yeah, and that's pretty much what I'm already thinking of. You know, and I'm not a completionist with Mythic, Cosmic, or Savage Crucible, or even you know Animal Wars of Kingdom. But when they look good, we grab it. And Wave 3 looks really good. It might be a complete wave for us on Wave 3.
I
They're gonna
can't
have a little
blame you
bit
for
of,
that.
Yeah.
Cthulian influence on some of those characters
Right?
too, which I'm digging.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
I think I ordered the Harbinger. That's the only one I ordered from that way.
Yeah.
yeah, the Harbinger, like the actual like Cthulhu looking
Yeah.
character.
Yeah.
I'm like, nobody's putting that kind of stuff out there. I mean, I know Motu, they've got their Snake Men in Origins, but nobody's giving us reptile people like this. Like, this is a really solid, fun figure. The closest thing we're getting to something like this is Armies of Ashmore when that's
Right.
See, I need to get the head pack because I want to get that head.
This head, yeah, it pretty much talked to me saying, "Come grab this accessory pack," because I actually have what's an armory pack. That's what it's labeled as,
Right.
you know. And I don't know, you can't really see it, but it comes with I think 4 heads and some different color armor and some different colored weapons. As far as it has like more of a gold on the handles and everything like that. But even
Very
with
nice.
I grabbed that one, and then I grabbed the exclusive.
Oh, that looks good.
And I just changed the head sculpt coming from the armory. So these 2 head sculpts come from the armory pack.
Very
And
cool.
what I didn't do, which I should have done, is grab the slates. You know, I think they were at $19. I could have
$19.99 for this guy.
I could have made 2 more centuries right here, right now. But you know, if I see it again, and or if I go ahead and just I like to see
available in stock on the website. So
it is, but you know, with these, it's like you know, like talking with the guys. I was like, "Hey guys," and it's just like I'm buying it from you. You know what I'm saying? It's like you guys are part of this. I'm showing you hit the fan. Let's go. Not just pre-order.
And was it Strump Family is making
Oh.
some cloth goods that are
Yeah,
going to
Strump
be
Family there.
compatible?
yes.
Now I'm
And
waiting for them to make like the 3-piece suit for the Savage Crucible, so we can have the lizard people that are actually ruling our government.
Ruling our government right now, right? Like, we need to have these.
Some V. Get some
Yeah.
V
Maybe-
action.
I love these.
Yeah, because this
That's
that head, that
That's
You
is
get a
V.
couple of those
Right.
black watches from Monster Force and throw a couple of those onto your gold.
That
There
is
you go.
V.
I bet you the head. You know what? I wonder if the head could be used on a Marvel Legends figure. Get like a couple of them hammerhead
Ooh.
guys.
I mean,
There's
you
some
can
good
do
suit
it.
bodies there. Yeah.
Little tack, call it good. But yeah, I'm
Well,
really
check on
impressed with the guys.
Crockmaster real quick. Nope, ball socket popped out of the wrong part.
Don't
That's
Always.
too. Yeah, so it won't work for a classified. The ball's too small.
Well, it could work. You just have to.
Yeah,
Make it
you
work.
would definitely be doing the sticky tack there.
Here's the
You'll
big
find
one.
as you approach 50,
That
ball
head.
sockets don't work as well anymore.
Yeah.
I'm getting closer. Oh, I love that like Dilophosaurus style
Yeah,
head.
those dinosaur
That is
style heads are
so
awesome.
good.
They did pretty well. And this one is the one that came with the Sentry.
With the
This-
figure.
I mean, yeah, that's just the standard head.
That's so great.
You
Hey,
guys
Cobb.
are doing pretty
What's
good.
going on, Cobb? Good
Yeah,
to
the
see you,
fact
brother.
that they
Glad to have you.
articulated the jaw on those, the
Yes.
paint scheme, everything is just stellar. Chef's kiss.
Yeah, and this is
I
the last.
can't wait. Oh
Look at
man, it's another really good
Yeah,
one.
look at
Oh,
that.
I love. Like, all the heads in that head pack are solid.
Yeah. You could just do a display of heads and call it good.
Right? Yeah, go
Oh,
out and buy a couple of those head stands and just be like, yeah, I'm fine.
And get Wave 2, put him at his library, you know, put him in the library, and behind
There
him he has
you
his
go.
stuffed heads.
Like, mounted. That'd be
Yeah.
great. All right, here's a Marvel Legends. Cut this off.
You still make those?
Hey, you know what? Okay, so it's a little loose. It's a little wobbly. But
A little bit of sticky tack, you're golden.
a little sticky tack, and that's good.
Little tack.
All right, guys, there you go. You want the real rulers of the country. You got to buy some Lemurians and a couple of hammerheads or any other suited character from Marvel Legends, and boom, you're good.
I want them when they come out with Wave 3 to put out a pirate. I want a pirate out there,
Yes.
like a Jack Black.
Well, that's I'm
Internet trying to.
We keep hoping for a pirate from Mythic Legions too.
right
Mhm.
now, especially with that more
Yes.
Victorian looking clothes that they can do now.
Basically,
Because
as
Jacob
soon as
Marley,
it like
that's going to be peak character, like need to have.
Oh, Davy Jones locker, something. Give me something.
yeah.
I mean, because we really don't have that. I mean,
No, there's no
McFarlane-
pirate lines out right now. Nothing with pirates. I
Nothing.
love them.
And with the lore with Savage Crucible, you could easily tie some pirates. Pretty much any time period can be thrown in there.
Yes.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
I mean, that's one of the cool things about Savage Crucible. I know a lot of people are saying, like, we've got these jungle lizard primitive people. We've got barbarians coming out. We've got the fish people coming, in the future that are also very barbaric. But if you get the comic and you find out what the Crucible is by reading the comic, they're pulling from universes. Like, technology does exist in this realm. It's mostly swords and sorcery because they kind of enslave people. But there is technology. There is sorcery, but there is technology. So the fact that they could just drop any time period in, we could watch, again, like golden era pirates from like Pirates of the Caribbean next to Somalian pirates from current day. Be crazy to see.
They are the captain. They are the
Right.
captain.
Big shout out to Eric Perryman here saying, hey, everybody, just got back home. Off topic question for Ed. What type of blade is that behind you? That was a rapier, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a rapier. I showed it when you were looking for the head.
I was wondering what you pulled it out.
When
I
you were
hadn't
playing
noticed
with
that
your head,
before.
I was showing off my sword.
Look, man, I can't help but play with my head a little when we're all live.
I can't help
get that
show off my
excited.
sword. I got the
It's
same
true.
sword.
We just got to whip them all out here.
So how often late at night, Ed, do you look in the mirror and go, hello, my name is Nigo Montoya. You'll kill me.
I say it to myself every day before I go to bed.
That's what we got.
Terrence got 6 slates. You know
There
what,
you
man?
go.
That's a good
That's-
number.
Yeah, that's good.
You got 6 slates, and you probably paid like the same amount for all 6 of those as you would for 3 Mythic Legions. Because again, the slates, they're like, this is your customized character. You can build onto it.
Yep.
And that's what makes them really cool, because they're like $20 and they are great.
It's a great entry level for customizers. If you just want to check out the line to see what the articulation and the detail is like, great way to go.
That was it.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
what I
it.
did with AWalk. Same thing. I got one of their $20
Yeah.
figures, checked it out, and
AWalk too. AWalk too.
The whole reason that I wanted to get, like, I've been wanting to get one for a while. Found out they were going to have these guys available at Maryland Toy Expo week before everybody else was going to have the slates. And I was just like, yep, I'm doing it. I'm going to go ahead and grab one. I know I picked up Terrence one too. He just got it right before Joe Fest. I got it like, technically he owned it like a week early. I just didn't get it to him until right before Joe Fest. I'm bad
Jake,
like
I'm
that.
going to bed. Glad I can come.
That's
Yo,
pretty
You heading out for the night?
Yeah, I'm baby.
All right, Aaron. Thank you for joining us, brother. It was good to have you.
Yeah.
man, he just dipped.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Yeah.
It's every time I show up.
Cobb, you chased them
Cobb,
off.
Damn it all.
So, hey, JB, want to say what's up to you.
What's up, man?
I think you might have. I messaged you like a DM a long time back now. You probably
Did
might
you?
have thought it was probably might thought it was a spam. I was saying, hey, I think you won something on my channel because I had a winner of something. It was JB Toy. And you were the
Oh
only-
yeah.
you're
It
the
wasn't
only
me.
one I came across that I could find because I was looking all over for that person, and then I think you and me were in some chats together and stuff. So I was like, oh, maybe it was this dude.
Yeah, it wasn't me because I think I've only done a couple giveaways and yeah. So
yeah, I
I'm
found
glad
out
you.
later it wasn't you, but I was like, oh, I never heard back from either. You might have thought I was somebody trying to spam them. Like,
No,
hey,
I thought I
you won something?
replied. No,
Huh?
I thought I replied saying it wasn't me. I'm pretty sure I did.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to check. I just
But
saw it.
you know,
when somebody wins something like that on your channel, it's really up to them to reach out to you and get you their contact information. You shouldn't
I know.
have to hunt them down.
Yeah, I was all over the place.
It's
looking.
up to
I found out
us
who it was.
to
I was like, oh, okay.
get the
Wrong
stuff out.
JB.
I'm horrible at it.
ooh, I haven't seen that.
No, I haven't seen that. John, I'm assuming it's you as per usual, sir. Shoot it to me in a message, brother. If you just want to jump on and share screen, let me know. I got you the link, brother. Got you the link. Also, just so we can pop it in tonight, let's pop in the tip jar into the chat in case anybody wants to do a super chat and watch me spin around like an idiot and go wee. All right, we got Shark Eyes here saying, howdy, boys. What's going on, Shark Eyes? Good to have you, brother. I was talking with him a little bit earlier. Posted that thing like, I will not pre-order another toy.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And other lies you tell yourself.
Yep, all the lies you tell yourself. Like, I will go to bed early tonight.
Yeah.
Like, you know, these are things that just don't happen. I really shouldn't even just say anything like that to myself because, you know, even like last week, right? I wasn't going to the convention. I couldn't afford everything else to go with the new computer. So it's like, okay. I know Ed was going to be there. I sent Ed money for Dracula. I was like, you know, got to pick me up a Dracula. John was going there. John was asking me like if there's anything that I saw at the table. I wasn't going to spend money at the Mythic Legion table because I just seen the Mythic Legion table 2 weeks ago and got myself enough that I was like, that should cover my fix for a while. Then I saw Shadow Elf and I was like, okay. Terrence was asking me if there was anything I was looking for. I was like, if you can find a Lithia, yeah, I'm still trying to get a Lithia at close to retail because most places now she's like over 100.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, so I'm looking for her still. He finds her. There's 70. Like the amount of money I was spending at Joe Fest without even being there just kept racking up throughout the weekend. I was finally just like, stop, I can't anymore. Because John was still asking me, like, oh, do you want anything off Savage Crucible? Oh, do you want like, no, I can't stop. Like I wish.
I'm scared. My buddy Wilhelm went to Joe Fest, and it's like there will be a reckoning. I don't know what swag he picked up, but
oh, you'll love it because I got to see it.
No,
Yeah,
nice.
A lot of it.
Yeah. there was some pretty good pickup. I mean, a lot of us picked up quite a bit, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Oz, you're just saying it right now. You weren't even there. You picked stuff up. I mean, it was. I mean,
been able to get
At
this
least,
much.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, at least you all know what you're getting.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here with a message like, hey, something's coming for you. It's something you've really wanted, but we ain't telling you shit.
Puppy?
Bud doesn't get to know a damn thing other than he has to expect a package soon.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
Yeah, Carol knows what it is because I showed her.
Well, good. I mean,
that's
bitch.
my 5-year
community, you know, right?
My 5-year-old granddaughter. My 5-year-old granddaughter was picking stuff up. My wife was picking up some vintage stuff. I mean, it was bananas. It was good. It's a good bananas.
But you know, when I was at the show, I noticed that like even on the vintage tables, a lot of that stuff wasn't like crazy price like you would expect at a lot of shows, right?
No.
It was like all really fairly priced. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we were hunting this down.
Yes.
And he was on card up until before the live stream last night, Oz. And I peeled him off. And you know, I didn't want to get a mint on card because I knew I was taking them off. And we've been since Retro Toy Convention back in Greenville, you know, I had them in my hand. I was like, oh, let me go back. And you know, when you get caught filming and talking to people, you just, you know, you forget, you know, you put your head in your ass and you just forget everything. And since then I haven't been able to find it. And I knew Joe Fest would probably have it, and sure enough, they had that. And then we got this guy too, the spin. So we got these from
nice.
I think the guys were Blake's Toy Chest, and they had a great
Blake's Toy Chest. Why do I know that name?
They've been
They
to a
gotta-
couple of conventions that I've been to. I mean, and they always have
Yeah,
some
they
good
got to
stuff.
tour around the different shows.
Yeah.
They've got to, because that name sounds really familiar.
Sounds familiar to me too, and I don't know all that much.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice,
wonder-
Beetlejuice.
I was going to say,
Ha!
now that we have that new Beetlejuice movie in production, you think we'll get some new Beetlejuice toys? That'd be cool.
It
hope
would
You
be
know-
very cool.
This was a really fun toy line back in the
Yeah.
90s.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love
My
those.
sis Carol had the like 12-inch doll with the talking
Nice.
and the spinning head. She used to love that thing. It was creepy as hell.
I love that shish kebab one. You got like 10 swords with them.
Yep.
I almost picked him up at Gamers Alley in Gastonia, and I should have picked them up, but it's like woulda, shoulda, coulda. But now I got the two. Actually, I got two of them now. It's like, okay, let me go ahead and just complete it, right? Especially like how you guys said, they weren't that outrageous. I think I got these 30 a piece, and
Sweet.
yeah, you can't find that good condition. Card was even good, but 30 a piece, I'll do that all day.
It'd be interesting to see if they do something like what has happened with Ghostbusters and other
Yeah.
movies where they've had new releases and they release vintage style but with new articulation
Yeah.
to kind of celebrate the franchise.
I would
the
love for them to
hunter
do
that
that.
had the shrunken head, that was
Yeah.
one of my favorite characters. I'd love to have another one of those.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, there's like a bunch of them in the new movie, so I'm sure if they do make some toys, we'll get something similar.
that's a good point, because a lot of the younger generations love Beetlejuice too. So I mean, a lot of us are. I mean, we're not as young as Oz, and stuff like that. But regardless of
Or Bud.
regardless of the age, even my granddaughter, she's 5, she knows Beetlejuice. So it's like, you got a good point, man. It'd be really nice to have another resurgence of another push.
Yeah,
Yeah, most
original
kids
movies
know-
still popular, and there was that great cartoon series that
Yeah.
it's been on a couple different places it pops up. So yeah,
Most kids do know a lot of older stuff, but sadly, it's through Fortnite.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's still good that they know it, but it's like,
it's like hasn't
if you think
every
it's cool
character
there,
been in
go
Fortnite
look up.
now?
Yeah.
That's funny. But
I know when there was like a fall games where they had a He-Man,
Like-
Skeletor, Battle Cat and stuff, and then I was like,
Still my
That's
favorite
kinda
Fortnite
cool.
character. Yeah, I mean, how do you go wrong with a guy with a hamburger for his head and a fry backpack? It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Fortnite guy?
gotta love this.
That's-
Yeah. Beef boss.
It's one of Skelly's favorite combos. Skelevator,
I
the
got-
host of the Frenzy. He loves anything with like a hamburger head. And I gotta agree, there's just something appealing to it, right? Like I
Yeah.
don't know what it is, but
I love the idea of a deranged mascot that's just gone off the deep edge. It's like, yeah, I can dig it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know I put in my story. I'm gonna go visit tomorrow. And I was gonna message Skelly too, but I figured I'll just wait. I'm gonna make a video probably while I'm up there at that McDonald's museum. I'm going to
wow.
oh yeah. Yeah,
There you
do it.
go.
I know how much Skelly loves all the McDonald's stuff and everything, so I'm gonna make a special little video and film everything in there and stuff. So I hopefully get by there tomorrow.
I had a couple of those McDonald Land toys as a kid. I had Grimace and the Hamburglar and Ronald. Those were cool.
Yeah, that's what it looks like inside that store
great.
or inside the
Nice.
museum. It's just all kinds of old toys and just everything. And out in front, they have the old playground and everything still. I was like, oh man, that's gonna be freaking cool.
So bringing that, let's say burgers and going back to Beetlejuice, and I know some of you guys would know this. We were doing a trivia night on our buddy Man Cave's channel, and one of my questions was, do you guys know what was it? Something along what toy line? What did I say? Basically, the only movie Beetlejuice figures, to my understanding, were at Burger King. That's what I was trying to say. And I formed a question like that because these are based off the cartoon.
Cartoon style.
Yes. So movie style only were at Burger King. And I was like, no way. And then, you look back, it's like the answer is yes. And I think Mattel or Kenner, one of the two, they were about to push it out and they just dropped it. So it was pretty interesting if they would have actually pushed that out there.
The funny part about it is because although yes, they were like marketed from the cartoon, it still looks like him from the movie though.
Yeah.
And it's like, but like the different action stuff that he can do in those is like a lot of it was from the cartoon, not necessarily from the movie.
Yeah.
But man, they were a lot of fun. I still remember the grave, like the little transform grave thing. Like you put them on there and you just closed it and then you flipped it back open. I'm sorry, that was a lot of fun. It was a really neat line.
That was fun.
Well, even the two figures that they had, like the couple from the movie, were they in the cartoon too? Because they had the
What?
I don't think they were.
What, these?
They
Or-
made
they made figures of the couple.
Oh, the
one that
couple.
stretched out the nose, and then the big wide
Yeah.
open mouth with the eyeballs
Well,
on the
'cause-
sound.
I
yeah,
thought that was from
because
the
they were
cartoon,
her
right?
parents and they were in the cartoon. Like, not a lot though, because
Were they? Okay. That's
yeah,
all I
they were in the
remember.
cartoon, but it wasn't a lot because again, the adventures were more of, you got to remember,
Lydia,
like especially with the movie to the cartoon, there was a very different dynamic between
Oh,
Lydia and Beetlejuice,
Lydia
right?
and Beetlejuice
Yeah,
were just
yeah.
homies. Yeah.
Lydia and Beetlejuice is a very creepy combination in the movie because he's like this old guy trying to get this 16-year-old girl to marry him, right?
Yeah.
And it's awkward as hell. And then in the cartoon, they're like best friends and good old pals.
Almost like Batman and Robin. Yeah, the dynamic
Right,
duo.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just like, wait a minute, she was like scared shitless of him in the movie, and now in the cartoon, they're like, "Ooh, best friends forever. Let's share bracelets and shit." Like, wait, what?
Cartoon dynamic duo, movie dynamic prison duo.
Yeah.
I had something funny. It totally went poof out of my head. Sorry, let's go back to it.
Those old edibles, bud. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I just wanted to comment on Dave's comment here. You just got to drive it, Dave. That's what I did. Just drive it. If I drive next year and you want to roll down to Joe Fest, you're not too far from me. We can carpool.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
mean, we were saying it last night and on other lives and just with friends. This was our third one for me and the family this year. Within the past year, Retro, Toylanta, and Joe Fest, and they all had that awesome feel to it. Just being able to go find not just GI Joes at Joe Fest, but find everything and anything you want. Meeting you guys, meeting a lot of YouTubers, toy tubers, social media, and I mean, it's just the close proximity of a lot of people that we kind of know. And then, of course, at night, get to know them. We get to know them in the hall during the swaps and all that stuff. And,
Right.
having a beer with Sergeant Slaughter. I mean, Sergeant Slaughter, like on Sunday afternoon, we're getting ready to leave. It's all kind of quiet. And then, my little granddaughter was standing there. He just looking at her, as we're kind of just waving bye to everybody. And then he just snaps her a salute. I'm like, holy crap. And what does my granddaughter do? She snaps a salute back. And I'm just like, you don't make up those moments and I love Heroes Con. They've invited me back a couple times to cover it, and I couldn't go this year. But Heroes Con in Charlotte is huge. And it's everything from cosplay, comics, cards, and of course, action, anything and everything between. But man, it does not have the same feel as Joe Fest, Toyland, or even Retro. So if anybody's listening, watching, and you guys can't make it, you're right. You have to drive there, to drive to one of them. And I don't think you're going to be disappointed.
No, it was well worth the 14-hour trip for us.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's the common theme I hear from Will and a lot of other guys. And I was going to go this year, but I had some financial dings, washing machine, a few other things blew up. But it's like, it's not the toys, it's the guys you go and hang out with and gal. It's like so many cool people we've met virtually from the stuff we do on the tube, but it's like that shorthand of, hey, I know you like this and I like that, and let's just go hang and it's cool.
Yeah, it was really good. And that's a video I dropped today, was my day 2, which was really that one question that I asked everybody: how was your Joe Fest? And every single, batted 1,000, I said in a video, people, the people, the people, the friends, the family, the people. So and guys as big as Pixel Dan to guys as just the average person that I'm just talking to. It's the people.
it's the idea, right? Like we had that feeling a bit last year at PowerCon when we all met up with one another, was that it was such a different feel from, if you've been to a Comic-Con, I know, being here in Baltimore and in Maryland, we had for years one of the biggest anime conventions in the United States, Otakon, that people would travel from all over the country to come to right here at the Baltimore Convention Center. And I went to that a couple of times. They didn't have, you're there, you're checking out the artists and everything like that, but like there's just not that camaraderie, right? And I don't know if it's how our social space has evolved over the last like 5 or 6 years, but the way we've all bonded together and grown as a community through doing things like this, where we have a mega live stream and we're all hanging out, we're all watching each other's content and everything. But it's like when you get there, you're not just looking around at a bunch of strangers anymore, right? Like you're looking around at the people who you see every week, but you don't get to see every week.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's really cool to get that experience. I said it on Mega J. What's going on, Duchess of Darkness? How are you this evening? Thank you for joining us. If everybody who's in the chat right now, if you're coming up to any of us, because again, none of us are going to be like, oh, don't you approach me or anything like that. None of us are like that. Even me, who doesn't always like that social interaction.
Punk's like
Be
that.
careful.
Punk charges admission.
Yeah. He's got short arms, so it's easy to get around.
But for me, it's one of those things where I'm very socially anxious, so I don't always like when people come up and approach me. But it's great when people are coming up to me and they're like, I watch your show. Like JMax77 was in the chat earlier. I can't see, even on a laptop with this screen, he's in his profile picture, but I can't see him in that. I don't know what he looks like.
Yeah.
And so like he approached me in line for PowerCon and I didn't know who it was. And then he was like, J-Mac. And as soon as he said J-Mac, I knew, because it's part of his name in there. It was great. And he introduced me to his whole family. It was fantastic. But please come up and introduce yourself as who we see you in the chat, because otherwise we might be a little lost.
Yeah, hey, name tags help. I know a few people put name tags with their, their call sign that they use on social media. It's like, oh yeah, I know who you are.
Yeah,
you just gotta wear a shirt like Wilhelm did that just says Wilhelm 118th, and then you know exactly who he is.
You know who that is. Of course, 3-Star Draw was going around with an Nostradamus Toys shirt, an Awesomeverse shirt. So I don't know if people might have gotten confused and thought that was me.
He wore a Punk shirt too for a while with Roman on there.
Well, nobody's confusing him with Roman.
I don't know.
Sorry, Roman's got us all beat for looks. So
it's true.
I'm just gonna walk around a con wearing a freaking Bobby Dangerously shirt. Just tell everyone I'm Bobby.
With a name tag that says "I'm the real Lawrence."
Yeah.
But you're right. Talking with Greg, and we kind of on the side, we're just talking, and it's just like we're all people, we're all dudes and gals that just love talking toys and stuff like that, and we love it when people just come up and talk. So,
speaking of super cool dudes, I am looking forward to the Ramen Razor.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yes.
That thing looked awesome on the table, man. Absolutely gorgeous. The overspray paint and everything on there is just amazing looking.
It was refreshing.
Of all of the Joe Fest pictures that I saw over the weekend of the event, Ramen Toys is the only thing I saw that looked kind of like GI Joes. I swear every other picture was like Mythic Legions, the Monster Force. No one was showing GI Joe stuff.
Delta 17, you got to give them some love.
Delta 17, yeah.
Everywhere, and you know how good it felt to see Delta 17 like just take over social media.
They had a prime location for their table though, because as soon as you walked in, you couldn't miss Delta 17.
Yeah, it was Slaughter, and then right to the
next to it
that was awesome.
Sure,
and that's a great draw for them, right? Because everybody's going to see Slaughter. They're going right by Delta 17.
That was prime real estate, absolutely.
Yeah,
lakefront property, absolutely.
And a lot of that matters, right? Like if you're tucked back into a corner, there's no guarantee people are going to see who you are, right? They're not going to really
it
notice
wasn't
you.
until Saturday afternoon that I finally made it to the very back wall where there was a couple vintage vendors and stuff. And I was like, oh, I didn't even know these guys were back here.
Yeah. It was kind of unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ramen Toy in the house.
What's up,
Ace? If you want to jump on with us, I just shot you the link, buddy. You are always welcome to join, brother. It'd be good to have you on.
I think tomorrow's my day. If we got some time, I'm gonna bust out my ramen racer.
Nice.
I haven't. It's right here. Look, I'm like staring at me, and work has just been crazy. And then of course, getting caught up on the trip, and then Joe Fest. Good excuses, but yeah, I didn't want to just BS it, open it up, and say, "Oh, there it is." I wanted to do the whole shebang.
You want the experience because as soon as you open it, you're gonna want to play with it.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
can't not play with it. We've all been waiting for a proper 1/12 scale. Oh man, and it works across so many different lines, right? Like, you can load some Marvel Legends in there. Again, we all know kind of came right on the heels of the Engine of Engines. So you pop Marvel Legends in there. You can put a Blade figure in there. You can put a Punisher figure in there, and it's going to look great. Like from the, Thomas Jane Punisher movie, it's going to look good. You can pop your Joes in there, like a beefed up muscle car. You can even Mad Max it out a little bit and give it to the Dreadnoks, because that just, honestly, that really piques my interest right now.
And like with the Ramen Razor, it's got that Mad Max kind of vibe. I love where he's going with that. And like Ed was saying, right? When Monster Force comes out, that is a perfect Monster Force vehicle.
Yeah, the van.
Random fact.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. The van for me. I already talked with.
Oh, the van.
Talked with my wife.
The red car.
Yeah, so I hate to say it, but I'm gonna say it. And I think I already told Ace that I'm probably gonna get 3 of them. I'm probably gonna get 3 of them. A black one, a white one, and of course
the
Alpha team. Yeah, that A team, Alpha team.
Not like
that's a hard decision to make if you're not going all 3 for sure.
Yeah. So.
Well, and again, the Punisher's war van.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes, please, like a proper war van.
A lot of people
we've been missing that for ages.
Well, I'll tell you, and JB can vouch for this. Looking at the size of that thing, it's amazing that the price that Ace is actually able to do that in. It's a lot bigger than it seems in the pictures. I mean, it's like
very generous, very generous.
So, and it's one of those things too. Like, I think we can all agree that some of these other lines kind of price us out a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like we've only got so much money to stretch so far, and there's a lot of really great stuff coming around that whenever we get a chance to, save a couple $100, we do it.
Well, the tough thing too is the release schedules. There's no rhyme or reason, and when one guy releases a wave, somebody else releases a wave a week later, and it's like, I haven't recovered from the last stuff I just got.
I was under the understanding when I got into these that I'd only look at maybe getting like one wave a year or 2 waves a year, and they have not had something not available for pre-order since I got into the line.
Yep.
That is like the most disingenuous complaint ever.
It's one of those lies you tell yourself, right?
All the time. Oh, maybe I could skip out on the next one. No.
I'm only going to order the goblins. That's it. Yep.
And that's how that night started. And then it was like, it kept going. And I was like, nope, that one I want.
So
I just blame my brother.
Yeah.
It's all his fault.
Going to maybe about 20 minutes ago when we were talking about Savage Crucible, Wave 3, Fish, and Squid, Ace, if you're listening, and I don't know if I'm the only one, but would a 1/12 scale pirate ship be kind of cool?
Oh,
I don't know.
I've been trying to figure out how to build one out of foam. Literally, I've been drawing them on pieces of paper, trying to figure out how to build out of foam, and I'm like,
1/12 scale pirate ship would be amazing, Ace. I know you got a lot on your plate, brother.
Oh yeah, we always give him a to-do list,
right? He's got
a wish list.
Besides what he wants to do himself, because it's not like he doesn't come up with most of his own ideas as far as what he wants to do next. He's got that all planned out, and then we just keep throwing stuff at him. We're like,
he's only had like maybe 25, 30 products on his table. He's got time to make a pirate ship. I mean, sure, plenty of time for that.
Well, like, how long have I wanted like a good pirate ship, and then I keep seeing all these really cool ones, and then they're just Imaginext or something like that, and I'm like, that's not big enough.
Like those 3 3/4 inch ones they came out for with the Pirates of the Caribbean line, were amazing. But
I love that
the 1/12 scale one.
And I'm so upset I never got those. By the way, here we go.
Radnom could definitely make something.
Yeah, we pick on Radnom about building a 1/12 scale pirate ship for us every time on Friday night when it's
and what's cool,
chill stream.
It's made out of foam, so it'll float really, really good.
Yeah, it would. Nice. It would. You know what's funny? Radnom, he went to DFW, so he didn't go to Joe Fest. He went to the other military convention this weekend, and he came back and immediately, like, he's made some tables, he's made books, he's made stuff to go with your fantasy. He's made future sci-fi tech panels, chairs, consoles, and all this stuff. And then he goes to one military-esque convention, and now he's making missile pods.
Yep.
He's like, what's really freaking cool? Anti-air.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard
to get
excited about it, right?
Can we just quick point out how cool Terrence's shirt is?
What's Terrence's shirt?
Yeah. You know what? Let's give Terrence some full screen here. And he's got an amazing Filmation shirt on with the perfect Burt Reynolds Man-at-Arms. And he's got a giant friggin' box of Savage Crucible sitting next to him. And I see those beautiful, beautiful Mythic Legions you got on top too, buddy. Oh, just to rub it into Bud that you got some goblins, huh? You just had to do it.
Nope. Those are mine. Claiming them now. They're mine.
Oh, see, he's shipping all this up. Hey, is that my Hagnon?
That is your Hagnon.
Yes.
And that wasn't my doing. I think Adam.
That was Adam. I'd forgotten we had talked about that a couple months ago. And yes, he is getting Hagnon. There's some Fury Clan orcs. And lady, I can never remember her name.
Brother Mandibulus.
Oh, Brother Mandibulus. Yeah, now I see it more. The glare's not on it.
You might know what this is. And
I'm jealous about that.
This one might be more significant to you.
Yeah, there she is.
Oh, that's cool.
So good.
My Queen of the Damned, my leader of my vampire brood. I mean, of course, it's her brood to begin with. Alithia, finally. Oh, man, I've been trying to hunt down one at a reasonable price forever. Terrence, I cannot thank you enough, brother.
No problem. I always look out for everybody else. I always try to hunt for everybody. And, again, I hope it's a reciprocated thing with everybody. I mean, I work with whoever needs help around the country. I'm glad to do it. Yeah. And, it's always great. I'm always glad to, help people get their items. And it's been fun,
It's how we should be. If we all do this hunt as a pack, we're going to be a heck of a lot more successful than we can all be individually. We look out for each other as a community. Like, we can't get it all just because, well, we literally can't get it all. But we could essentially get it all. Just saying, it's available.
Whatever you do get, Ed can flock it.
That's
Ed
right.
can flock the shit out of it, which is why I need to get my towel.
I can flock anything you want flocked.
And you're absolutely 100% right, John. MVP, Terrence, he went hard for everybody. And he does it at every convention he goes to. And then I feel bad because he's like hitting me up about Maryland Toy Expo. He's like, hit the 4 Horsemen table for me and let me see what they got. I didn't realize that they didn't put everything out in the morning because Maryland Toy Expo does early bird. So you buy early bird tickets, you get in at 8:00 and they don't open the doors to the general public until 11. That is a beautiful Cabal shirt.
What you guys don't know is that Terrence has sold his car and he now drives one of those Sprinter vans, and it just says Terrence's Toys Ventures on the
Actually, that sounds really, really cool.
Yeah, that's a good
But then they what they did is they sold to the early guys, right? But they held a lot of stuff back because they didn't want just like everybody to bum rush in the morning and get all the good stuff. So Terrence sends me a picture, and Ziggy, Connor, and I have already left the convention. We're sitting down eating McDonald's, and he's like, "Oh yeah, they put these out on the table now," and I'm like, "Shit, wasn't there? I was just there. They weren't there." So they had held some stuff back, and there was some stuff that he wanted that I was going to pick up for him, but
a lot of the exclusives at Joe Fest were done that way because Friday night was a preview night, so they sold some of the exclusives and then held some of them back for Saturday and Sunday. So it was nice. Yeah. Give everybody a chance to get it.
Operative got that figure in hand last year at PowerCon. Finally, nice to see him getting out there. It was good to see you actually getting some Cosmic Legions there, Cobb. So does this mean for every Motu homage figure you're going to be? That's right. I need that.
Possibly. Yeah.
There you go, Cobb.
That Scourge next.
Cobb picked up some Cosmics?
He got that Operative.
Oh, nice.
He's got one Cosmic, and he will get Scourge the Whiplash.
But that's because it's a Motu homage, right?
Yeah.
Just because it's a Motu homage. Yeah. You know, whatever puts them in your hand. Okay.
Right. Whatever excuse you got to come up with, right?
I think it was $40, and then I had $10 off on the Kari, so got them pretty cheap.
Cool. Yeah, it's not bad. You know, if you shop around, like Mythic Legions are not really as scary and as expensive as, you know, a lot of people say. Honestly, the biggest thing when it comes to the Legion stuff is the shipping. You know, I'm sorry, the Horseman shipping can cost you an arm and a leg to the point where it's almost better to get the retail price at a couple dollars more because their shipping rates might be cheaper than what you get from the Four Horsemen, depending on where you're located.
Yeah, your best deal is always going to be a convention if you can reach one.
You get them at the table, you don't have to pay shipping. And, you know, you can say what you will about the fact that, yes, you're paying to be at the convention, but you were going to pay to be at the convention anyway, right?
I got this.
Andrew's saying you gave him the cold shoulder, Terrence.
Yeah. Oh, that's what the bone stick is. This one has an actual working hood.
I like working hoods.
Yeah. So this cloak could be used for some mythics, everything. Man, this is a great figure. I love the gray.
He's kind of got the gray alien kind of vibe. Is the staff there for the probing?
He's a shepherd of the.
That's what that hook's for, so it can really reach around and hit your prostate for you.
I was a wizard. That was Gandalf, the gray alien.
Yeah. The Palladians, you know, the light people from the Pleiades star system, you know, they need a leader, and that's what the staff represents. So
nice.
The hook is for Father Christmas's lantern.
Yeah. He's just like Aesoptipian, the other gray from book 2 or whatever that one was.
Like just about everybody here has Thrace Wraithhaler. This is hands down one of the best Legions figures out there.
I forgot to pick her up at Toylanta, and then of course it's like we saw her there, grabbed her. She looks good. She looks so good.
That was probably the most sold figure at Joe Fest. I literally saw about 100 different people that picked her up at Joe Fest.
Yeah.
The only problem that I have is they give her a usable hood, but because of her hair, you can't put the hood up on her. See, look, Terrence got her right there. She's great.
Well, if you get the other head sculpt with the hair kind of,
that's true. That one kind of works,
and that's what I have on this one right here. So
you know what?
It doesn't.
It's still a bit hard to use, though.
Yeah, it's hard, but
I'm gonna pop that head on her. Right?
Yeah,
it works.
Yeah.
So I do know that they purposely matched her parts with Alithia, so like you can do some swapping.
Oh,
yeah,
very nice.
Be interesting to see if the Frazetta girls give us some kind of a wizard, because there's so many wizards in the Conan lore, and that Frazetta style, that'd be really cool to see.
And she looks good.
Yeah, all the sorcerers that came from that Poxus wave look so
Poxus wave.
good.
Yeah.
The colors too, man. I think that's one of the things. Like a lot of the colors have been a little muted prior. You know, at least for like some of the last couple waves. I mean, you get some black and some purple in the Lithia wave before Poxus, but the Poxus wave really brought the bright colors.
Yep.
And the
Now-
magic effects and everything are so,
Oh yeah.
cool.
Terrence, you were holding your finger up before. What were you gonna say?
Well, I
Nice.
just wanted, before we go too far, I wanted to, I don't know if people are aware, and I know you guys were talking about Cobb and collecting some of the Motu tribute type figures. It seemed like Jeremy pretty much confirmed that the PowerCon figure that would have gone this year will be probably released at IshCon next month. And so I don't know what that's going to be, but it's probably going to be a cosmic themed Motu figure, I'm guessing, you know, because it was pre-made. It was made before they had gotten to the point of, canceling or postponing PowerCon this year.
So next year.
It was already out there. So it looks like we're going to, probably get that at IshCon on the first week of August. A year before that wave, because we're going to get the whole wave, the next year's wave of Cosmic revealed at that
Very
event.
cool. All right. So speaking of those
effects,
awesome spell effects, this is one of the ones that comes with it, and it's a skull. I love this. All right. So unfortunately, Ace will not be able to join us. Well, brother, you get done doing what you got to do. If you want to hop on later, we'll be here for the next couple of hours, brother. You're more than welcome to hop in whenever.
Open him up.
We've got one of the most colorful and beautiful figures out of the Legions.
Oh, that figure.
The entire Legions line.
That's the Jin?
Yeah.
Sweet.
He is definitely going to be one of my next buys. He's that new brute scale.
He's pretty cool.
So the brute is kind of slightly smaller than ogre?
It's smaller than ogre, larger than your standard.
Okay.
I know I've got the boxes somewhere over there with the rest of my Legion stuff in it with my orcs. But yeah, like the because I've got Tharnog. He's the orc brute. They've got, of course, the original Centaur. His torso is a brute scale torso and head.
Oh, okay.
Then you have Tharnog, and I always forget the genie's friggin' names. He is they're the only kind of brute scale that are currently out. Now, more brute scale are planned down the line, of course, that are coming in future waves that we have coming up. And then, of course, we have the new Centaur, the Shadow Centaur coming out, with the current Ashes of Agbendar wave that's available now. So we got Tom Lewis in the chat saying toys?
Nope.
Yes, toys. No toys? I don't see any toys. Maybe toys.
No toys.
We like toys. We
Is
like
it-
adult
has
toys.
a Hazard a brute scale? The green guy?
Ogre, I think.
Oh, okay. He's
Ogre
pretty
scale. Because he's huge, right? Carol, you've got him. He's huge.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have him. And I've got just about every other ogre scale figure that they have out there. Well,
So I just don't
I'm
know
missing
the brute scale.
Well, it's because there's only been two figures. There's Tharnog and then there's the Jin. Those are the only two full brute scale figures that have been released.
They basically fall between the ogre and the regular scale. So
yeah,
right in the middle.
Yeah, so ogre scale is 13 inches, I believe, or 12, somewhere in there. And the brute scale is somewhere around 10.
Y'all are gonna make me get a ruler and go measure this guy.
Go for it. The top of his horns might be taller.
Yeah, when I got I think the Troll was my first Mythic Legions, and the sense of scale this guy has, it's like, oh, I'm sold, man. These are so cool.
The Troll scale, of course, is the biggest that they have until the bear comes out.
No, but you put some 4-inch figures with that Troll, you can have some real good photos for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, so the Super 7 snake armor, and that's the, for those who don't know, that's the GI Joe, the snake armor, the Super 7, and it came in today. Now, was that the one that they just had at Joe Fest, the red one with the Crimson Shadow?
I'd guess it'd probably be the blue one that's based on the Sunbow.
Probably.
I don't know if that red one's out yet.
It was available this weekend, I thought.
Was it?
Ed, you can confirm. JB, you can confirm.
Which one?
I didn't go to Super. Well, I did go to Super 7's booth actually, but I didn't pay attention.
Which one are we talking about?
The Super 7 red snake armor. Was that available this past weekend?
Yeah. You know what? I was there. I don't know if it was available. I don't know if it was just for display.
You know, they might have just been showing it off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool just because there's red shadows. Like,
oh
yeah.
Kenzo says it was the red one. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I don't think Super 7 sells at their table. They don't sell at their table. They just show off. So
right, no, then you got to order it online.
Well, they had the reaction figures for sale because we bought some for the granddaughter. But I don't think some of the other stuff in their display. You're right. I don't think those were for sale. I really don't know. So
are the reaction figures cheaper at their table? Like it's cheaper to get Mythic Legions at their table?
No.
Well, that's
it was because we did this. The granddaughter picked because she's good at this. She picked this one right here. And I got it
saw
on
the
film.
video.
Yeah, and dude, and it was a big fiasco. Brian was there, and the whole team. And they're great people, and our family loves these Godzilla Super 7 reaction figures. We just love them.
Yes.
And my 5-year-old granddaughter's a big Godzilla fan, and she's go, Papa, we're gonna get Godzilla. It's like, Brian's like, yeah, let's do this, and everybody's there. And long story short, she picked it, but I got her confused right before she opened it. So she was picking them all, but her very first pick was this one right here. So
that's amazing.
Kudos to her.
I got to say 100%. I love the fact that kids are getting into Godzilla again. Right? Like when I was a kid, Godzilla was just incredible. There's a lot of dinosaur fever back then. Like everybody was excited about dinosaurs. And, I remember, again, there were many a times when we would go to the local video store and I'd be renting like a Godzilla film. Of course, I'd be thinking it was like, I'd have seen pictures of like the more, the Heisei era, Mecha Godzilla versus Godzilla. And then I go to my local video store and they have the older era Mecha Godzilla. I'm like, that's not the same cool looking toy that I had. Like that Mecha Godzilla looks a lot cheesier, but it was still so much fun. I loved that. Terrence just flexing hard on the Savage Crucible right now.
Oh yeah, do it. Go for it.
They look so good, and they all come with like a little card. I've actually got a foil card, which is pretty rare. But like I said, the humidity, I got to put this thing under some books so that it'll flatten back out.
That's definitely an undersung thing. The packaging they did is beautiful. They did a lot of really good work on designing that, putting together the way it presents the figure.
It comes with that little map as like a backdrop, and you can take that map out. You can like frame it. It'll actually look nice.
Yeah. And they hit it from all angles, whether it's inbox, obviously if you're taking it out, the accessories, the armory packs that come with it, the maps, the little Easter eggs, that come along with it. And I'm going to say the price point too, again, going back to a $19 slate, these other figures, what, $39, $29, $39, whatever. So
depending on what you're grabbing, right? Yeah. Like, I think we lost K-Roll. I don't know if she's going to be joining us again. I want her to get some Savage Crucible so she can see the madness that we're talking about.
You just want her to get them so you guys can have a play date and put them all out on the living.
It's a little hard, but yes.
Like, let me borrow this one. I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back.
If her and I were still living like in the same state, you could imagine like,
oh yeah,
we'd be playing with our toys on the weekends. There'd be
I know we're jumping back and forth, but I decided to bust him out real quick. This guy's awesome. This guy's at your he's at your Planet Fitness, right? Because the guys like this work out at Planet Fitness. Who's gonna spot me?
I definitely know I saw that guy there.
It's like, do you even lift, bro?
Right. Do you even? Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. Do you even lift, bro?
He's lifting the whole machine, not just the weights. Yeah. He's lifting the whole machine.
Let me show you what I can do with just my eyebrows.
Where can I get the free? Where can I get the free bagels at?
Right. Yeah, and it hits on all the cylinders. It's got that, the classic Arabian Nights kind of vibe, but it also has the coloring of the Disney genie. Plus, it kind of gives me the Wishmaster kind of vibe with the.
I'm so glad you brought up Wishmaster.
I loved Wishmaster.
There's a whole different feel for a genie.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the things that I really liked across like the last couple waves. With the release of him finally coming in, then getting the Sun Wukong figure Obscura and the Rising Suns wave, we're getting a lot more Middle Eastern and then like more Persian style, definitely Southern Asia. Like we're getting a lot of this style throughout here now for that part of the world, which you do not see in toy lines ever.
Yeah, and then when you've got like the Headless Horseman and Marley, you're getting some more of the European folklore tied into. That's not medieval. It's nice.
Right. So Random's asking, is Slog brute scale? I think Slog's almost troll scale. He's like his own scale.
Yeah, I don't think he's as big as a troll, but he's bigger than the brute.
He's about as heavy as one of them trolls. Yeah. I know that.
Yeah, he's his own scale.
He's beefy. Yeah.
He is.
Kind of like Lawrence. Lawrence is his own scale, and we love him.
That's right.
What you doing, buddy?
I love Lawrence's scale.
I came to save your stream.
I appreciate it.
Every little bit. Give me the past 2 weeks or so I came.
Our savior.
Well, I know that we both missed it last weekend, so it was a sinking ship, so we had to come back and
we were floundering last week without you guys.
But we saw that Mega J and Adam were both on and Ken, so I figured there's no reason for Ed and I to ruin our time to be here.
Oh, it would have ruined your time to have been here. I see. I see.
We didn't want to take you away from the karaoke night. I know how big that is for you.
We didn't go down the karaoke. Did
Friends
you?
Love places.
No, because I was down in the lobby drinking.
We left as karaoke was starting.
Yeah.
I would absolutely love to see you guys all do karaoke. So Thanos just picked up a reaction figure. Did you put it back down afterwards?
Did you wash your hands?
That's right.
$18.99, 5 POA, 3 1/4 scale. Like, why is
just
they have their new 3
3/4
inch O-ring?
How much I dislike Otto. I love the.
See, that's the funny part for me, right? That the O-ring plus that they're doing, right? Their reaction plus that they are doing is going to be the same price as their regular reaction. And it's like, why are they the same price when you've added just what everybody's wanted out of your 3.75? I get it's supposed to be reminiscent of the Kenner Star Wars, which I absolutely thought was great when I had Alien and I had Predator that could now go with vintage Star Wars, even though I don't have any vintage Star Wars for them to have gone with. I had a bunch,
little worried.
but that was back when they were like $9.
Yeah, Thanos is saying he got Oscar the Grouch. And knowing some of his proclivities, I'm afraid he's going to scar some of my childhood memories from his photos.
Oh, he's guaranteed to scar some of your childhood memories.
He's here to ruin your childhood. He's just here to ruin it. And I'm not going to lie, like, honestly, because Super 7's the only one who's doing the Sesame Street toys. I kind of got a soft space for those, and I think they're great. I'm not worried about buying them and putting them on my shelf. Actually, I'm more excited for the NECA Murder, She Wrote toys that just got announced this week with Angela Lansbury. That Toonie Terror is so teaming up. Oh, I'm sorry. They're not Toonie Terrors when it's not the horror people. They've got whatever the other name is for them. But that Angela Lansbury is definitely going and hanging out with the Scooby-Doo gang. She's going to be a part of Mystery Inc.
Yeah, who was it? I think it was Diamond Select. They had the Muppets for a minute. I got all of Electric Mayhem, so I've got the band, and Freddie Mercury is singing lead for them. So
dude, that's sweet.
Good
awesome.
choice.
You got to get Figure and Dan and the Modal Nodes to go along with that too.
Yeah,
there you go.
Cantina band,
the Mega Super Band.
Yeah, I got my Modal Nodes, and I got actually Spider Punk on lead guitar.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So, and I saw
need
the
a little punk influence.
I saw the Bon Jovi figure, and my wife's like, "Get it for the canteen." I was like, I don't know. I mean, it looks good, but it's like, I don't know.
I want Lenny. You need to get that neck of Elton John with the big grand piano for it too.
Yeah,
I got that for my sister. It's in her room.
Yeah,
we picked up. We picked up Ziggy and I picked up the Elton John and the Elvis figure for our buddy Wade last year. You know, like couldn't pass him up. It's just like, man, that's great. That is so good. I keep wanting to build like a complete band with like select guys, but the problem is they've got guitarists and they got lead singers.
Yeah.
And aside from Animal, nobody's putting out a drummer. I did see a Cliff Burton figure, so there is a bassist out there at least. But I mean, it's just hard, like to try and put together a full band. And how have they not released like a Slipknot band, right? Like, how has that not been a thing?
I think Thanos got that drum set, so all you have to do is find the right.
That's true. You just got to find somebody to sit down for it.
Yeah.
Which Animal works for that.
Yeah, he's a great figure.
K-Roll, welcome back. We were a little worried you were gone for the night.
I have no idea what happened. Is this picture okay? I didn't realize that even came up.
What do you mean? This is the clubhouse.
You know, we'll see how long we can go with it.
This is the only Muppet set you need.
And it's a great one.
And let's be honest.
It's Lawrence and Tony.
That is you and that is me right there.
Waldorf and Stadler.
That's definitely
I was going to say that.
Great set.
That set is amazing. Yes.
And it works.
I was going to say that could
every toy.
That could definitely be what the presidential debate was.
Hey, Lawrence, did you see the picture that Terrence sent in?
I don't think so.
Oh,
I'm not sharing that screen again, Ed.
I'll bring it back up.
And Bud, what were you finishing up saying there?
Nothing. I was basically just saying, and that's also what the presidential debate looked like.
Well, I think either one of those.
Just two old people yelling random stuff.
So this is for you, Lawrence.
Somebody posted earlier that scene from Grumpier Old Men where they're all just like, huh? What? Huh? What? Labeled it presidential debate. And I couldn't laugh. Like, I couldn't stop laughing. That is a good one.
But
Mike Wazowski.
I think after this weekend, or last weekend, and that pretty, I mean, we hung it at PowerCon. That will be us at cons in years to come.
Absolutely.
Sitting at the top of the balcony in Augusta.
Yeah, we should do that next year. Just sit right at the top of that balcony and pick on people and be grumpy.
Now, Lawrence, you almost broke character when you did the reviews on those Monster Force figures. I almost saw a smile. You looked happy.
Dude, I fucking smile all the time.
Look at that big smile he's got right now. Can't even fucking contain
I was trying to scarf down that Fig Newton so fast so I can get on and bash Super 7 while you guys were talking about it, and you just can't scarf down his Fig Newton, all right?
Yeah.
So I'll just wait for.
No, you can't. They are dry as fuck, but they taste so good.
I know, and I've been doing all this fasting. I've lost like 10 pounds in 2.5 weeks.
So Kiss Figs. And I got to say, yeah, that is actually with the McFarlane. They were the ones that did release full bands. I do remember that. especially Kiss. They did a couple of sets of Kiss.
I have the set where they came with the letters KISS as part of like their stand, but they didn't have all their instruments. It's like some of them had guitars. The drummer, I don't remember if he had.
Was that the Psycho Circus set?
I think it was. But
yeah, because then they did the weird set where they had weapons, like actual weapons, instead of instruments, which was even weirder. Like, just give them their instruments decked out as weapons like they have on the album.
Yeah.
But those, Lawrence is smiling because those Monster Force figures are seriously cool.
They look good.
I can't wait. I know, Terrence, you're sending me the Forgotten King?
The Forgotten King.
Yeah, the Forgotten King. It's funny because nobody can remember his name either, so that's interesting.
I kept calling him the Unknown King the other day. Yeah.
No, but throughout the whole con, everyone kept saying, the Egyptian one, the mummy one.
Yeah, the Pharaoh one. The Pharaoh.
I just think he's going to look really good with, my gods of Egypt. A little bit different, but now I really need to get one of those Indiana Jones figs.
Well, the Dio they had at the con was pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, that thing looked super. That thing is awesome, and those figures look so much better than even their original concept designs did. Mm-hmm. They've updated some of the Dracula stuff and some of the Pharaoh, the Forgotten King look to it.
I don't know if I'm all in on like all the army builder parts that they have to it. I definitely like the Dracula, the werewolf they have. That it looks like the Veteran William, I guess. The Kilowog, I think they're calling it.
Yeah, it's Kilowog.
The Yeti, the Sasquatch, they have a couple other weird characters. I don't really know what the inspirations are for some of them, but they look interesting.
Dr. Rand is Dr. Quest.
Okay, that makes sense. Now
but a werewolf.
General character, because he looks like you could use him in like a gazillion different things. He looks like he could be, like General Ross. He looks like he could be part of G.I. Joe. He just looks like head swaps. You can do all sorts of interesting things with him.
The General and the Black Watch, which the guys in the suits are just Men in Black. Mm-hmm. You could use those for anything. So
absolutely, yeah.
So, Terrence, I believe you have Vorgus Vermilion 2 and you have the Dracula, right?
Well, I own Vorgus Vermilion 2, and then you said Dracula. Which Dracula?
The translucent Dracula from Joe Fest.
I do.
Did you get that for yourself, or did you just pick it up for everybody else?
No, I picked up like eight other people. It's funny. I grabbed the first set for myself, and I decided I really did not love them. It's funny. Gina kept referring to them as Jello. So
the translucent plastic.
So I I do want to get the regular version ones. I just didn't feel the need to. I mean, I think what was cool about having them in the bag was you got a general feel for the articulation, for the general, without even having to open it, and the weight of the figure, that kind of stuff. So I definitely felt like they'll definitely go well with like my Hasbro figures. They won't scale. I don't think they'll scale well with like Mythics and stuff like that. But they'll scale well against.
They still go with classified and
Hasbro, all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, see, what I wanted to do is just see how well that translucent red looks next towards like the Vorgus Vermilion translucent red head.
Yeah, I don't have them both here. I have I have one of the Draculas. One of the Draculas here. I can tell you from my own observation, I think that the translucent Dracula is more of a bright red, whereas the Vorgus Vermilion is more of like a brownish red.
Like this right here.
Yeah, I mean, when I pull it out,
it's definitely bright red.
Yeah,
and
it definitely looks like a Jello jiggler. And if Bill Cosby offers you any, say no.
Don't get stuck with the Huxley.
Do you have one that's open, Terrence? Because I have mine that's open.
No, the one I have is actually for drag.
I'll grab mine.
By all means, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll grab mine. Hold on a second.
Excellent.
I was a little concerned with the Monster Force doing a lot of, trench coats and long cloaks. I wasn't sure how flexible that plastic was going to be.
I was worried about it too. Yeah. John, glad you could make it tonight.
Hey, nice to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Also, hey, John. How you doing, John?
Good.
What's in the box, John? What are you sending me, John?
What am I sending you? You have to wait and see, bud.
That's right.
Is it safe to say, John, that you are
You're killing me.
So this is how bright it is.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot brighter.
But the overlays are super soft. I mean, they're soft like the Jada Toy Street Fighter. So there's not going to be a problem with them, making longer trench coats and stuff.
He just looks good.
Yeah.
I kind of disagree with you on that because they're all one piece, so they go completely around it.
Well, that's true. I agree with that.
So, yeah. So for the ab crunch, if they loosen it a little bit, but it is it's not as thin as the Jada ones, but it is very pliable. But since it wraps completely around, it does kind of remove the ab crunch.
Yeah, because it's got the vest and the undershirt all molded into one piece.
Yeah. How is the sword with him? Because looking, I watched Punk's video, and I was so scared looking at that sword. I'm like, that looks like one of those, those colored toothpick sabers you would get that you put in food. Yeah.
They're sharp enough. It's sharp enough, but it's flexible.
Well, that's good.
Okay, cool. I was worried it was just super, super brittle.
No, I was worried it looked a lot like resin. I was worried it would shatter if you drop it.
I can flex it.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, so you can flex it without a problem.
Good.
And it goes right back. Look at that. It's like, bong.
Yeah. The sword is nice.
Can Punk get a super chat for just going
Well, did you see that people were flipping out on Facebook on their groups for this because they were saying how they had it at the con and now they're coming out with it almost immediately after on Big Bad Toy Store, but most people aren't even aware of the differences between the retail release and the bag version.
Yeah, because there are differences.
Yeah, it's a different. Sorry, go ahead.
What's the difference? Because I know she said they were coming out, but I didn't know there's a difference.
So the difference is that the one that's going to be released by Big Bad Toy Store has at least one more set of hands, and I believe it has one more head. Well, of course, it's in a box. So I mean, you're getting a better, you're for the same price essentially, you're getting a better figure.
More.
Yeah, getting more. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, it depends on what those hands are and what they, I mean, I can't,
I was gonna say now I'm a little mad that I got this version. If I'd known it was gonna come with extras and in a box, I might have waited.
Well, I mean, I get where they're coming from. They wanted to get something in people's hands so you could see and get a proof of concept. So
how long have we been waiting?
Wow.
Been a minute.
Been a few delays.
Yeah.
Going into the con, I said, I don't think. I mean, I love Universal monsters. I collect all the NECA Universal monsters and stuff. I got all those Jada ones that were at Ross during the holidays and stuff like that. And I was like, I really like these. They're not really the scale because I don't collect classified. I don't collect. I do collect Marvel Legends here and there, but didn't think I necessarily had to get this line. And then seeing the diorama, seeing the characters up close, I went ahead and pre-ordered a bunch of them on Big Bad. So I'm down for another line.
Yeah, their name characters are really, really good. Their troop builders are like typical troop builder stuff, right? It's like getting a stormtrooper from Star Wars with a little bit more extra, accessories and pieces to it. So,
I mean, I like the way that they look because they have a very period-esque type look. Like they look very much like something that kind of reminds me of something like a steampunk Ottoman Empire kind of.
Yeah,
look.
for sure.
With the goggles and it looks like kind of like those Blitzkrieg kind of helmets and whatnot. But and so they do look cool. I just don't know if I see myself buying 5 of them. You know what I mean?
Hold on, Foo.
Yeah. I was just about to get up and get myself some more coffee here and pop outside. So I want to make sure I did this before jumping out there. And Brick says he's in search of legends. Well, you're surrounded by them here, and not just who's on screen, but everybody in the chat too.
Is Brick back from Japan yet?
No,
he's still in Japan.
Okay.
He had a Gamorrean guard hanging out with him this morning. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brick, I'm disappointed in you. I specifically took a picture for you and sent it to you, and you didn't even respond to it.
That's because he knows Adam doesn't like you, so he said, I'm not talking to that guy. Adam said, I can't.
All right, guys, I'll be right back.
All right, Oz.
So John, is it safe to say that you are Ken's handler when you go to cons now?
Probably. Yeah, I can say that. Yeah, pretty much.
It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Him and his grease thumb.
No, it was a good time. It was a good time at the Joe Fest. I mean, yeah, me, Ken, Mega J, you, Lawrence, and Adam. Yeah, we had a good time.
Well, yeah.
Who's a bigger troublemaker, Ken or Ralph? Because Ralph was getting around.
I only saw Ralph in the hotel room, so I didn't really see him in the lobby. So I don't know. That could be something going on with Ken and Ralph in the hotel room. But outside the lobby, it was pretty much Ken. He had a good time out there. So
cool.
He did.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah,
the first night
he ordered it too.
Friday night was the only night that I saw him drunk.
Yeah.
Probably Saturday too. I think Saturday we
he got started early Saturday because I ran into him about 10 o'clock Saturday night, and he's like, I'm going back to my hotel room for a little while. I'll be back in a little bit. He never showed back up. So
yeah.
Well, yeah, because him and Mega J were on their bed doing.
Yeah, they both looked a little rough last week.
Yeah.
I never seen Mega J look so beat up.
Well, that's because he got offered a Castle Grayskull that he couldn't take.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That was rough. That was rough. Yeah. $1,000 for a Castle Grayskull Classics. Yeah, that was pretty rough.
The way he told that story when he came down to the table, though, was just hilarious. Who brings a freaking castle to a G.I. Joe show?
And ask the one person, the one Motu person here.
So he couldn't get it back then, huh? That's a shame, man.
No. Yeah, we went up. We went back up there, and the guy who was selling it, he was gone, and then we didn't see him after the show. So yeah, it's like he's still in contact with them. So we'll see. We'll see if he can make a deal or not. But no, I mean that was a heck of a deal.
Because
$1,000.
I could have stored it for him and brought it up someday somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Even if it's a halfway drive, meet up
exactly.
at a con halfway between here and Toronto.
Exactly. Yeah.
But going to like last night's live, what we were talking about, when we're talking about, or Jay was talking about, all these exclusives, hard to find. Every single one of us in here is like, if we want to get something, we're going to go out and get it.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we're going to find a way. So there's a way. If there's a will, there's a way.
Exactly.
Where are you at, JB?
I'm in Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh, okay. That's not too far.
I mean, I could have taken. I'm in Detroit. You could cross.
You're north of Canada. You're north of Canada.
Yeah, I mentioned. Yeah, I'm
a little bit closer.
I mean, I don't know if Jay has the balls to come into Detroit though.
Oh, easy.
Hold on.
It's a rough town. Bad water.
Yeah, but Lawrence, when do you report to the North Pole for work again? I know this is the off season, but like, when do you head back up there?
On November.
Okay,
it's around the corner. Around the corner.
Yeah, he's got his suits at the cleaners right now. Terrence getting all cleaned up.
I want to get a picture of those pointy shoes.
Gotta have your ticket.
I'll tell you who's on the naughty list.
Naughty list.
That's why Terrence has to buy all of his own toys.
That's true.
So yeah, I have to say this, and I'm excluding anyone that bought a flag or anything like high price item.
Oh,
pretty sure Terrence spent the most money of anyone.
Yeah, I would say that too. Yeah,
because every time I saw him, he spent $666 at the Mythic Legion's table first thing in the morning. Was it
Every
Sunday?
time I buy something, I try to get it to that number if I can.
I was going to say, note that number because Terrence is selling his soul for
right.
toys.
It is the number of the beast.
So he was at the Mythic Legion table first thing in the morning. I think it was Saturday. And then I see him there again buying more stuff. And his excuse is always, well, this is for so-and-so. And I'm like, bullshit. Like, I don't like anyone that much to buy that much stuff for them.
I'm just holding it for a friend. That never worked when I told the cops that.
Walking out the wheelbarrow.
Legions, I don't think I bought any Mythic Legions for anybody except Oz that I can think of. I did buy a lot of Monster Force for people, and I got some Savage Cruise from people. Outside, if I was buying Mythic Legions, it was probably for me. So, but they did give me a hard time because I showed up at the con with a cart, and the security guard did not want to let me through the door at that cart. And then
wagon?
Yeah, my wagon.
The wagon, yeah, the wagon.
Yeah, because
It's not
those
a
are
cart.
so.
It's called a
those are so
wagon.
Those so.
I just didn't understand
What you
why
should
you
have done is you
had the
should have put a
wagon
My
with
Buddy. Sorry, Punk. Go ahead.
Oh, his wagon had the little like tarp over it to keep the sun off the kids.
I was gonna say you got to put a My Buddy doll, and nobody will question you walking in to a toy con.
I will find mine. I will find mine because I do still have it from childhood, and I will bring it. I just got to buy him a new
I saw
hat.
quite a few guys rolling around with those carts at PowerCon last year.
Yes. Yeah, they just, for whatever reason, the security guard, the first day that we got there, I had the cart, and he's like, you are not bringing that in here. And I'm like, what's the problem? And he goes, there is no room in here for this. I'm like, I bring this to cons all the time. It's not a problem. He's like, I'm telling you, it's a problem. I'm like, all right, well, how about if I bring it in? If there's a problem, you can stop me. He goes, I'll be taking it away from you soon. I'm like, okay.
Power tripping much?
Was he like was he the Marriott security? Was it like Paul Blart, or was he actually like deputy?
No, he was definitely taller than Lawrence, but he was probably a little taller than me.
No, I meant like was he like a mall cop, or was he the actual like deputy sheriff on duty there?
No, he was some kind of security. I mean, he had like security, like he was wearing a white shirt with like black lapel type on his shoulders. But I don't think he was. I don't know who he worked.
He was a security guard, like the rent-a-cops they get.
Yeah, like he came up to you like this. He's kind of shielding his pepper spray.
When you were on the pepper spray. He was there to stop you before actually entering the showroom. So, and he gave me a hard time for about 3 minutes, and then like finally it was just like we went in. We did find one or two other people that had carts as well. So I mean, it's not to say I was the only person there, but. Other people seem to be using it to transport their kids and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it was a little different.
So did you say transporting their Kens?
No, they could transport more than Ken in one of them. They could have done
Ken.
I mean, the con's got to have the same 36-inch rule as every place else for safety reasons anyway. So I mean, no matter what, you're going to be able to fit that cart down the aisles.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a fire or something, I would definitely move it out of the way of the fire exit. I wouldn't leave it right there.
Yeah,
you wouldn't. Yeah,
a thumb.
You wouldn't do the George Costanza and just push it in everyone's face and just run out.
So watch what happens.
Guys, I just want to bring this up. We've got Shark Eyes Toy View here saying, new sub, what's this all about?
That's Shark Eyes.
But he's not a new sub. He was here earlier then.
No, that's his cousin.
Shark Eyes and Shark Eyes Toy View.
I don't know. Shark Eyes, what's going on? Sharky?
Is this our Sharky or is this a new Sharky?
Yeah, that's Shark.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I get it. Well, no, because we've had that very popular. This is like almost word for word what that one troll started off with.
Yeah.
I'm schizophrenic and so am I. So
that's right.
Australian. It's that Australian sense of humor. We don't.
It is. I just had to, wonder because I was sitting there thinking, I was like, is this that troll? Is this the ballsiest troll ever to come in with a name we recognize? So, Brick wants you to bring an actual Target shopping cart to Legion's Con.
Hey.
And then you got to push me and John around in it.
So I have to tell you, I do have something going on at Legion's Con, which may involve something on wheels.
Oh, nice.
Very cool.
I am working on something that I'm hoping it comes together. It's in the early stages, but it will be something that's in relation to raising funds for Toys for Tots.
Very awesome.
It'll be tied into the 1,000 Swigs.
You driving your Sprinter van in there?
No, it's I'm working on it. I'm working on some production of it tomorrow, hopefully. And I'm going to start probably putting some stuff up on like Instagram and elsewhere to show the behind the scenes of the building of it. But
awesome.
So
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I've been in correspondence with Colin Culp, who is on
Toy Culprits.
Yeah, Toy Culprits. So, I'm hoping it comes together. Again, we're trying to figure out some of the logistics on it and whatnot, but should be a lot of fun. And again, I'm really happy that it's going to be something that's going to really help out a lot of kids, hopefully. So we have got some goals, and I know last year they were able to raise $7,000 for Tots, and I told them, this is the year of 1,000 Swigs, and Swig is good at multiplying and duplicating. So we
right.
should.
Right. So whoever's trying to jump in right now, we are full up. Let you know.
I can jump off for a bit.
Are you sure, Bud?
And then come back. Yeah, yeah.
Wait.
That's fine.
Can we find out who it is first? Because if it's someone worse than you, I don't want them. I don't want you to lose. If it's Tony, then it's cool. If it's other people,
it's probably Tony, or maybe
Tony. Could be Tony.
I will man the chat.
All right,
and then I'll be back with
Red, no. I might hop back on later, see if you guys are still up afterwards. So
I'll probably we will be. Like, why is that even like?
We're gonna be a couple hours. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's only 11:50. We haven't hit midnight yet. Come on.
Come on now.
If you're going to the Circle K, expect some tasty beverages.
Right.
We all know how this works. We go until whenever. Like it doesn't stop.
I remember going on with Mega J. This is about like last year, and I was in real quick. I had to go to bed. I woke up. He was still on, and I hit him up, and he's like, "Come back on." I was like, he's like, "Jay, what are you doing up?" I was like, "I'm going to work. It's 3:30 in the morning. I'm going to work." And he's like, "What are you still doing up?"
Went to sleep and then woke up.
Yeah.
We've had that happen here too. People have gone to sleep, like popped in at the beginning, said, "Hey, going to bed," and then we're still. That was on the 9-hour stream we did one night.
It's like pulling shift. You're pulling watch. It's like, all right, here we go. I'll see you at the end of my watch. Yeah.
SDCC, we're gonna go 24 hours on the channel. Between me and Ed, we're gonna pace it out. Guests all throughout the day. From 6 a.m. Saturday morning to 6 a.m. Sunday Eastern Standard Time, because I'm not crazy enough to do that for Pacific. We'll see how I feel. It might end up being 6 a.m. Pacific. I don't know.
I was like, is it that important? Is it really?
Just to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll be times I will pop off and Ed will be in control, but it's going to be one continuous 24-hour stream. And I've talked with Michael and Toy Sorceress, and hopefully since Mega J will be there, we'll have some boots on the ground that can jump in and jump out throughout the day and kind of give us an update of what they're seeing.
Yeah, they can pilot. Yeah, that's cool.
Do we know if Rick or Kayla are going to be there this year?
Who's going to be there?
Rick or Kayla?
Kayla is not going.
She is not. But we don't know about Brick yet. I don't know. Brick, are you going?
If he doesn't get eaten by Godzilla.
Right on his way back. It's been great. Brick has been sending us pics of all the different things he's experiencing and seeing out there, and it's just like, man, I need to make it out that way.
Yep.
Well, he was talking about creating a separate Instagram channel just for his photos and stuff like that. And I think that would be awesome if he went ahead and did that.
Yeah.
Oz, you can even make it to Augusta. You gonna make it to Japan?
Eventually. As long as I don't need another new computer, I should be good for a couple of years now, I hope. Unless I fry it.
You're going to Legion Con?
He is. Yeah, he is.
That is 100% happening. We will. Ziggy and I are making our appearance at Legions.
Yeah, John and I talked about that when we were in Joe. We said that we would make sure that definitely happened.
It's going to happen, yeah.
Lawrence, weren't you the guy that barely made it out of Ohio alive?
Don't get him started, Jim. Don't get him started.
He almost got taken out by a pizza.
Listen.
Ed, can you do me a favor? Everybody take a drink.
Listen.
Oh, take another drink.
I talked extremely nice to my car on the way to Augusta and on the way back through that cesspool of a state, Ohio. But during that whole time, I talked really nice to it. Matter of fact, I had to talk to my ex, and she said some bad words about it, and I was like, "Oh, hey, that wasn't me, guys. I didn't say it." Shithole of a state. Anyway, yeah, I made it there and back.
Are you going to be heading to SDCC, Brick? Also, Ed, if you can you bring up the tip jar? I've gotten a notice that we got a
yes, we did.
super chat from John here.
Yep. Oh, I thought we were having a bris. Different kind of tip.
I have to go to your the dashboard though in order to see it.
So. Yeah, I can't pull it up from my phone, otherwise that'll kick me out of the stream for it. And when I get back inside, there will be a spin and a wee.
I have a StreamYard question. What is it? How do you like on the bottom? If it shows you that there's chats, like what does it mean? If I click on it, is something gonna? Is it gonna?
That's for your super chats. You can send super chats, a sticker.
Yeah.
Or you can enter a chat in there if you don't click on the button on the side with it.
No, he's talking about in StreamYard.
Yeah.
Because he is a guest. That should bring up, I believe, for your guests, it's the private chat or the main chat. It's been so long since I've just been a guest on somebody's StreamYard. I forget what that looks like. I think the last time I was on a guest was actually with Jim.
Legion's
cool. Will be at Legion's Con for sure. Lucky jerk got interned for a day.
That's crazy.
I am. Yeah, man.
Wait. Who's his +1?
His brother.
His brother.
Okay.
I know. I thought about it too. I was gonna be like, "Hey, Brick." No, that's gonna be great.
Congratulations.
Fingers crossed. I got to talk with Adam a little bit. Might be joining Brick on that.
Oh, nice.
So yes, there is a super chat in the or a tip in the tip jar. So
was there a comment we got to read?
Captain Planet. That's all it says.
Yes, with our powers combined. Captain
it is from Jean at Collecting Brothers.
Yes, sir. So there you go. He'll be in LA July 18th for a few days, thinking he's going to be all traveled out. That's a probably good thing. And Brick saying the +1s for his brother. And Punk saying he should have Oz on for a Thursday. We did that once.
Yep.
No, I'm never having Oz on again.
Not on a Thursday.
Oh.
Yeah, because that's Thursday with a friend, not a frenemy. So,
right.
You know.
Oz let me know what he did not want to talk about, and I was okay with that. I didn't think that he would omit it, but he also didn't tell me what he was going to talk about. And you see how dark Oz's background is right now? That's about where we went on that one. No, that was actually...
It was a very real, very
went to the same topic, Lawrence.
Thursday with a friend.
Yeah, I got more compliments on that one on how I handled it than any other one.
That was one of your first ones. You had just started doing that segment, really, right?
It was when he started doing it regularly, anyway.
Yeah.
Well, no, I was doing it every one. I started with Tony. I started with Allison, then Tony, and I think the next one was Shark Eyes.
Yeah.
But that's when I was in Florida. So that's why I did the pre-recorded. And then a few other people on. So you were early on in it, that's for sure.
Yeah. No, I was one of the first couple. Because Thursdays I can't always catch because the frenzy is on Thursdays.
You weren't. You were in the first 10, I would say.
Yeah. You took that night off from the frenzy so you could do it.
Yep.
Yeah, that caused people not to like me. Yeah. It's the theme these days that people don't like me. I'm just mean.
You're so egotistical.
I'm egotistical. I found out I'm what did someone call me this week?
Somebody called you something this week besides Score?
Oh no, someone said that I come off as slimy. I've been called a lot of things. Yes. I don't think
slimy. Yep.
Oh, I think they meant slightly.
Were they from the 70s?
Oh,
they still stuck in the 70s? You're so slimy.
Oh man. Who said that about slimy?
Hal Jordan. I'll just say it's fucking name. I don't give a shit.
At least the guy didn't threaten your life when you were in Georgia. That's all I got to say.
There you go. Yeah.
Hey, so what's the deal with this, Terrence? I didn't hear anything about you getting accosted by a pimp outside the center, but apparently everybody else did.
Terrence went out the back door. He was hanging out by the front.
Yeah.
He learned his lessons from PowerCon.
I don't let pimps get near my back door.
Yeah. Pimp and back door in the same sentence. There you go.
We got to set up some of the jokes.
By the way, so I don't know what happened with Andrew Davis. I feel really badly that I supposedly mistreated him in some way or another, but I don't know what happened. Does anyone know?
You slighted him, man. He's been.
I think what it was is
the whole night.
He kept trying to call you down to the lobby of Joe Fest when you were on last weekend with us, but I don't think he realizes you weren't in the same hotel.
No, well, number one, I wasn't in the same hotel, and number two, when you're on, I mean, I don't know if other people realize I can't see the chat when I'm on here. So
yeah,
unless somebody speaks out something that's from the chat or somebody brings it up, I have no idea what people are saying in the chat.
I tried to highlight it, but we go through so quick a lot of these. It's like we'll bring it up and kind of read it.
So,
which hotel did you end up staying at, Terrence?
I stayed at a Hampton Inn that was like within 10 minutes of.
Yeah, I was at the Hyatt place, which was about 10 minutes away.
Yeah, I mean, I find that happens a lot with these cons. I mean, because they sell out so quickly. If you're not, on the beach, I would love to be at the hotel for Legion's Con. I'm not going to be there, but I wasn't there last year either, and I had no problem. I mean, the one thing is obviously if you are going to drink, it's a lot more efficient to be able to drink at the hotel and then not have to worry about getting someplace. But honestly, if you're 10 minutes away and you want to drink, if you either have a designated driver or want to Uber, it's not that bad of a deal.
Yeah. That was a big issue that Ziggy and I had with PowerCon because we were across town from the con and had to Uber in every day.
But I think the one night that we all went out, I think I drove you and Ziggy
back. You did.
I think so. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but also by that time there was like no traffic either, really.
Yeah, and if I had known, I would have picked you up in the morning. I didn't realize.
It's all good. It's all good. I mean, we still had a great time and we enjoyed it. And honestly, I wish there were more times like that after party Saturday night, which is essentially what I've heard was every night at the hotel for Joe Fest. And
pretty much.
That's the part I get more excited about.
No hookers trying to pick up little kids though.
That's true.
That is an experience, and Punk didn't get stuck behind a drunk bike or whatever the hell that was.
Fuck that goddamn city. It took me like 25 minutes to get to that restaurant, which I could have just walked there.
The rest of us were all sitting there like, where the hell is Punk? Even my sister drove in from Indiana faster than you got there.
Yeah. Who the fuck puts those things downtown? I mean, it's a fucking bicycle with like a 10-man bar on the back of it. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea?
Yeah, like everybody's just like, you drink and you pedal. Like, Yeah, let's get drunk people on a bike. That sounds genius. Because, like, letting them behind the wheel of a car isn't a good idea. A bicycle's a great idea.
Bicycle turned into a bar.
We have horse carriages in downtown Indianapolis here.
Yeah, and they all go to the racetrack, right, Carol?
No, I don't think so. But they're a nuisance. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but the horses are probably going faster than these because it was like 10 people on this bike and one guy pedaling.
It's one guy pedaling. And the rest of them are all
pedaling for all the drunk Karens that are sitting there yelling at everybody.
I've seen them during sprint week at some of the racetracks here.
So Ed, did you already tell the story about how you were approached about money here? Oh, you need to.
No, not on this stream. That was on yours the other night, wasn't it?
Yeah, I told it on yours, but I didn't tell it on
you need to let
tell
everyone
it here.
It's amazing you're still with us.
Yeah, I was
I
actually.
thought you and Rob would be dead.
Rob,
at Joe Fest?
Yeah. So Rob, the Teflon 3, who I went down to Joe Fest with, we were walking around because we wanted to get over to the hotel early, make sure we got a parking spot and everything else, and check everything out. So, they had that river walk right out in front of the hotel. So we're like, let's just walk down to the river walk. It looks shaded, and everybody knows how much I like cricks. So I was like, let's check it out. So we're walking into the tunnel, and this black guy comes up to us, and we thought he worked there because he had like these overalls on. He looked like some of them might work for the city. So he's walking up and he's like, "How you doing, my fellow brothers in Christ?" And we're like, "Yeah, we're doing good, man. How you doing?" And then he's like, let's talk about our Lord and Savior, and just trying to get away from the conversation. We were like, yeah, we're busy, right? Whatever. He's like, "But I'm hungry, man." And then we're like, "Well, we don't have any cash, man." He's like, "But I'm a Navy veteran." I was like, "Okay." So we started walking away. Next thing you know, he's like, "You guys are going to fucking die tonight. God's going to strike you down for not helping out a fellow brother," and all this other stuff. And we're like, holy shit. And he's like, "I'm a Navy veteran." I was like, "Well, I'm an Army veteran. So if you want to do this, let's go." Right. So we're still walking, and you can hear him yelling over this brick wall about how we're going to die. We're stupid motherfuckers and a bunch of dumbass white boys and shit like this. And we're like, I was so afraid I was going to die the next morning. It wasn't even, we woke up, we celebrated, we had a drink. And
here in Baltimore, when one of the guys asks you for money in a parking lot, like you park your car and somebody asks you for money.
Oh, yeah.
Pay the guy.
On top of the wall?
What's that?
Did you go up the steps?
No, we went under. We went under the.
So you went under the steps?
Yeah.
So when you were coming back, he was yelling over?
We were still walking down and going down the path, and he was yelling over the wall from in front of the museum at us.
That wall is huge.
Yeah.
It's like the Great Wall of China.
It's about 3.5 feet tall. Stop screaming.
That's every day. That's every day in Augusta. That's every day in Augusta. Same thing here in Charleston. Every day.
Yeah.
I'll
tell you, I was stationed in Augusta when I was in the Army, and it's a completely different city now than it was back then when I was in there in the 90s. So
yeah,
crazy.
So
yeah.
This I think is going to be the proper response from now on if somebody asks us about Lord and Savior. Like, "Oh, you follow Arethyr too."
Yeah.
The God of War. And we have our lone compatriot from DFW, Matthew Matson, joining the crowd. So everybody that's been talking about Joe Fest, let's hear about some tales from DFW.
Wait, Oz, 1 second. Could you put Matthew where you're at and me where JB is, and then we can recreate that picture
that
go. Ed and I took with Matthew at
for the 2 seconds we saw him at Joe Fest.
Screenshot.
Hey, I'm flattered. You guys think I look like Carson Metaxas? I'll take it.
Well, we said it was an upgrade, so don't get too cocky there, Matthew.
I need a refill, guys. I'll be right
story,
back.
Oh yeah, I get here and you check out. All right, I see.
Yeah.
So quickly, since Matthew went to DFW and Ed and I were over at the Good Show.
Yeah,
Joe
the Good Show.
Ed and I were going to take a picture. Well, actually, we took a picture, and I was going to Photoshop Matthew in between us, and I was going to send a picture in the mod chat of mine. Say I got all my mods here, and I noticed Carson, and I'm like, oh my god, he looks like Matthew. And when I mentioned to Ed, Ed goes, "Yeah, he does." So we had never met him. So we asked Tony if Tony could go. I'm like, "Hey, you know him, right? Can you like introduce us?" So Tony goes over, he calls him over, and he starts talking. And then I'm like, "Hey, this is one of my mods on my channel, and the other one is at DFW, but you look similar. Can we take a picture with you so I can send it to him?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, no problem."
I felt short next to that motherfucker though, so I'm sure you felt like a midget.
Probably the weirdest question he got.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe Fest.
Hey, I'm telling you, I mean, if you had just said my name, it would have been even better because he actually knows who I am.
I totally forgot that you had pictures in his book.
Yeah. Well, and on his website.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
a lot of people think you look like Carson. Tony.
Hey, you know what? All right, I'll take it.
Down south.
Right? So how was things in Dallas Fort Worth? Because John did everything he could to get out of DFW to go to Joe Fest.
Hey.
You know, I mean, I had a blast because one of my buddies that I in a photo collab group with, he kind of helps run the show. He does all the AV stuff.
Oh, nice.
So he does all the videos and he does interviews with everybody, and he brings a student with him all the time because he works at a high school. And so he gets the kids involved in editing and putting all this stuff together for the DFW show. So I got, and a good friend of mine, Gray Childs, was actually the host for all the guests. And I've known Gray for a long time. And, you know, once I mentioned I was with Gray, Diana Davis, like, "Oh my God, I love Gray," you know. And I've known him for a long time, and he's the one hosting, whining and dining all of the VIPs at the show. When I say VIPs, I mean only the Hasbro crew. I'm just saying, but that's, we'll get there. I had a great time meeting guys from the chat. They're in all the chats. You know, not Rachel Salinas, you know, the Titan, not Top Goon, you know, V Connolly. A lot of the 3 POA guys obviously were there, but they were all awesome, dude. Brian Hodges, role keeper, amazing guy, so friendly. Everybody was super friendly. Everybody got along great. It was just a good show. I had some awkward moments when Bobby realized who I was, and Laser Pants, same a little. Articulated Ninja, no issue whatsoever. I mean, he was cool. Because, you know, I started talking to him about the Veteran William figure. I already had him at the time that he released his review, but he was one of the only people talking about him at the time. So I'm like, that's an awesome review. So lots of YouTubers, lots of guys. Jeff Butler, we met last year at Joe Fest when we hung out with Hooded Cobra Commander 788.
Very cool.
Yeah, and so the Hasbro staff was amazing because Frank reminded me that, you know, he remembered me from when we had dinner 10 years ago at JoeCon. Kirk Bazigian, he remembers me because we chat on Facebook all the time, but we met at that same JoeCon. So it was good to connect with them, and all the Hasbro guys. Kurt Grogan, he was amazing. He was awesome. He had the goofy hat on. So it was great to talk to all the Hasbro designers from the OG line individually about their favorite things and have them sign my Creating G.I. Joe novel set or book set that Dan Klingensmith had. And man, Dan spotted me at the meet and greet and came up to me. You know, he's like, "Hey dude, how's it going?" He knew who I was from the Facebook chats and the fact that I bought every single book from the very beginning of his. So to have all those guys sign one of those slip cases was awesome to me.
Those
just
books those are such a great reference. Beautiful artwork, a lot of history.
Yeah, and to hear the stories about it too is fascinating because the last 2 books are like convention and unproduced things, so things that we never saw, and there's tons more that we never saw that never even made it up to Kirk Bazigian, and they talked about that too. And Kirk said that was one of the best things, is that these designers, they would filter stuff before it ever got to me to try and make a decision on it. And so there's a multi-checkpoint process. And Kirk Bazigian talked about in 1993, everything changed at Hasbro. And that's why G.I. Joe died. And
that explains a lot, yeah.
And that's why Kirk Bazigian left, and so many of the other guys left at the same time, because in 1993, an edict came down from the top of Hasbro that said, we're going to rely on Hollywood. We're going to give it over to them and let them design these things, let them do the things, and then we'll play matchmaker and try to copy what they're doing out in Hollywood, or the comic book industry or whatever. And so they were giving over all their brands. And so G.I. Joe, which was a creative, innovative brand that all these guys got to use all their creativity on for 12 years, suddenly became corporate stuff. It all has to come down from the top about what they can do and how they can design it. So they couldn't no longer design what they wanted to. Frank was out there, and he was a military spec designer for contractors before he worked for Hasbro. His father did that. He did that. And then somebody from Hasbro said, hey, you can make some money over here doing this. And so he took real world military design and brought it into the toy line. And they would go to trade shows for Destro trade shows, right, where they're selling military arms. And they would go investigate this stuff, and they'd get a mixed response. So, one person would be like, hey, you guys are making toys? Awesome. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? And they'd go back to their designers. Can we do that? And they're like, no, that's not realistic, or whatever. But other guys were like, you're making toys? Go away. You're not allowed in my booth. And so one of the guys said that, he flubbed it a little bit, and basically there's a name that they were using internally for some of the stuff that they were working on, and he used that, and it sounded like a defense contractor, a military group. So he just kind of walked in and got into the booth that way. But those guys had so many stories, and it was awesome. And then meeting everybody from the chat, like the Titan, and not Rachel Salinas and others, was awesome. Even hanging out with the 3POA crew, Chad was super nice, but he's doing his own thing. He had some family issues that he was going on. And then the panel, the G.I. Joe panel was awesome, but the Valverse panel was amazing. And if any of you guys watched the video this morning, it was pretty darn good. I mean, if you are a fan of that stuff or like it at all, there's some quality stuff in there, some things that he's doing. And he did edit out some things, but he kept most of it in there. The biggest bomb was the statue. Nobody really gave a crap about the statue.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, you told me about that on the ride home when I was driving home. And when I watched it, wow.
Yeah, no, it was silent.
Yeah.
It was crickets.
I was really impressed with the breast cancer awareness love that he was given. It's like, that's cool, man.
I gotta say, I was shocked.
You know what he said sparked that off? Is that somebody from his chat wanted a pink Vanguard, and then he actually decided to do the pink Vanguard, and then he's like, hey, what else can I do? Oh wait, breast cancer awareness is coming up. And then he started doing this thing, and he snuck the breast cancer awareness figure in a previous con booth, and people took pictures of it, like, hey, what's that pink thing in the back? And well, it's a female steel brigade that he's donating all the money from that one to a breast cancer hospital in Rhode Island. So it's specifically for cancer research, but breast cancer research. And I it's that kind of stuff that endears him with a lot of people.
I did have to remind him this morning that I did give him the flocked Condor that I did like Magnum PI last year at PowerCon, since he's like, I haven't seen anybody do a flocked Valver yet. I was like, yeah, you did, because I gave you one.
Well, you know what? You must be the inspiration for that flocking and vac metal thing then, and he's not giving you credit. That's kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, we all know how that goes.
I reminded him this morning. I sent him a message right on IG. I said, hey, listen here.
All right.
Well, real quick before we go on,
I want to give a big shout out to Michael Toy Habits joining us tonight.
What's up, Michael?
I'm just looking for stuff on eBay, and I was like, might as well just hang out while I'm looking for. I'm not
Yeah, man. Hey,
no point in shopping alone, right?
I know,
That's
right?
right. We're
I know
here
I have a
to
bunch of
be your
enablers in the house, so
you need emotional support
I
when
know, I
you start
totally
doing
do.
that online shopping.
My
Yeah,
wife's
you
like,
really need that one.
You need
you
another
that
one
one
of
too.
those? Like, yeah.
He'll send us a message and say, "Guys, should I?"
Yeah.
And then we'll be like, "Yes." And he'll be like, "Hey, look, we've had 10 other people say yes."
All right. I'm in good company then.
All right, so a few people have mentioned the locust. I'm
Now,
just gonna say
you know, the first thing I said about the locust was, boy, that looks like a fang.
that thing is fucking hideous. That thing is
dude,
fucking,
I think it's cool looking.
It is fucking hideous. What happened to real world shit? All right,
dude,
that thing looks like shit.
Ooh,
Ooh,
here we go. All right,
you
let's hear
clearly
it.
are not a Dune fan. You are clearly not a Dune fan because that looks exactly like an ornithopter.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely got the ornithopter vibe.
I think for real world stuff, it doesn't look like real world. But if you put it with the swarm and the whatever the other one guy's called there, that fits perfect for him.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean the swarm have those jetpacks with the wings on them already.
Yeah.
So they've already got those flapping wing things.
It just looks stupid. And how about this? Stop copying Hasbro. Find something that wasn't a Hasbro name. The Locust.
Oh, hey, guess what? The Hasbro guys actually talked about that specifically in their panel, and they were kind of reading off the script, but they're trying to present this product, and they show the design, and they go, "What do you call it?" Well, this is our low cost Locust. This is our Locust vehicle, and so the vehicle was named the Locust because it was the low cost item for that year's run.
Ooh.
So both his vehicles are named after Hasbro things.
Well, the swarm is all insects, so it could go either way.
Well, I mean, it follows his theme, right? I mean, the swarm of locusts. I mean, yeah. Now, I'm not gonna.
We are in the year of the locust, right? I mean, there's two different breeds of
three
cicadas going on.
Three, right? There's three of them in some places.
You've got the regular annual locust. You got those cicadas going, and then you got like Brood X 9, 10 or whatever the hell it is.
You got the 17 and the 13 year or something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. The 7-year, the 13-year, and the yearly ones are all crossing over in some areas. Yeah.
And we had our 17-year one. Was that 2 or 3 years ago? Man, it was so nice after they finally died out after a month because I could come outside and hear myself think again.
They are loud.
Oh,
we had ours
man.
probably 2-3 years ago, 4 maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I do appreciate what he's doing. This Bone Collector is a good figure. The detail that he put on there is really nice. Even
I dig the mask.
The cannon is great, and this mask is freaking awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that it was its own separate piece and it could come off, I'm like, I kind of just want the mask.
So the real question is, Matthew, how many of those did you have to pick up for other people?
Okay, so this, I mean, this may be the last time I do this. I don't know. I got a little runaround from one guy, but it all works out. It all did work out. I'll say that. I only had the opportunity to pick up 2 other Bone Collectors, and if I had known one of them was going to Daredevil Dave, I would have sent it straight to him. And the other went to a buddy of mine in one of the photo groups, and I would trust him. I mean, he was awesome. He was up front. He, paid me a little extra. He was happy to do it, and he's happy to go to Rhode Island Comic-Con and pick me up the translucent Praetorian.
There you go. Now,
I was happy to see that reissues coming out too. If you'll make me big, I made this for Punk. I love him so much. I used some of my old trigger parts to fix Duke. So
Oh, nice. That's really cool looking.
That does look good.
To a modern design, you put him on a Valiverse body, and there you go. So
that looks really good.
Yeah, that looks great.
I'm just
I picked up Desert Condor with the screaming head. Again, I mean, you can't fault his figures. I mean, you may say that his designs aren't that great, but his figures are good, and I was kind of excited about a lot of the stuff that's coming. That black leather suited body for Pandora that's coming out as a con exclusive looks pretty good in my opinion. I don't care for the Pandora figure or character as much as Bobby does, but I think the figure itself could be a great Dreadnought.
And for kit bashing, that's one of the things I really got into with Action Force was you can kit bash these things all day. I wanted to have kind of a cowboy in my line, so
I dig that. Straight up gunslinger, right?
Yeah, man, you got to have a gunslinger. So as much as I like the classified line, say again, I didn't, but I could do that. That's an idea.
Can we get a trench coat on it like a duster?
Oh, that'd be nice.
Strupp family has some. Strupp family.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
If you've got the Mofex Gambit figure, that's a nice trench coat.
There we go.
Largo, you'll have a cowboy figure when you get the Dragonfly.
Oh man, I wish. I love Wild Bill. That's one of my favorite Joes, but I couldn't afford the Dragonfly.
Yeah, just for that one figure, because a lot of people just wanted the figure.
I just want Bill. Yeah.
Well, I know people that bought it, and they're planning on selling the whole thing except for Wild Bill.
Wow.
Which is a shame because that's all that Largo wants is Wild Bill.
Right. Yeah.
So we'll have to see what we can do through the pipeline to get you at least a Wild Bill.
I'm hoping they'll single card him down the road.
It's a retro card or something might be nice.
Blue version, right?
Yeah.
So they'll probably do the blue shirt with the yellow scarf version.
And that's fine, right?
They'll do the real cavalry version.
Yeah.
I'm sure Super 7 will have one. It'd be great quality.
That's true.
Won't look
It will. It will.
If they start putting double jointed knees and elbows on their GI Joes, they might do a little better. I don't know. They cancel the Wave 3 or something?
The female wave didn't. The female wave of repaints.
Yeah. I don't know how much people are in love with the Sunbow designs. The cartoon was fun, but that's not that's not the vibe.
No, if you read on those GI Joe Facebook groups, a lot of those people are like they think that the GI Joe O-rings were based off of the cartoon. They don't realize that it was based off of the
what?
Yeah, there's a lot. Trust me, there's a lot of people. Yeah,
I'm not talking like
I'm not even a big Joe fan, and I know that's not the case.
they didn't read comics. And
they dope from that wave. I wish that one would have got made. That was the only one I wanted.
I mean, that's why, like they don't realize, like a lot of them, they don't understand why. Like I don't understand why G.I. Joe never did Sunbow. Why they veered away from the source material, and it's like. It's not.
It's not. Yeah.
The cartoon veered away from the source material.
I'm just going to give
Motu. Yeah, because Motu had the comic book, and then you had the little mini books that came with the figure. So there was different lore, and you kind of had that with Joe a little bit too.
Oh yeah, because there was no Prince Adam until DC Comics put it out there. Like even in the mini comics that came with the figures for the first year and a half, there's no Prince Adam. That was added by DC Comics, and then later they just enforced it with the cartoon, with Filmation. And then Filmation even went a completely different... Yeah. Orko, 100% from the cartoon. Sorceress was in mini comics before the cartoon. That's why they had the different looks for her. But it's like the cartoons were not the start of a lot of these. They were out before there were cartoons. And so anybody who's confused about G.I. Joe, I know this amazing channel called Toy Connections that does these really great histories. And he's already done all of the 80s. So if you want to research the histories of the toys, people, go check it out. And I heard he's got a supercut coming out this month.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, and if you know your history well enough, you'll know that the original Thulsa Doom from Conan, from Kull the Conqueror, is the original design for Skeletor. Came from that.
Part of it, yeah, because there were a lot of elements that were taken into Skeletor's original designs, and it depends on whether it was actually Skeletor at that point or not.
True.
I could be here all night talking history and mode too.
Yeah, the skull face, that was Thulsa Doom.
Yeah,
and there was some Jack Kirby Fourth World stuff in there too.
So lot of Fourth World influence. Battle Ram, like that whole vehicle. So Stanley's asking here about if it was ever figured out at DFW who listed the Bloody Bone Collector on eBay during DFW.
No one would dare cop to it at DFW because Bobby would permaban them from buying directly from him or from any of his panels and everything else. So no one would cop to it ever.
What did it end up selling for at auction? It was kind of up there, wasn't it?
I don't know. The last I saw it was $425.
Crazy.
Jeez.
Don't do exclusives like that if you don't want people to do it.
Hey, you know what, man? Friggin' people had the Red Okami Ninja. We got a pic of this. Red Okami Ninja, the con exclusive, up on eBay for $130. If somebody didn't get the memo that they were going to be also available on Delta 17's website.
Well, so I mean, people do this all the time. They take advantage of that stuff because you'll see bone collectors up there for $70, $80, even $100, the standard version that will be at every con for the rest of the year and then up on the website at the end of the year. So
same thing with Pandora.
Right. He's got plenty of them, right? I mean, he's sold out of just about all of them that he brought to DFW, but he sold out about everything he brought to DFW because he planned the trip pretty darn well.
Yeah, it's good to plan your inventory accordingly so you don't have a lot to take back.
Yeah. But as much as I like ribbing Lawrence, because I know he's a big Classified fan and I'm more of an Action Force fan, I've got both. I have Classified figures. I mix them together. I like them, and you can like both and not get kicked out of the club.
Well, see, the truth is that Lawrence likes them too. He just doesn't care for the owner much.
Hey, Lawrence, just bring up your Muppets again, Lawrence.
We love the Muppets.
That's solid. That's solid.
This will be Ed and I next year. I can get this thing off all over it.
I can't. We need to film this show as it happens at Joe Fest. I'll be the cameraman. I don't care.
I need to make it to Joe Fest.
Oh, awesome! You got that, Poke? That's an awesome set.
Oh, I've had it since it first came out.
It's cool.
I'm sorry if you can't respect this. What did you do with your childhood?
Right.
This is the best part of the Muppet Show at Disney World. God damn it.
That just makes me so happy.
Right?
I mean, these guys have to go to every show, Lawrence. I mean, you have to bring them everywhere and put them on your desk at your ramblings.
It's going to be the Toy Ramblings do format.
Easy in there.
Yeah.
I think we should do a panel next year like that, Lawrence.
Yes.
We could probably have better sound quality than them pulling a Moody.
Dude, I tell you, I mean, they put you in the hallway. That sucks. And I know that's the way the panels are at that hotel for Joe Fest. You cannot get good sound, and it sucks.
Oh, they're changing it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yep.
So
already
you
announced
need to do a Statler and Waldorf cam, and when you're not showing off Roman, you've got those guys so they can comment on your videos.
So you need 2 extra cameras, Punk.
Yep.
One for the dog and one for them.
Better start doing some wheeze, bastard.
Well, we gotta get them in first. We can't be doing wheeze for free.
Also at DFW, I picked this up for trading some Marvel Legends BAF figures or
Good
parts,
call.
I should say. And I got this. He had it for a great deal. I was just out of money. And so I said, "It's what else you want?" And he's like, "I need these BAF pieces." And I said, "I got a ton of BAF pieces." And I showed him, and so I got this.
That is a great set. I love that set.
I was so mad that I missed it, even when they offered it again, because. But now I have all of the iterations of the turtles that I like. I've got the 90s movie turtles, I've got the Mirage turtles, I've got the IDW turtles, and I've got the 2012 turtles. So I'm good with turtles now.
I must say, I'm with Eric. You've definitely become much more macho in just a few minutes. I don't know.
You like that? Yeah.
I think Eric is just jealous of the head of hair.
Speaking of turtles, did you guys see the new
hair's
turtle?
great. I mean,
Are we talking Joy Toy or are we talking the 2005 remakes? Because they dropped
Joy
at like
Toy.
the same time. I'm getting Joy Toy Turtles.
They look good.
Sorry, they look great.
Is this the first time they've been in the 118 scale?
Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
Um,
oh no, I do want
Reaction.
Yeah, well, reaction.
Okay.
Didn't somebody make O-ring versions of the turtles? They may have been just customs, but there was somebody who made O-ring turtles at one point.
May have been customs. I don't remember an official release, but I do remember seeing pictures. I'm glad you brought it up because I thought I was imagining that. So,
oh, I know tomorrow when I'm on Wilhelm's show, he's going to be doing the happy dance because he loves anything 118, man. So.
I think Wilhelm just got something pretty big from It's Chad coming too. So
he does. He does. I was on the stream earlier.
Shouldn't that be on a private stream? If sounds kind of personal.
Hey, I mean, they aired it live. So,
look, this is the clubhouse where we know all that shit flies here.
I was surprised by how big Wilhelm actually was. So he could take a pretty big package.
He had the link here tonight. He could have been in with this. He could have been here to defend
Do you have to
himself.
buy him dinner first, or is he more like Ryan? It's just $5. I don't know.
Ryan's all about the $5, man.
So these Joy Toy Turtles, like we just got the announcements. We're getting the retro style 2003 remake, 2000X Turtles, if you want to call them that. We've got Playmates coming out with their new articulation 40th anniversary pizza face pimpled. I shouldn't say pizza face for turtles. The pimpled texture turtles coming, which is still weird. And then we've got these Joy Toy turtles. So it's like after last year's Summer of Ninja Turtles, we're getting like a really good mix this year.
And the remastered ones too. For me,
there's a third party doing like some mecha turtles too. I think I've seen recently.
Oh yeah,
those mecha turtles are cool, and they've done like all the Marvel guys with it and stuff. That stuff looks awesome. Also, there's the 5K Toys. I don't know what that line is actually, but 5K Toys sells them. Those turtles, the spring, autumn, those turtles. Those things are pretty cool too. How many people have Joy Toy 1/18th figures?
I don't.
Okay, so what do you think of the quality of the 1/18th toys that they're making?
You know my feeling on them.
I know your feelings, but
it depends on which ones you get.
Okay.
The sculpts are great. I find playability, they're too fiddly because they almost have too much articulation for the scale.
Yep, I agree.
Are they? I mean, to me, they seem very fragile. And from Lawrence's experience,
so I have one of their like post-apocalyptic figures, and I beat the snot out of that guy, and he's fine.
Okay.
But I look at these ones that are the new release World War II figures, and they look really, really fragile.
Yeah.
That's kind of the same design of what I
you got the military grade ones, right?
Now the Warhammer that Wraith Mace sent me.
So that's different. The Warhammer stuff because it's larger anyway. But
no, it's 1/18th. It's small.
Well, I know it's 1/18th, but because
they're
bulkier.
Warhammer,
yeah, those guys
figures.
are.
Yeah, but it's only about 4 inches.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That quality. I mean, it feels night and day. I mean, it feels night and day. But
so with a toy company that's that inconsistent, it's hard for me to get on board with.
Yeah, agreed.
And
that's fair.
Brick, speaking about Morphnauts here, he does a really good 3D print. Honestly, if you guys aren't following Morphnauts on IG, the stuff he's putting out with his combat creatures, the not battle beasts are
right.
Oh yeah, those
nuts.
look great.
I'm
kind of excited about those. Those look awesome.
Oh man, those are so
wise.
great.
Last Ronin is probably one of the best things that's come from the Turtles
in a
universe.
long time. Yeah.
So I really loved the IDW comics up to issue 100. Once they hit their 100 mark and Kevin Eastman and Tom Waltz dropped off and that other person took over, I was unimpressed with the last 50 issues or whatever. That one was, that's a great run of Turtles, but you're right. Last Ronin made a huge impact, and the sequels to the Last Ronin aren't matching up. They're not quite as good.
Same writers or different team?
Same. Well, okay. So I'll say this: same team, but Last Ronin was originally written by Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird way back when. And they modified, tweaked the scripts and artwork to bring it to IDW to release Last Ronin. And then Kevin Eastman and Tom Waltz produced all of those and created all those. And then they're continuing that series. So it's better than the last 50 issues of the IDW run, but it's just not as good as the Last Ronin was.
Speaking of innovations in comics, who's been following this Energon line for G.I. Joe?
I have it. It's pretty good. The Transformers books I hear are good. I haven't gotten any of them. I've liked the Destro book, the Duke book, and the Cobra Commander book. The Scarlet book, I don't know yet. We'll see. The writer, I don't know. I haven't liked a lot of the stuff that the writer has done previously, so there's that.
I've heard a lot of good things about the Destro book, where they're going with that.
Destro book looks interesting, and Destro is actually one of my favorite characters. I mean, Storm Shadow is my favorite, but Destro's right up there because he's kind of skates that line, and he's got the line that the difference between a free man and a slave is the ability to carry a weapon, and that hits me.
Yeah,
sure.
And when Classified said they're doing Iron Grenadiers, I was like, I'm there.
That got a big pop for me with the Iron Grenadiers. And again, I'm not a big Joe guy, but seeing that they were getting into that finally, I was like, there we go.
This figure's actually pretty good for a 118.
Yeah.
Droid. He's pretty good.
Nice. The Joy Toy 118 Turtles, those look like they're going to be sturdy. They look good.
Very solid looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not as fragile as I think he feels more sturdy than the modern Trooper, like the one that Lawrence got for sure.
Right.
I'd say for playability and price point, the Fresh Monkey Fiction stuff I like better. They just feel better in your hand. They don't feel like they're going to be
love
fragile.
the Eagle Force stuff.
Yeah.
I picked one of those up. Quickly, let's address what Eric Thurman just said. So
yes.
We've mentioned it numerous times, but I know a lot of people start coming in for mine. I do have almost 5,000 subscribers, so it's understandable.
Is that a humble brag?
Mr.
Just a little humble.
4.5K. Ain't quite hit that 5K yet.
So when we're in the chat, like when we're on the stream, we can see all the chats. Unfortunately, YouTube and StreamYard haven't found a way to combine them, so you can see only what's here. But let's say, Largo and JB and Ed are all simulcasting, so you can't see their chat, including Oz's. So it is a cluster because the way that I found out, I thought Allison had blocked me. I'm like, why would Allison block me?
No.
Channel members. She was my first person on Thursday with a friend, and then I was like, oh.
So
yeah. It took me a little bit to figure it out too. I was like, wait a minute, I'm not seeing everything.
When we first upgraded our StreamYard for Toy Frenzy, one of the things we started doing was we were simulcasting for mine and Skelly's. And then one night I went and I was watching, it was after we streamed the next day, I was watching part of it. And I realized they were pulling up chats and I couldn't see them. And I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And I realized that on my channel, there was one chat, and on Skelly's channel, there was another chat. And we didn't realize there's one person watching from my channel wondering what's going on because they didn't. Yeah, like everybody else was on Skelly's because that was the usual place. So we had stopped doing the simulcast.
Yeah, it gets confusing. Before Terrence runs off, I want to ask him, of all the goodies that you picked up and the swag, what was your favorite?
Put him on the spot
your
now.
favorite kid, but...
Oh, we definitely put him on the spot. We made him big.
Ooh, hey, let's see how long it takes for that Savage Crucible to fall over.
Be nice.
I didn't tell you guys that story.
Nice, Waldorf.
Punk, that's a great story.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to say only because of the fact like this is like the first time I'm actually getting to play. You know, like pull the Savage Crucibles out and actually mess with them a little bit. I think everything at Mythic Legions, I kind of, you know, I knew exactly what I wanted to get and I got it. So that was good. I think what I love about these toy shows is typically getting to see things that I've mostly seen online in person. I mean, that's probably the worst thing that happened to me was PowerCon last year, just seeing so many different lines, and now I'm collecting them all. Warriors as example, Mythic Legions. I literally picked up my first Moti tribute figures last summer, and I don't know, I'm like 100+ figures in now, probably 100.
You nosedived with me in less than a year.
Oh wow, that's a
Nice.
hard nosedive.
So Terrence, did you see the Space Zombies from Mars line when you were at Joe Fest?
Was that like who was doing that? Was that
That's
Skelly?
the one that Arlen's doing that designed the AWOC stuff.
I don't know if I saw that or not.
Oh, goodness gracious!
I mean,
don't go look for it because you'll want to get into that line too. So
yeah, well, I love zombies. I mean, my favorite video game franchise of all time is Resident Evil.
So these are astronauts that go to space and get like contagion, some kind of contagion, and they turn into zombies in astronaut suits.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm all in on this line, and I only saw like 4 pictures of it.
One of the
and
things
I'm
has this blood exploding out of a skull. It's pretty badass.
So, Terrence, did you see that they're doing a fan reading of some Resident Evil stuff? So they got the voice cast back, and they're doing some fan made Resident Evil stuff that's coming out. Critical Drinker just did a show with them the other day today actually, but they're releasing some new Resident Evil stuff with them. I thought that was pretty cool.
I gotta check that out.
There's a channel I don't watch every I don't see every one that they put up, but they usually I consider them like a resource for Resident Evil stuff. They're called Residents of Evil.
Okay. Yeah.
And they usually I know they've done a lot of things where they've brought a lot of actors on and like had them read stuff. So I'm wondering if they're involved with that because it sounds like something that would be right up their alley.
Yeah, they I think they were mentioned in the discussion that they were part of it because they have like the original voice cast and stuff like that. So
very cool. Sorry, back to the space zombies. As you can tell, I'm interested. What is that 112?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't even seen it yet, and I feel like I can already hear the cha-ching in my head.
You know what's happening. You know what's happening. We're gonna dive into this because, well, first off, I'm a sucker for classic sci-fi, and that's what that sounds like to me. It's classic sci-fi.
Oz, you know what I need? I need 1960s era sci-fi design spacesuits for figures, because I know Boss Fight was talking about doing that in 1/18 for forever, and I was waiting for that line, and it has never come out. And I want those bubble heads. I want those Barbarella spacesuits. You know,
right?
Terrence, I just sent you an IG with some of it in there.
Very cool. I'll definitely check it out. So just as a side note, I don't know how many of you know this. So I have a side business where I paint store windows and stuff like that. And so in Florida, there's a town called Jupiter, and
yes,
I work with a coffee chain, like a chain of coffee stores, and they have a location there. So they wanted their every time I do stuff for them, they always want everything to be space-like. So it was really cool around Christmas last year, and doing everything was like retro kind of 1960s. So it was like cheesecake type stuff that you would have seen, like girls like in like silvery mini skirt, like spacesuits, but with the big bubble head stuff like that. Really cool.
Nice.
Back in the
nice.
That's awesome stuff
love it.
there. Yeah.
I love that whole that aesthetic. It's really cool.
I am loving these Savage Crucible. I mean, I know the ankles are an issue right now. I'm waiting for my replacements. Whatever. I just love. I mean, this is the sculpt, the articulation. You know, it's
They're
just
solid.
these things are pretty awesome. I mean, you put this gear pack on this little, $15 figure that I got. Well, it's not 15 anymore, but
20.
I mean, this was the simple little figure. Their basic one, and I threw on the armor kit or whatever, and it's awesome. I can't wait to try and get some more of those. I've got a Nin coming. He looks awesome. And I really, really want to start pre-ordering some of the there it goes. Everybody take a drink.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting on those Who-Man figures to come into play too.
Yep. Wave 2 up now for pre-order, folks. Go check it out. Ball and Chain. I have been going on about that figure since they started showing it off, and I cannot wait to get my hands on that. Again, whoever's trying to jump in, we're probably gonna have some room in a moment here.
Yeah, I'll take off. I'm just gonna say goodnight.
All right, K-Roll.
K-Roll.
Hey, did you pick up anything today in your hunts? Because you were looking at some good stuff.
Yeah, I got the cartoon Tila, and I got Azhar.
Hazar?
No, just the Azhar.
Okay. Yeah.
The yellow
The
guy.
yellow demon.
There's just so many toys that I saw today. It was crazy.
Yep. Carol
went
on
other people too.
I need the blue one.
So do I.
Yeah, well, he was not re-released so recently, so I'm sure we'll get another one, and we'll get a chance again soon. I would like to thank you, K-Roll, for joining us. I know you normally don't do the live stream thing. I appreciate you coming on and doing the voice stream with us. It was a blast having you here.
If you guys get a chance, so Kokomo Toys and Collectibles was on a toy store near you. So you guys can see like what I saw basically on that. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
Cool. Very, very awesome.
All right.
So
you guys have a good night.
You too, K-Roll. Thank you for joining us.
It's been fun.
For those of you who don't know, that is my sister. Her first time publicly. She's joined in on a Patreon stream here and there through voice. This is her first time doing the big show with us.
Oh, cool. It's the second time she was on.
Has she come on in for public?
Yeah. She came on once, probably 6-8 months ago, but she was only on for she was only on for a very short period.
Ed, you're not supposed to actually the host. That's a faux pas.
I'm a co-host. I got all the controls.
Oh, okay.
He does.
Well,
I can make Oz disappear.
I do now.
Well, actually, I picked up. I went to Jay's Armory and picked up my chest plates for my Iron Grenadier bats. So I have them all in. That came in today. So I've got the red translucent one with the Destro logo down the middle. So I'm ready for my Iron Grenadier bats or turning my Crimson bats into Iron Grenadier bats. One of the two.
Nice.
Or
very good.
Or both.
So, Terrence, I mean, you know what to expect from Mythic Legions. You know what you're getting there. With Savage Crucible, do you say it's equal, comparable? Is it a Savage Crucible? Do they play well together? Or are you thinking one's going to be better than the other down the road? Or?
Here's what I'll say about that. I think because that's an interesting point. The last thing you asked, I think they do play well together. From what I can see so far, I don't even think that's well to me. I do think that what I'm most impressed by is this is a first offering for a company. You know, like so right out of the gate, this is how good their figures are.
Yep.
And I mean, you could easily say maybe they're learning from, seeing what Mythic has put out there.
Sure.
Well, they had help from the guys at Mythic Legions, right? Like some of that design quality is definitely from them. But it's
the armor, yeah.
100%, at least Mythic Legions, they're helping a lot of these other startups, right?
Yeah.
Then you got. Mm-hmm. You've got AWOC here showing like what figures should be able or how they should be able to articulate. I think like Savage Crucible has got like the serious detailed sculpts of Mythic Legions with a combined kind of articulation of AWOC. This has been my experience.
You know what fascinates me the most about these Savage Crucible figures? The freaking paint detail is so immaculate and worn. And I mean, you just put this thing in the light and you look at it, you can't show it on camera, but the sheen and reflectiveness of the scales in the paint on these guys is amazing. The detail on the weapons, and when it goes copper and it has some silver in it and it's like worn away. I mean, the paint detail is the best I've ever seen in these guys. I don't know that I have an action figure that has the paint detail as good as what they've done on this first run of Savage Crucibles. And I love Mythic Legions, and they do amazing stuff too with their sculpts and everything. But on these lizard guys, this detail is just phenomenal. And I just can't get past it. Every time I look at this guy I mean, like I said, the camera, this lighting doesn't do it justice, but
not at all.
The reflective scales and everything on there. I mean, it's just amazing to me.
I couldn't even see the figure. I was distracted by your hat. So
the texture and the sculpt too really adds something, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So one thing I will always shout out is artist and Nikki Nicole Customs. If you guys follow her on IG, follow her on Facebook. She was a very well-known customizer of Mythic Legions. She's been doing Paint Masters for, it seems like almost every indie line that's coming out right now. She did the Paint Masters for these Savage Crucibles. She did Paint Masters for Naughty and Nice with the reindeer.
Okay.
She's doing the Paint Masters for Legendary. That coming out, like, she's not working officially 100% with the companies. She's doing the Paint Masters under contract that they're sending back to the factories, and they are executing her amazing paint skills. And again, I hold Mythic Legions as one of when you get one of their character figures that has the real, solid paint apps all the way through, as a pinnacle when it comes to toys.
Yeah.
And yes, these are really, really doing amazing from that.
Yeah, I agree. What was her Instagram again?
Nikki Nicole Custom. I think it's under Nikki _Nicole _custom.
I think Nikki's NIKK, right?
Yes, NIKKI.
Yeah.
But
I've been following her for a while. I like her stuff.
Yeah, and Eric Miller also, some of the Savage Crucible paintwork. Thank you, Joe. And they are amazing. Again, well known within the Mythic Legions community and just incredible. And Brick brings up the greatest point. All new lines have the benefit of learning of what's come before. So their initial investment in tooling and engineering, their basic buck is well informed and keyed in from the start. And it's true, right?
As long as they're paying attention, yes.
Yeah.
Leave it to Brick to put it so eloquently.
That's what we need. Brick brings an air of class to the clubhouse.
That's right.
And let's not forget that it was Brick who gave us the hot tub for AWOC. Now everybody knows they love to go hot tubbing. So,
they absolutely love hot tubbing.
What's up, Radna? Welcome to the clubhouse.
Hey, what's up, man? I met him at DFW. He came out of his shell, and we went to a panel together and kind of got him used to coming in. How's it going, man?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, I was. I just walked around there. I looked to shop. I didn't really want to buy anything, and I was kind of ready to go. It was really, really quick, but going to that panel was definitely a good thing and made me a lot more comfortable.
Was there Red Nom karaoke? That's what we want to know.
There wasn't.
Oh,
there wasn't.
That's because Radnom is very chill, so it's just a lot of humming.
I want to hear that rendition of Copacabana. I know it's a killer.
The funny part is, I was ready for some craft and chill last night, and then I noticed I'd gotten a message from Mega J like about an hour before. He was like, "Hey Oz, you want to jump on the stream?" And it's like, Mega J puts out that call, and you kind of just answer. And it was like I was getting ready for some craft and chill, and then I ended up staying on streaming with JB and John here for like most of the night over on Mega J's, and then we're all like, "Oh crap, we got to be up in 2 hours."
Who was on Mega J's?
Last night? Oh man. Well, myself, JB, John. Who else did we all have on last night?
Ken. Ken was on.
Yeah, Ken joined us.
Was Travis on?
Yes, Moody was on with us. It's
odd.
my first time sharing screen with him.
Yeah, that's odd because I asked Travis to come on Thursday. He won't come on. Ken asked him to come on. So Travis is back to his I only go on big channels now.
Oh no.
For the love of
Pulling a fucking Moody.
Yeah, share a room with him at Joe Fest, and then he just
seriously,
kicks you to the curb.
I'm not even joking.
He just kicks you to the curb.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Well, it's funny. He mentioned my name, and I was like, "Does he even know who I am, or did these guys talk about me so much at Joe Fest?" He was like,
no,
he definitely didn't know who you were.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm surprised I'm ever on anybody's radar.
I didn't even get an invite.
Yeah.
Well, you're too controversial, Punk. I mean, the whole artist thing,
Yeah.
Tony was there last night as well, and Adam, highly articulated, he was with us.
Yep.
Matter of fact,
so Tony got an invite, Punk, but you didn't.
I see how it is.
Actually, I'm pretty sure Punk was brought up and mentioned for an invite, but he was busy. I can't remember.
People think that Tony's a more desirable version of Lawrence.
Well, he is taller.
That's true.
What did
That's
I
true.
do yesterday?
Thank you, Frankie. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what was it. Yes, Toy Sorceress popped in for a bit, and now tonight we got Michael.
Double the pleasure, double the fun.
That's right. That's right. Like, I just love how
this do this. We can be multiple places.
Right.
I'm a little concerned about Radnom. He's been doing, the chill and all these cool dioramas, and now he's become an instrument of war. He goes and sees some Joe Fest stuff, and now he's building an arsenal.
Yeah. Did you see what I did last night?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. This was just totally random. Wasn't planned at all, but
yeah.
Nice.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, cool. Wow.
the freaking rocket launcher on the side. I was like, I don't know, we'll just throw some rockets on it. Why not?
That's cool.
So
you really were listening to those Hasbro designers.
I think that's the one thing I paid attention to, man. And then
I
of
think
course
make a
we have
good orc.
the missile
Everything
turret. I'm
needs
doing the
rockets.
shorts series
Look
on.
at that.
Hey,
Nice.
Radnom,
That's awesome.
what action figures you got to go with that stuff?
Just Cobra Commander.
he's got Warhammer stuff. That'll kind of work with it.
Yeah, but the Warhammer's a little bit small, but I guess it wouldn't matter. Yeah.
Radnom, I'm going to be extremely disappointed if you do not get a booth for next year's DFW G.I. Joe action figure toy show and start selling some of your stuff at that convention, because it will sell.
Yeah, Radnom, you got all that stuff that's just taking up space that you could use to build a pirate ship with.
And you're right, man. Pirate ship would be awesome.
Somali pirate ship with this kind of tech.
And I don't know if you guys know anything, but the DFW area used to have a half-price books that was bought out, and it was the biggest. It was the flagship location that was in a previous seafood restaurant that had a pirate ship built in the middle of it, and so there was a pirate ship in the middle of this half-price books where they put books all around it. It was an awesome location.
Never been to that one.
It doesn't exist anymore. The actual flagship store is across the street from that previous location. That location is gone now. But in the 90s, early 2000s, there's this giant pirate ship in the middle of the store. It was awesome.
You know, what'd be really cool is to see a random diorama panel where he shows people how cool it is to build your own stuff out of things you find in your garage or Home Depot.
Oh, like a live training, like a live
Yeah,
coaching
if you could
thing.
handle
Like,
it.
yeah, you could do it too, man, kind of thing.
Yeah, man.
Man.
I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Like sparking creativity amongst each other. I gotta say, the creativity level amongst toy collectors, I don't know if it's because we never lost our imaginations or how to tap into that side of us, but it's incredible the kind of stuff we come up with. I mean, you got the people who just literally recycling, crap that's sitting around their house that they would throw away. Upcycling. Yeah. Being able to do that.
I think that's exactly it. It's the fact that we still play in our imagination. We still foster the imagination in our brains to do different things and to be creative and to think differently and to create something.
I had an English teacher that wrote in my yearbook, "Keep your fantasy world alive. You'll probably need it." It wasn't meant to be a compliment, but it's worked out so far.
Yeah.
When I watched
it works. It works.
When I watched Idiocracy and I realized I was looking into the future.
Yeah, that is a documentary now.
I had to cling to my fantasy world. Only hope for survival.
Scary.
Guys, I'm gonna head out though. Okay.
So, all right, Terrence, have a great one, man. It was awesome to see you again.
And
See you again
whoever was just trying to join, please try to jump back in. I know Michael is saying his goodbyes here.
Yep, I got to drop 2 off, so thanks everyone.
John, yeah, you've been hard at work all day, brother.
Yep. So everyone have a good night.
Good night. Good night, y'all.
Michael, hold on.
What?
Are you still on for the 18th for Thursday?
I am. Yep. Totally.
Okay.
I'm so excited.
I was I thought it was for next week.
And
I went to look and I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, I don't have someone for the following week.
Oh.
No, it's fine. I think I got Cage's Customs to come on.
Okay. I mean, I'm good any week. I have this week off and the 18th works. So
and that time works for you.
Yeah.
It's like 6. Okay.
Yeah, totally.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sweet. Oh my gosh. It's all fun.
So Largo, Ed.
All right. Night, guys.
Ed's gone. No, Ed's not gone.
Ed's not gone.
Ed's not gone. Ed doesn't sleep.
So after Michael, that only leaves JB to come on, and I just met him. So
whenever. So let me know.
You guys know the piece, like the river diorama I did with the stone wall? Yeah. I'm like, oh, it's all peaceful. I'm putting trees and stuff. And I'm like, dude, I could stick a turret on top here and have like some ammunition inside this cave I never finished out now. Maybe some,
yeah.
Brandon's going to show up in fatigues next week with paint under his eyes.
You can have an ammo stash inside that cave, some cannons sticking out the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, like a bomb, like just lodged in the freaking wall, sticking half out of the rock face. When I heard you say that earlier, Oz, I was like, I need a cigar and like some aviator glasses before I get on the stream, but I didn't have anything.
He is ready for war, folks. I know Punk wants to order 2 of those turrets for his flag.
Yeah. I was going to say that gun would work perfect on his flag. I'm
one of these?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'd be able to mount it.
Just set it on the deck. It's fine.
Well, you see, because they gotta have specific. They do have to have specific placement because they can't be in the runway path.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a reason you don't see a lot of guns on deck of aircraft carriers.
Well, so they're the little side parts, right? They come down a little bit, and they have the cannons on there, right? Just swap those out.
And it's a fantasy toy line, so who gives a shit if you load up the deck of your aircraft
exactly.
carrier?
I mean, just look at the weapon system that they have.
We're talking about toys here.
Heads off
the
freaking
toys.
Is the underside of that flag deck hollow, or like is it hollow, or is it a solid piece?
It's hollow.
It's hollow, but it's only that thick.
Right. So you could put a magnet under there and then build the magnet into the bottom of the turret and have it stick that way, right?
There you go. That would work. That would work really well.
Lot of space.
Love the magnets with this stuff.
An Earth magnet would definitely hold it.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying for it to be in the way.
Oh yeah, for the Sky Striker to actually land.
But if you send it, I will see if it works. I'll tell you that much.
There we go.
It's not even built yet, but maybe.
I see what you're doing there, Punk.
Yeah, this where
I saw that.
Man, you guys are
Wait a
like
minute.
working together or something.
You guys offered for me to put it on my flag.
I'm
You're the only spoiled bitch that we know that has a flag. Okay.
There's a lot of people that have flags, but no one has their childhood one.
I said you're the only one that we know that has a flag.
Michael has one, and Ken
Michael does have one. Ken does have one.
You can't ship guns up to Canada, so.
And I know Scuba Pete has a couple of them. So there. We'll send
Yeah. Hey,
Scuba Pete's pool party.
Yeah.
I was at the pool party. Yeah.
Did you throw a glider?
I didn't throw a glider, but I was watching him do it.
Oh man! Again, just the amount of shenanigans. Here's Scuba Pete in the middle of this hotel pool with his flag floating around, or the deck of the flag floating around the pool. I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Brilliant.
So this is why Radnom needs to go to Joe Fest next year. We need him to cosplay as Sergeant Slaughter and walking up to Sergeant Slaughter. Well, it'd be crazy because the amount of hair.
Nah, Radnob needs to do ambush.
Ooh.
Is he a skinny, scraggly looking squirrely dude?
He could be, but he's got this awesome beard and all this camo gear. It's awesome.
Yeah, we'll fundraise you some wax so you can get that beard waxed up.
There we go.
It'll
I didn't say Yukon Cornelius.
That'll work too. Why not? That'll be fun. He can hang out with the Alpine cosplayer somewhere, right? And they can trade climbing techniques.
Cosplay.
They're
all freaking skinny.
Clint's mentioning someone send GI Bro the link. The MMA fights are over and he is back from the gym.
He's in the chat.
GI Bro, if you want to jump on, Ed, I know if you probably got the link, brother. If you have a social you want to throw it to him, or reach out to any of us here, we can get you that link, brother.
There's a good chance that he's on his way back to the gym.
Yeah.
Wait, you know what? Here, I'll send you the link.
All right, you send it to him.
Before he gets on, let's just ask: does he have a shirt with sleeves on?
No, of course he doesn't. He can't fit his arms into sleeves.
And of course, whoever was trying to jump on earlier, we've had 2 people jump off now. You're welcome to jump back in. Whoever it was watching. It's the weirdest part. It'll tell you somebody's trying to jump in, but it won't tell you who. So whoever was trying to jump back in, please, you're more than welcome to jump back in. It's the way these shows go. We have people jump in and jump out all night. It's lots of fun.
They
Keeps
do have
the conversation interesting.
They have to pass Lawrence's standards to be, in his presence. So it does help if they announce themselves.
The link is pinned. No, that's not the StreamYard link. That's the Stream Elements link for the tip jar, Tony. That's my super chats. The tip jar. That's the link that's pinned. We don't put that one out in public anymore because of 3 occurrences of prolapse.
Matthew, is that a 3D print or is that a custom you did?
No.
I'll send it to both of these idiots.
This is a non-F custom injection molded.
Sweet.
They provide the decals that you can put on there. This top piece is a little thin plastic shell, but this is all injected molded, and you have to kind of cut out the pieces and stuff. And this thing is really, really cool. And
how much did that run you? Because honestly, I've been hoping they would re-release a Zartan with one now that they're doing more vehicles.
$40, $45 maybe.
So it all came out of a tree and you had to put it together.
So there was a tree, and you had to cut out a lot of the pieces and put them together, and it was havoc on my thumbs. But this thing is awesome, and it's sturdy. I mean, it's not 3D printed; it's injected molded. So
well, we know you have those soft, delicate doctor hands. So we understand.
Well, okay. I mean,
it does put Zartan in kind of a compromising position, but so did the original.
Well, hey, I mean, whatever. I mean, I've got the Punisher motorcycle too that he sits on just fine.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Now, can you disassemble it to kind of look like scrap, like the original toy? Did they keep that engineered into it?
Yeah. I mean, I could take that apart pretty easy, but it would also kill my thumbs again. But there was no crate or box to put it in. So
gotcha. Okay, well, that's a little lacking, but honestly, I'm not going to complain for $40 giving me one of my most favorite vehicles from the retro line.
Oh, take a drink.
We need to get you a better tripod or something.
Yeah.
As we all sip our drinks. Well, I tell people, grab your favorite beverage. You're going to go through a couple of them. We played drinking games.
Somebody mentioned it in the chat. Punk, what did you think of those augments for the flag that somebody's making? Those look pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like plates and other stuff.
I didn't see any.
Oh, I don't know who the vendor was.
All right. If anybody remembers who the vendor was, drop it in the chat so we could try to pull them up.
Vendor, yeah. Scuba picked up some of those to add to his flag.
You mean like the vending machines?
No, more like some of them are replacement parts, but like the antenna array that goes on the top of the conning tower and stuff like that.
Oh, I didn't see that. I saw like vending machines. I'm assuming
that's cool
probably
too.
who it was.
They were. I saw those vending machine those kits. Yeah, it was all hanging on like a spinner rack, right? I saw that somewhere online.
And they had the arcade cabinets too, right?
Good.
Yeah,
they looked good.
So he had the flag. It was like on five levels.
Yeah.
And someone said he sold it day one, and they told him, and he told the guy, he goes, "Well, that's fine, but you can't take it till after Sunday because it's here for my display."
Right.
Ooh.
Magnets. Snake comma. Oh. Oops.
Wow.
Hold on. We'll bring it back up here. Look at that.
Oh, that looks really cool.
This is from another collab buddy of mine, Maester Chief. All the parts are magnetically connected, and you can fit a classified figure in here, so you can strip off some of his gear or whatever. But no, he makes them in a whole bunch of different colors, and you've got these little magnets there, and they slip right on. And then the arms go on, and then legs go on. They've got
so good.
You can actually put a figure in there.
Yes, yeah. Really? So I've actually put the officer in here and a trooper in here.
Wow.
And so you can you just have to be careful with the leg stuff. So you have to pull off some of the holsters and stuff.
Yeah.
And then you can swap out the weapons. So he actually has the replacements. He's got the arm and the gun I have on this one. He's got the missile and the flamethrower or the big cannon thing. So he has all the arm attachments. And like I said, he's got multiple colors, and they're really not expensive. Yes, it's all 3D printed, so it is that, but the magnets make it worth it.
Looks good.
Yeah, because and like I said, I mean, look at that detail. I mean, you take a look at that detail on the internal panels as well as the outside ones.
Well, like they added the screen to it for the inside, so like it's believable he's actually like looking around.
Yeah.
Like that's fantastic.
So Matthew, are those painted parts inside, or is that like multicolor plastic printing?
This is multicolored plastic printing.
Okay.
Okay.
So each little part is clearly,
so we did it on a bamboo printer, probably.
Except for that, I think there might be some paint there, but the rest of it is all individual color pieces.
Yeah, I was talking to this guy at DFW, and he was had tons of 3D printers, and he runs a makerspace somewhere up north in a smaller town. And he was saying that the Bamboo A1 Mini actually really decent for smaller stuff. And it comes in, I think it was around $350 when I looked at it. And that's including a multicolor printing kit, which is ridiculously cheap for a 3D printer with the multicolor.
Was that Steve's Toys?
He was a guy doing all these G.I. Joe replacement parts.
Was he the guy next to the Vala booth?
No.
Okay.
No, I did talk to him.
Okay.
No, he has 40 freaking 3D printers, that guy.
Nice.
Yes.
Real quick, guys.
He made the Cobra mothership.
Yeah. Real quick, guys. I know, JB, you are getting ready to head out, brother.
Yeah, and I also put in that chat that I think it's chrisdorch.com, the guy that had the what do you call it, the soda machines and the mini arcades and stuff like that for the flag. So yeah, that's pretty good stuff there. I should have got some stuff, but maybe next time. But guys,
it look really nice.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff there. But I want to say good night to everybody. Be well. Enjoy your weekend. Thanks for having me, Oz. And anytime, man. I think again, my summers are a lot more free than the whole rest of the year. So love to hang out with you guys. And Punk, man, if you want me on, and I'm here. And if not, it's okay. I only have 3,200, so I'm good. I'm just kidding.
That's right, brother. We'll get you back on again. It's every Saturday night. So, you got a free night, shoot me a message. You got an invite automatically.
You guys are awesome. Be well. We'll see you.
All right, man. Take care.
Hey, Matthew, is that Steve Toys the one that used to print and do all the 1/6 scale stuff too?
Yeah, I mean, so he did.
If you have a Mac, you have to have a Mac.
Is it app?
I'm on a MacBook Pro.
Yours probably isn't the newest one because you got to have the newest software.
That's what it is. I haven't updated the damn thing.
Yeah.
There you go. Once you update, you get cool effects.
It's pretty new, but yeah, not the software.
So Steve Toys, he's done a lot of 1/6 scale stuff. He's done some minifigs that are,
yeah. Because I bought some. I bought a whole bunch of 1/6 scale stuff in the past from Steve's Toys. And
I mean, he's changed some of the stuff that he does because the issue that he had with shipping the mothership to the convention was that the heat warped some of it. So he changed the plastic that he was using. Going forward, he says he has only printed in I forget what it's called because I'm not a 3D printing nerd. It's not my specialty, but he swapped some parts and sold it at a discount. But he had the entire mothership that he recreated from the Super 7 designs, and basically, he got permission to do it or whatever. But he's selling the files and everything. For that mothership, if you wanted to 3D print it. He also did the G.I. Joe train, which was an unproduced item. And he had the guy who actually designed the train back in the 80s sign the engine block along with some of the other guys so that he has one that he's like, this is mine. Sorry, not selling that one.
That train was a cool thing, man. That train was awesome.
That train was pretty cool.
Is he the one that made the one for It's Chad that he showed on the channel?
Yes, it is. Yeah, because It's Chad was there and he filmed the whole booth and talked about that. And I was there. The little video that I shot was next to It's Chad as he was doing that.
Matthew, I know it's not your wheelhouse, but did you happen to check out any of the 1/6 scale 3D print stuff like Jim Edgar's or some of those guys? Because I know they brought some stuff for the DFW.
Yeah. I'm real leery about 3D printed stuff to begin with.
Sure.
I love the 1/6 stuff and I investigated a lot of the 1/6 stuff that was there because that is actually a significant portion of that show. They have all the different scales in there, but there's a lot of 1/6 stuff for dioramas and figures and stuff. And the 3D printed stuff, it looked pretty good. But it would look good if you're setting it up in a display. I don't know if it would be good, as play items because it's all 3D printed.
Yeah, you got to be cautious with that. And real quick, since he is here now. What's going on, Ken? You just missed JB and Michael and everybody else jumped off, but now you're here.
Well, I saw that you had 10 people on, so I just kept doing chores here at home and just kept it on in the background while you're all talking about Travis being too big time for most channels now.
Yeah, I was about to ask you. Did you catch what I said? But I guess you did. You notice that? Like that's convenient, huh?
Well, what's his definition of a big channel? Like, is when he passes me, then I'm no longer, then I'm left in the dirt. Is that how it goes?
It's whoever can give him the next boost.
Well, okay. I'm not sure I'm that guy because I don't cover toy news, but okay.
Well, I gotta say, I don't care how big or how small you are. Clubhouse is always a great place to hang out. You don't even have to have a channel. You just want to kick on and do stuff. You jump on. That's what we're here for. We're just here to have a good time. Friends hanging out on a Saturday night because we get all old and we're too old for that bar shit most of the time and whatever else.
Well, I just came from there, but yes, I did feel my age after a couple.
Well, everybody else just looks at us weird when we start talking toys at the bar.
Yeah, pretty much. I think I've jumped on Clubhouse when I'm at the bar before.
You hopped on Clubhouse and then hopped on a bus thinking it was an Uber.
Oops.
Going the wrong direction.
Yeah, well, it was one of those extended cab like vans. So I'm sitting there. So I jump in. I go all the way to the back. I didn't stop to realize why was it only 3 rows long. And then I was just like, yeah, so I'm on the bus. No, I'm not on the bus. And it's like, wait a second, what's going on here? So, yeah, no more. That was me acting like, definitely wasn't acting my age that night. May have been a little stressed out for
that brings us.
Another.
See, and exactly, not if the bar is at the con, which is what I hear. And I did really good at PowerCon. I went to that after party, and although I was several people tried to buy me a drink. I did not couple. I just said, yeah, get me a Coke. So, Adam, I know you got the link, brother. If you want to jump on, you're welcome to join us. So, I want to get to this tale here because we got some artwork to go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
So, it goes right along with your well-played... Ken gets a little crazy at these conventions, I hear.
I guess Lawrence witnessed it firsthand, and I guess Ed witnessed it as well with the whole almost going into the women's bathroom thing.
So this is what I saw from Ken. He had grease thumb, grease all over his thumb. All right, from his pizza. And I asked a question. I asked if this is where. Oh, because someone said something about he passed out in this chair last year. And he said, no. I think I was here, and then Bobby D picked me up and he took me over there. Maybe he took me there and he brought me here. And I go, Ken, are you drunk? And he goes, no, I'm as sober as can be. I look it over at Emerald Knight and I go, is he sober? And he goes, just like in The Office when she goes, I'm pregnant. And then they go to her and she goes, that's exactly what John did.
So it was talked about before Joe Fest that I was supposed to be kind of a Ken handler, which I was not able to do. But Ed managed to help out here. Oh, we got Trooper in the armor. Wow. He does fit. He looks solid in there. That's great.
That's cool.
Yeah, a little snug, but it works. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's a little snug, but yeah, he does fit.
There we go.
It's right in there.
So I had joked beforehand about the fact that I needed one of those harnesses where I could carry Lawrence on my back and carry Ken on my chest. And we've all decided Ken may need a one of those leashes for next year. So he doesn't.
To be fair, talk to Matt Comstock because he got me out of there after 3 beers on Saturday night. That's why I was functional on Sunday. But Friday was the night that Lawrence was talking about where I was grease thumbed and denying the amount of drinks because people were like, "Hey, can I buy you a drink?" Yeah, sure. Hey, can I buy you a drink? Yeah, sure. It was kind of like that. I'm like, okay. I didn't say no once, nor did I think, "Hey, just get a Coke." That's a smart idea.
Yeah. So Stanley's asking if you need to have a StreamYard account required. I do believe you have to at least have an account, but you don't have to have it linked to a channel as long as you're not broadcasting.
Correct.
Yeah, and there's a free level. You just sign up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I see how it is, K-Dog. Now that Chad's done, you have arrived. Look, I was at Chad's stream too, and then I switched over. Well, because it's my own stream, I had to. But I don't have to. Ed could have just started it up. I mean, I was that one night I was late.
Chad probably had a members stream. I know he likes to run those after the shows are over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, it was a member stream. He was giving away some more stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, my brain is crazy. I immediately go thinking like, Oz, you could build like a little float with a cage on it, and you could just put Ken in there and push him around so he can't get out of control too much. And maybe you can have Lawrence in there too. They could have like a cage match. And you could just
we'll put him in.
You can borrow Terrence's wagon. He can probably put some seatbelts in there.
Lawrence doesn't have any control problems, but so the one thing
Master Blaster.
Yeah, I thought about that, but.
Ed, did I tell you this story at Joe Fest? I'm in the bathroom washing my hands. Somebody walks in. I don't know why we start talking. While he's taking a leak with one hand, he asks me if I want to take a shot with the other, and he just turns around and while taking a leak, he just hands me a shot with the other hand. And I just before I slam it, I realized he didn't piss in this thing because this thing's colored red and it's Jell-O. And I slammed the thing.
Better hope he didn't.
Right? And the guy's name was Joe. And we ended up talking the whole night. And it took me about an hour. And I go, wait a minute, what were you doing with a shot glass in the bathroom? And were you seriously holding your jug with one hand and handing me a shot with the other? He goes, yeah, someone handed me the Jell-O shot with one hand. I didn't want to have it, so I gave it to you. And I'm just like, well, what was in it? He's like, I have no freaking idea. I'm like, so he's like, I just know there's alcohol in it. So that was probably the stupidest thing I did at the con because I didn't know what was in it. Now, the fact that I'm not dead, and that was last Friday.
You've been dead already.
Hey, man, I'm not going to lie. In my drinking days, I would go to the urinal, unzip, and have both hands free so I could double fist whatever I was still drinking because my glass is carried with me wherever I was going.
Not only that, you also had a smoke hanging out your mouth.
Yes, I did, because back then I could. It was before they outlawed them everywhere.
But
at least for the first couple of years.
But believe it or not, I was more tame this year than last year. So, I know it's hard to believe, but I was.
That's good.
Were you drunk on Saturday?
Not Saturday. Friday, I definitely was. Saturday, Comstock managed to wrangle me in after three drinks. He was like, "No, we don't need any more incriminating photos of Ken looking drunk and showing up looking stupid on a video after the fact." So I'm like, "Yeah, but I'll do that anyway." So,
well, Bud helped us with a little bit of photo evidence. Ed, I think you can pull that one up from the chat. Since Bud's not here to share screen.
I got to say, I'm glad I went through my drunk ass days before camera phones were everywhere.
No kidding.
I got to tell you, they were just starting out like being everywhere, but there was no video. Like it was just like, the flip phones with the cameras, like the razors and stuff. Because, oh man, if I could record what I was.
I mean, I've been thrown out of stuff, and I climbed up the freaking sign at IHOP one time, and anyway,
yeah, I still do things like that. So
I'm getting that, Ken. That's why I figured you relate to that.
Yeah. When I'm not making a video, what am I actually doing with my life?
Right.
So
you've totally shattered my image of the polite Canadian. So.
Oh no, that's just a myth. Ask Lawrence. He was hanging out with me most of the weekend. So
right after he pukes on you from the IHOP sign, he's I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just like
Ken is very polite. He just gets drunk.
So, yeah, K-Dog's bringing up last week when you and Jay jumped on from the hotel room. how disheveled you guys looked. But I thought that was mostly just more being tired than
Jay was tired. If it was Jay was tired, I may have been drinking a little, right? So
Well,
that was a real long day for you guys, driving and everything.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you guys had the long journey.
Yeah. And you didn't get video of me nearly going into the wrong bathroom, right?
No, I didn't get any video of that.
Not
that was,
video, but
that was
we
just
had
a
this
shared memory. We got photo evidence here, though.
artist rendition.
Oh, yes. Bud got this one.
Oh, we love you,
rescuing
Bud.
me from going to the women's bathroom, saying, "Ken, you need to get back to Canada at some point this year."
Yeah.
Absolutely love you, Bud, for all of your contributions and well-drawn caricatures of Clubhouse and everything else across Toytude.
Of course, it might be legal for a guy to go into a bathroom nowadays. You could just claim that you're transitioning, and no one would ever said anything to you.
You know what? You're right, but I wouldn't have had the frame of mind that night. You'd have had to come up with that excuse for me.
Yeah, I would have saved you.
So definitely in Canada, they'd probably be fine with that. I'm sure.
Justin Booth is talking about, eating the worm at the bottom of the tequila. Did you ever eat one of the scorpions?
Goodness, no.
Yeah, I've ate that scorpion, and I got to tell you, that is something. Probably the deadliest thing I've ever ingested, I think.
As far as you know.
As far as I know, that's the deadliest thing I've ever ingested. So J-Mac is asking if, a punk, when he gets back, what is his favorite thing he picked up last weekend? So absolutely.
And did you have to go to the doctor for it?
Yeah.
There we go.
And Largo, I sent you Jim, I sent you a guy that I met at Joe Fest that does 1/6 scale stuff. I sent it to you in IG. Really cool stuff.
Excellent. Alpha Magnus is saying he got his Blood Dracula from Joe Fest. Love him.
Yes.
Alpha, you missed Terrence. He was here with us a little bit earlier. I know I put you in touch with him as far as trying to get through on that. Again, that's like one of the things about this community. It's like if you're looking for something, well, first off, Terrence probably has it. So, that's always a good option. But secondly, though, just reach out to one of us, and we probably know somebody who can get it for you. We all got to help each other. Oh, look at this Bucky O'Hare.
Nice. Yeah.
Now, is this the retro, like the actual vintage one, or that's the new one?
This is the boss fight ones. This figure is awesome. I mean, he pisses me off sometimes because sometimes he's hard to put back together or swap parts, but the articulation and everything else is awesome. And they were the first ones to do the four-armed Deadeye Duck.
Yeah.
So he's got 4 arms and then the 2 legs, and then Hasbro copied their articulation later for Spiral and some other stuff. But these boss fight guys, they're doing a Garfield line that's coming up. I like the boss fight weird stuff that they're doing more than I like their regular stuff. I mean, I love the Phantom, I love the Lone Ranger, I love all that stuff, but it's all 4-inch stuff, and the horses that they did.
It is.
They've done some great stuff, but I love the weird stuff that they're doing. It's like the Super 7, but it's better because it's articulated and it looks better in package and it feels better in hand, in my opinion. But
it's a little more obscure. I've got some issues with boss fight, like on a personal level.
I get that. No, I totally get that.
But I can't deny what they're putting out, like all their Vitruvian hack stuff, like that Red Sonja. Solid freaking figure. Still one of the ones that I want.
So she's Epic hacks, not Vitruvian.
Epic.
Vitruvian is the 4-inch. Epic is the
But isn't the new Red Sonja that's coming out, like the black, white, and red paneled one? Isn't that listed under their Vitruvian?
I believe it's Epic because I think it's the same one that they're coming out with Epic, just in black and white.
Yeah,
right. Well, that's what I thought. That's why I was shocked.
Epic.
Well, that's what I was thinking, but then I could have sworn like earlier today I just saw it was listed as Vertuvian.
They probably have
because again I know the sizing scale that they do because it's one of the reasons why I've liked their Court of the Dead stuff, but I don't pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff is great. As much as I would hate to admit this, I picked up a lot of the Epic Hacks skeletons that they've done, and I like them a lot. But they feel very cheap compared to what the Foosh did. As much as I hate to admit it, the Foosh did a great skeleton. They just got it to me last, even though I was the first backer of the first product of the first skeleton that they created. But that's a whole other story.
I so wanted the PowerCon one. The glow in the dark Foosh skeleton with all the jack-o'-lantern head and everything.
So that was the yokai version, but just glow in the dark. And I thought that was a great addition. And if you had the opportunity to get it, I think it's great because that yokai skeleton is awesome. And honestly, he's Harryhausen. You could do stop motion animation with that thing, and it would look amazing.
Do you guys remember the name of Bucky O'Hare's ship?
The Righteous Indignation. I built it out of Legos. I custom built it out of Legos as a kid, and somehow it got destroyed and lost. I don't know what happened to it. My nephew got the parts. I don't know. But I had the compartments so you could actually go from the pilot seats down a hatch into the back, into the bottom, and eject out of the vehicle, the toad stomper out of the back.
Oh, yes. Perfect. Yeah, I was always like, it was always such a shame that we never got like a really good scale version. I mean, the Toad Stomper toy was cool. Don't get me wrong. It was cool. There you go.
I love these. I got a couple of these with the pumpkin head. The articulation is really good. The paint. I got some of the Foosh Ninjas, and I was, they were okay. These are much better. They've definitely learned some things. And
I don't know if you saw it or not, but they did a crowdfund issue thing for an updated Ninja where they fixed a lot of the issues that they had problems with in the first run. Now, granted, I bought a ton of those Ninjas when they were on sale for $4 to $10 a piece.
The green ones?
I have a bunch of those Foosh Ninjas that I bought on the cheap, but I still liked them, and I still made my Billy custom out of it. Thanks, Lawrence. Because he's a smaller buck than the classified. So, I've got Billy as a teenager off of that Foosh Ninja. They're cool, but they do have their limitations. They could have done a little bit better, and I think they learned their lesson. Those yokais are awesome. I'm glad you got one because those skeletons are amazing. If you love skeletons, they're awesome.
The biggest problem I had with the Foosh Ninjas is the damn hands fell off all the time.
All the time. They were impossible to keep on.
Yeah.
I picked up some of the skeletons that came with who made those? It was part of the line from
Storm Collectibles.
But they're more 7-inch scale, so they're okay. But these scale much better with classified or active force, that kind of scale.
I miss the Storm Collectible ones, and so the Epic Hacks and the Foosh have been my skeletons, and honestly, they're the best ones. Both of them are great. Just the boss fight ones feel cheaper. But you can play with them. You can move them around. You don't care, right? I mean, they're easy to move. The Foosh ones, they feel more collector grade, and they're painted better, and they move really smooth, and the details a little bit better. But
I got a question about boss fight. Does anybody know what happened with the Aranya family? Because they were there and then they were gone.
Yes, I kind of do.
Sorry, is that not a story for on the air? I'm guessing it's probably not.
It's not a story for on the air.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's got to be one of those things we talk about offline.
Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if it was just one of those, a simple, they resigned, making a new company, something like that. But if it's not that simple, let's not even get into it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't, when I just say personal reasons, I leave it at that, because that's not something I'm going to throw out in the public. I'm not here to trash people like that.
Yep.
That's fine.
Ed, can you get Kenny the link here?
I sent Kenny the link. Stanley wants the link too. I will send it.
Yeah, Stanley was asking about the link. You can throw it there. I mean, honestly, anybody wants to join. I mean, that's how we do this thing.
So, Stanley, I got to send you a link through your IG. Then you click on the top link above the picture. So you
click above the picture.
You can't just get on to StreamYard and find somebody's stream. So I'll send you over the link.
Yeah.
Also, GI Bro said he was backstage for quite some time and then bounced out.
Was he? I didn't
see him pop up. I didn't hear the
I
ding.
didn't get the ding.
Feel like
I always
someone,
get a ding.
I don't know. It sounds like someone has an issue with people that don't wear sleeves. Well, I know
He
it
said he
wasn't
had
me 'cause he was on my stream.
And he's looking for the ding.
Yeah, bro, we apologize. We can send you the link again. You are welcome to join. I didn't hear a dig. Otherwise, I would have definitely dropped you in.
Yeah, bro, I don't have to apologize because I would have brought you in.
You're not a partner. You can't just bring people in on
That's
that.
why I said
You
I'm
can
not
blame
gonna apologize.
Ed. You can blame
I
Ed
would
or
have
Oz.
if it was on
Ed
my
or
stream.
Oz.
That's right. We're the two in control, and we missed it, and I own up to that. I apologize. If
I didn't miss a fucking thing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, like I have the ding set up for this
Punch
reason.
both you guys.
I could take it.
So fast, he'll probably punch both of you, and he's got
That's
the
fine.
arms for it.
That's fine. I could take a hit. We did have some questions for you here, Punk, while you were away, sir. And I'm trying to scroll back up and find them. See, I heard the ding now.
Yep.
It was the first thing I did. I was like, is that GI Bro or is that Kenny? It was definitely Kenny.
No, he said he got to get going. He's probably going back to the gym.
Probably. Yeah, stream from the gym. Everybody does that now,
At
right?
this time of night, he's going to the gym. It's Kenzo, my apparent twin from Joe Fest.
Yeah.
Right.
Looks just like him.
Looks just like him. The guy's like, "Yeah, I'm such a fan. Oh, that's awesome. You're Kenzo's creations." I'm like, close enough. Whatever.
We're
How you
twins,
doing,
bro.
Right.
I'm not sure why my camera's black, but I don't know.
Okay. Are you trying to steal my gimmick? The infinite nothingness?
No way, dude. I cleaned my whole room here. It's nice. I want to show it.
Your camera's broken.
Stanley doesn't
it
have
better not
social.
be. It's a
Is
brand
there a
new
way to get
dream.
him the link?
Lens cap?
Did you flip the little thing?
What
that
social
blocks
media
it
he's
to
got?
open it?
He said he doesn't have socials at all.
Sign up on
he has
StreamYard. I
Facebook?
think I'm on a
Maybe he has
homepage.
Facebook. I don't have Facebook.
If I got Facebook, I'll have to back out. That's fine. I can do that.
Yeah.
We'll get it set up here in a minute as soon as I finish the smoke because I'm limited to what I can do.
We're gonna print the QR code on the back of a pigeon and should be there. Shortly
for next Saturday.
Hey, there's my best friend right there.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Him and I.
I
him
can
and
feel the
and
love.
John
I can
closed
feel the
down
love.
Joe Fest on Saturday. We were there till 3:30 in the morning.
Sweet.
I gotta say, it was so great seeing the first pictures of you two together. It's just polarizing because I think Adam's probably taller than the rest of us.
Well, for the record, Adam was actually bending down in that picture.
Well, it's kind of like how I angle our selfies so that my camera's kind of turned up so you appear taller. Now, I know we had... Okay, so I can't remember who asked the question, and I wanted to give him credit for it. Lawrence, what was your favorite pickup of Joe Fest?
Oh, well, I haven't opened everything yet.
Well, there we go, folks. Yet to be determined, but what's your favorite pick so far?
Delta 17 Red Okami. Okay, move on.
Oh, there we go. We've heard it.
Was it when you picked up Ken off the girls' bathroom floor and you helped him back out? And
No,
good friend?
That was
That was
Ed's
Ed.
favorite pickup.
I would have just let him sit there and take pictures.
As I'm sitting there vlogging, I'm like, and I'm at Joe Fest and I'm in the restroom and oh dear God, I'm about to get in trouble.
Well, I can tell you that it first off, it was
Jay back.
It was not that new 6-inch figure line.
Fist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see your video on that.
I had no problems with my fist though. So
there's some
I
issues.
think he already did one video.
Yeah. He did one. There's some issues, but and I've heard a lot of people say that they like it, but there are issues. It's a first product, and they're trying to work out the kinks in Colombia for their manufacturing.
Yeah. The legs just pop fucking off and keep coming off.
Yeah, there we go. That's great.
Now I know this was no 3 stacks to the max where he just pulled off that Hawk's arms and said, "Oh my God, look how weak it is." But these keep coming off. This keeps falling off. Giant shoulders. I'm sorry. There's promise to this, but they're just not good figures. So, I mean, I would not recommend using whatever factory they're using in Colombia right now. And I think this shows exactly why everyone goes to China and they say it would take years and years for the US or anyone to get this stuff right. But it has promise, but it is very disappointing.
So Justin wants to know what figure should he use as a base for his custom Leon S. Kennedy. And for those of you who don't know, Leon S. Kennedy is a member of Stars, so he's kind of like a SWAT character, unless you do the one from Resident Evil 4 where he's got like a leather jacket.
I can't remember the name of the company, but again, 5K Toys had a Leon Kennedy knockoff figure that was phenomenal. Everybody loved that figure.
That was just a couple years ago, right?
It was just last year. Actually, I want to say like 6-8 months ago. And that figure was awesome, and everybody loved him. And I wish I could have gotten one because that Leon Kennedy looked amazing, and they did Inkblot and a couple others, and Inkblot as in Rorschach from The Watchmen.
Wasn't that Muff Toys? Because they did the Joker too, didn't they?
That Joker's awesome. That Heath Ledger Joker is amazing. Yeah.
So I'd say, Justin, if you're doing 1/12 scale, if you can find them, because I don't think they make them anymore. Action Force had a blue trooper. It was in an all blue uniform. And there are some 3D printed Leon head sculpts you can find that'll fit. And if you're good at painting, or you have a friend who's good at painting, you could do that up really nice.
So Pop Lender brings this up, and I really wanted to highlight this and just shout out to Pop Lender. You know, we never really talk a lot here about Chicken Fried Toys. Yeah, they've got some really, really neat shit.
They do. I love it. It looks great in the package. I can't get over the price point, but it looks great, and I want to hold it. I want to play with it, but that price point stops me every time.
I hear you. I was apprehensive. I mean, it was the same thing. I'm definitely going to have to go inside because it's starting to rain a lot harder out here. But like price point has kept me away from a lot of lines. And I've seen, like, once I'm willing to overstep that line, what happens. Because that's what I did with Mythic Legions. I was like, I'm not going to pay that price for a toy. And then I did. And then it was this rabbit hole that I can't get out of. I just keep digging further into. So, all right, guys, I'm going to back out here for now because I can't hear what I'm saying. So
that's one of the things that keeps me in 1/12 instead of going back to 1/18. For the price point for a lot of the new stuff, I can get a $30 figure that comes with great accessories, or I can get a $30 1/18 scale figure, less detail in the sculpt, and it's like I can't justify some of it.
Jim, I'm right there with you. I love the Skeletron stuff. Hell, I love the 3.75 figure that they came out with. It's a freaking amazing, but I can't take pictures of it. It's not the scale that I normally collect, and it doesn't have all the detail, but it's amazing and I love it. But then the price point just kills it for me.
Yeah. The one exception I've seen of all the recent stuff, and it's not just because I love Ken, Delta 17. They got the O-ring right. The sculpts are stellar. The price point is good. It's the only 1/18 line I'm going to collect. of current.
So, Jim, I hate to do this to you, but have you looked at the Operation Longbow stuff or the Operation Recall stuff?
I did look at some of the Strike Force Alpha just because I'm a Bullet Man and Mike Power fan.
Real
I love
quick,
that stuff.
For who asked you the question about Resident Evil? Justin Booth.
Justin Booth.
It's Patriot Studios that is the actual name of the company that did that Resident
Evil. Okay. Thank you for looking that up, Ed.
Speaking of stuff from the chat, before we wander too far, K-Dog was asking Punk while he was taking a break. You got 5K coming up. Are you doing anything special? You gonna do some kind of blowout? You gonna give away some swag? You gonna do a whole Roman show?
It's gonna be a show of just Roman. You just follow him around.
Awesome.
I think you should have Olivia and Roman on in place of you for your 5,000 subscriber show. I think it'd be a classic.
That would get you to 6K.
Olivia looked slightly embarrassed the other day when she had to come on screen to do Welcome to
She's
the
under
Creamery.
pressure though.
Yeah, because I did warn her that I might have her come in, but I don't think she was.
She didn't believe you.
I think she believed me. She just wasn't prepared. It's not like she's never been on camera before. I mean, remember when she had the makeup?
Oh yeah, and she had to come on and show.
Oh, can I just say real quick? Can you not put Ken and I next to each other? We look exactly the same, so we don't know who's saying what.
Well,
so yeah, don't forget to put us next to each other.
I introduced Ken, and someone goes, "Oh, hey, you're Kenzo." I'm like, "Have you ever watched Kenzo?" Because
so for 5K, I thought about it, but I got to reach out to a couple people if I was going to do something. I don't want to do something just generic and throw it out there. But at the same time, it's just a number.
Yeah, and just remember, you can do a special stream, have members on, do stuff like that or whatever. When you do giveaways, YouTube hates that shit, and so they push you to the corner.
Yes. So you can do giveaways. YouTube does not want you to do giveaways to, you can get in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
really.
YouTube does not want you to incentivize people to subscribe to your channel by doing giveaways. Yep. But if you do a giveaway after because you hit it, you don't have to say that's what it is.
Okay.
But yeah, they don't like that.
Yeah, it's in the rules. It's supposed to be for everyone. You can't say only people that are behind this paywall can be in the giveaway kind of thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they don't like the incentivizing because, technically you're supposed to be building your channel on your own, not just so someone can get to 5,000 and give something away or 10,000.
Raffles also are another one that they're touchy about.
The what?
Raffles.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess that would pretty much go in the same. They're okay with giveaways, from what I understand.
Okay.
But not, from what I understand, but not for hitting milestones.
Right. Stanley, you're still in the chat. Hit me up or tell me what your Facebook is, and I can get you that link, buddy.
So I get what people say about the followers, just people just show up for the giveaway and all that, but I still think it's kind of fun sometimes. I mean, every time, like that one we did with Hella Dope a while back, that was a ton of fun, actually.
I like the giveaways. I mean, I've always, when I do them, I think they're fun. They just become logistical nightmares.
Yeah.
So is Adam going to do a special show when he gets his complete Motu collection?
I mean, I've done giveaways, and then I have people going, could you send it on this date? So I'm like, dude, I'm giving you something for free. Don't start dictating of when I can ship it to you.
Right.
Well, I mean, come on. Some people have to plan it so when their wife's going to be home or whatever,
So earlier I joined Chad's stream, jumping on into the chat to wish Chad a congrats. 5K is a big milestone for a lot of people. So I wanted to jump in, congratulate him. He's doing the giveaways. A lot of the stuff was like Valaverse and all like that. I don't collect Valaverse.
Right.
But you know what, though? I still jumped in just because it's fun, right?
Yeah.
And then if I get it, guess what? Well, chances are I probably would have just said, give it along to the next guy, or I'm going to give it away on my channel or something like that.
I mean, he also did a $50 Helidope gift card and a $100 Amazon gift card.
$100 Helidope gift card.
Was it 100?
That was that was from
Tony.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounded
I didn't even bother participating in any of the giveaway stuff because I was like, I'm just here to hang out and say hi and engage. And quite frankly, I mean, eventually he got me my Warpath Eclipse, but I'd already had a Warpath Eclipse, so I passed it on to Toy Pix, who's a photographer by trade, like gets paid for it, and he does action figure stuff, and he's really a nice guy. And so I just gave it to him because he's starting to get into Valaverse because he's all about his criteria for collecting figures. You know, they can't have a swivel waist, they have to have a ball waist, and they have to have multiple hands and heads and things like that he can swap around and take good pictures with. And so I gave him the Warpath Eclipse so that he could have her. Because Chad gave it to me, I gave it to him, and passed it on. I thought that was a nice way to do it, but you know, the giveaway stuff is sticky.
Yeah,
shipping can be wild.
Yeah,
it's like Largo. I mean, where does he live? Like on an island by the sea somewhere.
I'm actually in a volcano lair I got off of a Bond villain.
Sweet.
$1 million.
Bob and I are doing a fundraiser to get Largo up to Joe Fest next year. We just got to rent a big enough rowboat for him to get around Florida and up to Georgia.
What we're going to do is we're going to put a V8 on the back of a dinghy.
Nice.
And
yeah, he went through an entire case of the new Bone Collectors and not a single bloody one in it that he bought, but he bought a couple of them here, a couple of them there. I saw him on Saturday buying a whole case from Bobby. And he was looking for that one because he was trying to give one away on his channel and one to a friend who really wanted one, and none were to be found because out of all the Bone Collector version 2s that he made, only 100 of them are bloody, and he has no idea which ones they are.
Right. Go ahead, Punk.
William and I were discussing you, Largo, and now we're starting to wonder. Maybe you're not allowed in the States anymore. And you're just keeping this a secret.
All I'm going to say
is, Largo, I'm going to let you know right now, you do not have to answer that question.
Stanley, check your DMs.
Tequila and firearms are not a good mix. That's all I'm saying.
It's just something like we discussed, and he was like, "I've tried getting him to come up, and
it's Georgia. Everybody's allowed in Georgia."
Dude, I think Ken is writing down a note saying tequila and firearms sounds like an interesting mix. That's what he looks like he's doing right now.
That's exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm making a note right here saying Joe.
He's wondering how much tequila and firearms do I have in the garage.
Hey, Tony, you can see that, you know, from where you are in El Paso, right? Like you just look out over your rooftop. For those of you who don't know, El Paso is where you can like look right across the way.
No, it's right there. It's right there. I've got friends from Venezuela that were had significant positions in the government before Chavez and were almost killed and went into hiding after Chavez was put into power. And they're doing okay. And some Cuban friends that are Americans, and there's some interesting stories about CIA and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, there's a little bit of that here in Guatemala as well.
I would imagine. It's all the same stuff.
The history is sorted, but let's just say the CIA has been very busy over the last, several
of decades.
Yeah, about 50 years. I mean, they stirred a lot of shit up for about 50 years. Well,
Kenny with the hard flex.
Look at that.
That gorgeous Mondo Scareglow.
He's as big as my head.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
I love it though. Oh man.
That is such a cool sculpt.
This hits every box for you, Oz. I'm so surprised you never. It's clear. It's glow in the dark. It's a skeleton. Like what else do you need?
I have my thresholds for cash and I'll just put it that way.
It's space and money with Mondo. Really, it's space and money because their stuff looks
Honestly,
amazing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, if I didn't have this room, I wouldn't have this toy.
For
is that 1/6 scale? That's
yes,
pretty much.
Okay.
So
This is
for those of you
15-inch.
who don't know, I actually have a custom of that, not that exact style. We had them on Toy Frenzy a couple of months back. You guys have seen videos on like Pixel Dan where like he's making the 250% enlarged vintage Motu toys. We had this guy on and he was just like, after I get all this going, he goes, pick one of the figures, guys, and he's coming to you. So I have a very similar figure on its way that was handmade.
Nice.
Complete vintage style coming of Scareglow that I just, it blows me away.
How's he making
Absolutely
it?
blows me.
Wow.
He is actually, if I remember correctly, it's molded. It's
Wow.
not
It's
3D
not like this
printed
one, right?
put together. It's a fully molded figure, like injection.
And they made it big. How did that's? You know what you could do? I guess you could print the parts out and then make the mold with the 3D printed
It's
part.
basically what he's doing. Like,
And
well, no,
then
he's got
inject and mold.
sculptors. He's got sculptors sculpting it. Like he showed us in that episode, the people he was working with. Like he took us on a little tour of the workspace and all like that because he did the stream from the workspace. He's doing this all on his own with several artists, and they're doing beyond just the figures. They're doing the play sets too. They're doing Grayskull, Eternia at 200, as big as it already is, 250% larger.
Well, how big is the elevators?
resin
Snake Mountain.
It actually would end up making his look kind of tiny.
Wow.
Wow.
This is big.
Yeah, it's nuts. Well, and again, if you check out Pixel Dan did a video with him not too long ago. Bud's back
with his ears.
Yeah, we got a full house again.
Hey, bud.
We do. Stanley, if you're still trying to join, we're full house, but I know I sent you the link here a little bit ago. I don't know if you're still trying to jump in.
Yeah, just let us know in the chat if it doesn't let you in. Then
K-Dog had a good question about
I can totally jump back out.
You know, I don't know if getting into Origins right now would be the way to go, or the Filmation stuff, because that's more readily available.
Yeah, you're better off
the
right
Filmation
now.
stuff is a relatively newer line, right? So they
Mhm.
the way that they're doing it, the Filmation stuff might be the way to go because you can start picking that stuff up right now.
Yes. If you're trying to go through and do Origins, I mean, Adam fortunately is so ingrained with all of us, the Motu collectors, even though he never touched it, has managed to really get a lot of the older stuff pretty cheap or as close to retail as you're going to get it. But now if you try to go back and get a lot of the older figures from Origins, the cost is outrageous for a lot.
Not to mention the amount of figures, because I was doing a count last night.
Oh man!
And I don't have like everything, but I have, just counting Origins, 104.
Yeah, exactly.
And only like 3 of those are customs.
Yeah, it would be
And there's
really,
actually only
really
11 or 10 cartoon collections out. So there's
Yep.
not going to be too much catching up. And there's one vehicle with the collector and then the one with
Mhm.
Adam and Cringer. So, I mean,
Cringer
I
2.
have all of the ones that have been out so far. They have 2 more that are coming with Clawful and Spikor. But
Yeah.
everything else is available. They're even showing up at Walmart now. So
And you can actually order a lot of them off of Mattel Creations. There's quite a few of them that are still, regular for sale retail price at Mattel Creations right now.
$18.
So
I think the only one that isn't up is He-Man.
That's where you go.
All right, I'm actually gonna bounce out. So
all right. Well,
anyone else
Lawrence,
wanna jump in.
Good night, Punk.
This is your chance. All right, guys.
And it was because I came
great
back.
having you.
Take care,
Lawrence.
If anyone sends a super chat on my channel, someone needs a spin.
I will spin. As a matter of fact, I got to do one for John. Because that happened while I was
I
outside.
would say Ken, but I'm scared you fall down.
Depends how much alcohol I've had to drink. So.
He would do a spin and end up in the women's restroom, so we can't do that.
He didn't. He didn't end up.
I'd spin into a cab outside. So
that was actually a.
Did you guys show off that picture?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We did, bud. We did.
Bye, Lawrence.
All right. I got to take off the headset, so I'm not going to hear you guys for a second talk all the shit you want while I don't have it on. I'm going to do my spin.
Fucking Oz, man. What an asshole. Oh.
Freaking Oz, man.
Sorry, I thought we were all going to do that. My bad. Was it just me? No.
So
that's all right. It's about 95% of the time when I jump on, Lawrence jumps right off. So I don't know what the fuck he's got against me, but no.
He doesn't want to get teamed up by Ken's. That's what it is.
I was going to go easy on him tonight.
I'm surprised you didn't bring up the Brett Sean thing.
Well, it was already in my video.
Sarge had something to say about that. And
Yes, which I left out in the video as well. But Lawrence dared me to ask Sarge in the middle of telling a story, why don't you ask the wrestler here who the best wrestler is between Brett and Sean? And Ed saw that, right? I'm like, he's in the middle of telling a story. Nobody interrupts the Sarge. And I wait for a quick break, and I just go, Sarge, I got to ask you something. I asked him straight up, and he goes, Bret Hart. Ed witnessed it.
Yep, he said Bret Hart, hands down.
I thought it was
That's
great
right. He
the
actually
other
said
night
hands
when
down.
Tried to bring that up on stream, and conveniently, those people were kicked out of the stream right before they could say it. That was just, I'm sorry. We all have fun with our channels. We all know it's good fun.
Fucking Travis.
I wasn't saying names, Ed.
I call that motherfucker out no matter what. He's my partner. I'll definitely call him.
Right. So, Ken, this was my pickup today. I want to thank you for starting me down a Black Series Mandalorian hole.
Yes.
But he hit clearance, so I got him.
Who is that one?
This is Paz Vizsla.
Paz Vizsla.
Jon Favreau's character, not the Jon Favreau head version of the character.
I suppose you could just get the Happy Hogan figure and swap heads.
I was thinking that because that's actually probably cheaper than trying to get the SDCC exclusive.
Here's my pickup.
The
today,
big
Oz.
pickup today. I saw the video earlier. The lights.
Nice.
I want that throne.
So cool.
Now that's a bone throne, baby.
Wow.
Changes colors.
That's what I like about it.
And the collar head is tight, dude.
Oh, man,
and the
it looks
jaw
so
articulates.
good.
The jaw articulates.
The jaw does articulate. See, they need to include that with more, but I guess they're going to wait for special releases, really.
Well, you know how it goes, man, with all the indie lines, like everybody says, that kind of sets the bar when they see people doing that with indie lines and they're like, oh, well, we should probably get on board or we're going to be left in the dust because people like Oz already jumped off the bus, man. So
I'm sorry, Mama. You can only go so far. And I've just gotten so aggravated with trying to collect Origins. Like even the last couple of Mattel creations, I'm like, it's just not worth the headache for me. It's not.
Yeah.
And, like right now I'm into collecting lines that are not frustrating, that still excite me. And not that Motu doesn't excite me, but now I get excited for watching other people get what they want from it. Like, again, I'm not going to get that scare glow, but I am insanely excited.
Dude, I'll take all the pictures for you, man. Yeah,
I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. I'll put them under my pillow at night. I'll actually print them off and put them under there.
We'll do a time. You know what? Faker Battle Cat always tells me when something's really high end. He's like, "Hey, dude, can we just timeshare it and just send it to each other 6 months at a time?"
I'll send you mine. You send me yours. We'll swap them up. It'll be perfect.
Yeah. We'll
like these two guys. What's all this Colorado to Baltimore going on here repeatedly? And folks, this is Stanley Eberhard joining us on live on the Clubhouse stream. What's going on, Stanley? Good to have you here, brother.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Okay. I have my TV on mute now, so sorry about the camera. It's the first time I had my camera on for ever on this computer. So
it's all good, brother. Did Too Bad SDCC get covered yet? I know we talked about it last night on Mega J's channel. If you want to go to that, I mean, what more can we say? It's a great con exclusive figure. I'm excited for everybody who's going to get it. I'll wait for a vintage Origins style one that's just the singular figure. Now, even though Skelly and I both called it like a year and a half ago that they were going to do that as an exclusive, like you'd get the individual figures.
It's so great, dude. Oh
and
my
a piece.
God. So nice.
I think it's amazing. Like it's the first time they've ever done this for this character within the line. I'm insanely excited for it. I'm still going to pass on it because it's just not worth the stress or the hassle, the frustration.
Well, it's going to be $50 too, right? $50.
Yeah.
50?
And honestly, I kind of wish it came with a little bit more. Like they're kind of pricing it that high because of packaging again, more or less. Because
it's an exclusive as well, right? And you're getting two figures, so it's the whole package of
technically 3,
2 singular figures with one torso to combine them. You know.
So they're not getting $50 from me. They're going to get $150 from me because I need to open 2 and keep one in the box.
Keep one, right? Exactly. Like to get the complete set, you got to get at least 3. So,
Yep. Damn it.
I'm right there with you, Toy Bounty Hunter. I want to see the rest of Origins finally come out, please.
If you finish it up, though, then the hunt kind of ends, right? Like it kind of bookends the series. Does it not kind of ruin some of the fun, or if they can finish the main line and then jump into some of the more obscure stuff, like just do
they can jump into another line, but
that's
like
kind of what they've been doing, right?
Okay, fair enough.
Like they could switch it to like the new adventures, but maybe in like a origin or cartoon style.
I do want to get Hero and Eldor and those types of characters that we never got in the past Great Skull line.
Right.
And they need to do a lot more Princess of Power in that line too. It's like there's so many they could do.
A good point.
That's such
Next
a good line.
year, I really feel with the anniversary of She-Ra, we're going to see more. But
I literally bought this for my room now. I bought the vintage.
Nice.
Oh, is that the Crystal Castle?
Yep.
That is.
I got a vintage on eBay. Got and then I got my little.
Is it complete?
Yeah, it has everything in there. I just put it in storage because I kept it closed.
Yeah.
So
I've sold off 2 complete ones in the past, and I don't feel good about it. And I'm like, they just keep going up in price. Like the price I sold those 2 are probably the price of what it is now.
One and out.
And I'm just
yeah. Because it's getting tougher and tougher to get them complete because there's. Unlike Grayskull, unlike Snake Mountain, the Crystal Palace was more dollhouse.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of little accessories that came with it.
The little mattress. I mean, it could be deteriorated, and I mean, this one was in like plastic, so they kept it in good shape, which was nice. The stickers were still in good shape. The gold is coming off a little on the outside, but I could always touch that up,
But the tabs on the windows are always the hard part, right? Because if they're broken off too much and the windows don't stay, right? And then all the bedding materials like the pillow and the blankets and all that, right?
Now that you bring that up, dude, I was wrong. I'm missing that one half of the front door, and that's why I have She-Ra standing. That's the one piece that was missing from there.
It is ridiculously hard to complete because
I want to print one so I can just throw it.
The last one that I got was I'd gone to. You see me do the tours at the Victoria Ultimate Hobby and Toy Fair before because I travel for that. I got to get a ferry, I got to get a hotel, and all that. And I'm usually there to sell and then buy stuff. I wanted to get like my ferry paid for, but somebody had this whole Crystal Falls lot, or not Crystal Falls, Crystal Palace, right? And I had no idea. I just bought it for a cheap price, and I spent like 30 minutes trying to figure out if it was complete or not. Once I realized it was, I was like, okay, just so you know, I'm going to sell this at the show. Do you mind that I just ganked it off your table? He's like, no, go ahead. I don't even know what I have. Right? And I'm like, okay.
Nice.
So I love those guys.
But
I don't even know what I got.
There are a few between on that one, right?
But you know what though? It wasn't like I bought it for $20 and sold it for like 200. right? It was literally something like I bought it for 80 and I sold it for 140. It was literally something fair.
Yeah,
because I felt the $60 was worth me kind of piecing it together, right? And this was probably 2 years ago when I wasn't, on YouTube as much and probably would get judged a lot less for it back then than I would today, right? But it's just
I don't
one of
think
those.
you get judged that much because, like you said, if you're piecing it together to complete it, I'm not going to judge you for that. Like, he's got most of it. You've got a couple extra pieces to finish it all.
That was exactly what it was. Right?
So
I had 1 or 2 pieces. Right.
There's nothing wrong with upselling it for a complete.
Yeah.
If you're the one that completes it, you're not just flipping it.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I got my turtles. My wife, she goes around to, sales all the time. She finds stuff out of the garbage sometimes. She finds all kinds of great stuff and resells it. She found this one figure and says, "Do you know what it is?" And I said, "That's a She-Ra figure." And she's like, "Okay." And she starts looking it up. And it's like, I started doubting myself. No, it was a Null figure from the original She-Ra line. And it's that owl with the ears or whatever. And I'm like, you just paid $5 for a figure that you can sell for 60 right now. So awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's great when you can get stuff like that. And Lone Dragon saying it right here, he wants Cal, he wants Imp, Loki, Madame Raz, Broom, and Cat Form Catra. Like, you're hitting.
They can be hard to get. Like,
Mondo gave it
going
to
for the
us.
hard to find stuff.
Mondo gives us everything we want. I'm sorry, they just give it to us at a 1/6 scale. But I mean, I ain't complaining.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'm glad, like, how crazy, the fun parts of Clubhouse, right? Like, we started off, we were talking a lot of indie stuff with Savage and Mythic, went through a lot of Joe talk, and now here we've rolled right into the Motu talk. Like, it's great. Stanley, your first time jumping here. What do you want to talk about, buddy?
I'm not quite sure. I'm just kind of testing the waters here and seeing what this is like from my end. I don't do social medias aside from Facebook, so but I'm down for whatever. I'm big into classified, but if we've already talked classified, we can move on to something else.
We'll roll back around because we always do.
That's a good topic. So
I do gotta ask.
My little
Stanley,
thing earlier when I said
do you got a mullet?
I accidentally got that G.I. Joe thing.
That is amazing.
I didn't realize it was a Super 7. I didn't realize how big it was.
Super 7 overclassified?
I didn't know how big this thing was. I thought it was it was sold on Hasbro Pulse.
Oh, the Red Shadows escape armor?
And I was like, why is it so expensive? But then I saw it and I was like, holy crap, it's a Super 7. I went to cancel it and they had already shipped it. I didn't realize
because it was that quick. Oh.
Yeah, but everyone loves the Red Shadows.
Here's Hal Jordan's here.
What's up, Hal?
With sharks, dolphins. Is that what we're talking?
I don't get into that. That's something else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Here you go. Vintage Red Shadows right there for you.
There it is.
I picked this up at Joe Fest.
Jackal.
The Red Jackal.
I cannot wait for the Crimson Moon. I mean, I'm super excited for what Monster Force, what Fresh Monkey
really
Fiction
good shape.
is doing with that line. I have an extra Destro that I almost painted that way from Classified because I'm super excited about the Red Shadow stuff. And then they threw out a Johnny Quest figure that's also a Dr. Venom figure. And I mean, Fresh Monkey Fiction is doing some awesome stuff with their Monster Force line. I can't wait.
Well, when you combine that with the Skeletron 6-inch stuff, or I guess maybe you're talking about the 4-inch stuff, I'm not sure. But either way, you can combine the two and you get a modern Red Shadows universe, which is just freaking awesome.
Yeah, no, I mean, their 4-inch stuff is awesome, but I'm really looking forward to the 6-inch versions of the stuff that they're doing because that's more along the lines that I collect, and I can't wait for that Robo Skull. I've got a couple of them coming. And those things look amazing. And at Joe Fest, I wish I was there to see it in person to know how amazing it is. But the 6-inch figures that are supposed to be coming with that also look awesome. And then you mix those with the Crimson Moon, and you can swap the heads around to make those original Action Force figures.
Yep.
That looks amazing to me.
Yeah, Mattson, did we already talk about? Maybe I missed it. Your DFW experience. I'm gonna assume yes that we talked about your DFW experience already, right?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. What do you want to know?
I mean, I was just curious, like the potential for the expansion of the show, because I've got this pipe dream in my head, which I don't think is going to happen, where I convince Steve that we do Joe Fest from the Friday to the Sunday, and because DFW is the week after, we leave the Monday, we slowly roll out to Texas, we arrive there middle of the week, we do DFW the week after. I just curious about the potential of an independent line. There, and I know it's a wild card because next year they're gonna be expanding. And when I say independent line, I mean independent O-ring.
Yeah, so I mean, DFW is the DFW GI Joe action figure toy show is awesome. It's open to all kinds of stuff. I mean, Operation Longbow has been there forever. Skeletron has partnered with some Operation Longbow people, and they've had a booth there for the last 3 years. And they have all the original GI Joe creators there, so they are very open to O-ring scaled stuff. And when they began, they were O-ring, and they built off of that, and they built off of I mean, I don't know if you know who Brian Savage is, but he held the GI Joe Con, the official license to make all the figures and all that stuff. He was the license holder for all that stuff, and he gave it up in 2018, 2019. I forget. 2018.
That was the year Joe Fest started.
Well, exactly. That was the year Joe Fest started because Brian Savage gave up the license, and then Ed kind of said, "Hey, come over here to do this." But Brian Savage gave it up because he's ready to retire. He's got enough money. He didn't need anything else. And so he gave up the license and the hassle and all that stuff. But he's supporting DFW Toy Show a lot because he likes that local community involvement from the toy show, because that started in a church, I don't know, about 10 years ago, maybe, well, a little less than 10 years, but it started in a church parking lot and built up from there to what it is today. And now they're moving next year to the Marriott at the airport, and they're expanding and growing because more and more vendors want to come to the show. The DFW GI Joe Toy Show is a great venue, and if it's always going to be the week after Joe Fest, which Ed learned his mistake this last time for what he did, because that was all on him, and I have confirmation on multiple levels that he purposely did that.
That was a dumb move.
It was a dumb move, and he did it on purpose to see if he could affect the DFW show. But the DFW show withstood it with Valverse right now, and they're going to continue that forward. They're going to be on different weeks.
Yeah, they had so many great guests of people who loved GI Joe lore and the creators. DFW rocked for that.
Yeah, I mean, Carson was pissed. Carson Metaxas was pissed that they were on the same weekend because he wanted to go to both shows, because he knows Dan Klingensmith, the Creating G.I. Joe author who's written 15 books on the topic, was going to be at DFW with all of the original creators of G.I. Joe. And so Carson was pissed because his art book would have done really well there, but he couldn't split the time between both of them, and he'd already committed to Joe Fest. And he would have been at DFW had it not been for them being on the same date.
Okay, I've been under the impression all the time it was a misunderstanding, not a purposeful thing. I don't have the facts. I thought that was the only weekend that was available, and he took it. I didn't. I don't. I was not.
I don't know that it was exactly purposeful, but Ed was given 3 dates.
Oh.
And the 3 dates involved the Pride Fest that was going on in Augusta at that time, the DFW Toy Show, and 4th of July weekend. And he purposely chose the DFW Toy Show for whatever reason, but he knew that DFW had already announced that date. So take it for whatever you want.
It's cool too with DFW. It's almost in Cotswold's backyard,
Yeah.
So you've got another great vendor that loves not only the 1/6 scale, but they're also getting into some of the 1/18 stuff now, which is really cool.
I will say that Sorry, Maston, but I will say that what does it tell you though that if we had two shows in the same weekend and both were successful, that tells you that the joint fan base is growing, regardless of where the error was, or because like you heard one story, I'd heard another. I had no rebuttal either way, by the way. I just know what I heard and had no interpretation on it, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't pushing back on you at all. But also, yeah, anyway. But what does it say that we can have two shows and both are successful, right? That's kind of crazy, right?
G.I. Joe is one of the most popular brands right now for Hasbro. For everybody who has the license, people want it. It's hot. People are very interested in it, and I think that's a great thing. And for whatever happened with Ed and the DFW show, there's a lot of stuff, and a lot of people want to push their agendas on it. I don't care about that. I love both shows.
They are now cross promoting. Like they were putting each other's posts saying, if you're in the area, go there. So I think any misunderstanding is clarified, and I hope it's in the rear view mirror now.
Yeah.
If it is, if they're going to continue to go back to back weeks and people want to take like long vacations and just do things like that, wow. I mean, it'd be a pipe dream for me to be able to do both shows next year coming here from Canada. But if it's doable and Steve's willing to drive a bigger truck down there. Yeah.
Well, it's just all the cool people who go to both shows. Well, all the shows throughout the year. It's just, we've said it before. It's not just the toys. It's a camaraderie of all the personalities that we get to hang out with.
Yeah. And I've heard some people disparaging Ed and having misinformation about it and not going that way. So I understand both people's perspectives and that there are different perspectives on the situation, but there are groups that are going to cling to one and groups that are going to cling to the other and really bash the other one. And it pains me because I like both of these shows. I like all the people that are.
I can't imagine, Matthew, in our toy community that someone would bash one thing and not bash something else.
What?
I just can't see that happening.
That's news to me, right? Yeah. I mean, I met Ed several times on Joe Fest weekend. I mean, he was great to talk to, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased because he's giving us a good spot again next year. But,
you guys had prime real estate, Ken. You guys had prime
real estate. He was very personable.
Well, and I know there's some people out there talking some very insidious rumors, speculation, I don't know, about Ed that is going around, and I'm very dubious of it. I mean, Punk's told me some things that clarified things a lot for me, and other people have told me some other things that I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. But at the same time, I'm like, there's some people that are vindictive about their presentation of information about both people, both groups, that I find very disturbing, and it hurts me because I love the community so much. I want both of them to succeed, and so it's really weird.
Yeah, I just hope it's all in the rearview mirror. Like, there should be very few individuals out there that we should openly disparage. And I mean, someone in the chat has a icon of somebody that we don't mind disparaging. You all know who I'm talking about. but the thing is, that's kind of like a repeat offender of the same thing, who isn't really in the community, isn't really in the fandom at all. Like that's very different. It's not an interpretation type of thing and misunderstandings. Like, there's no misunderstanding on that particular example I just gave, right? So I do hope that all this is in the rearview mirror going forward.
Yeah, that's why, again, like, Clubhouse is a pretty safe grounds. We try to clear out that drama. This is a place for all channels, right? Like, you don't even have to have a channel, okay? Seriously, like, that's Clubhouse is. We're just here to hang out and talk about toys and have a good time. Like, that's literally what we are.
And pick on Punk. Don't forget that.
And pick on Punk. That's always a great theme that we run through, especially now that he's gone.
Just call on Punk. Wait till he leaves and then bash. Yeah.
I was gonna say, it's especially funny.
How do you like your vintage adventure team?
Oh gosh, it's downstairs right now, but the vintage adventure team commander, it's freaking awesome. The pull cord and everything works. I mean, it was only $125 complete.
That's a good price, man. Good price for.
I know he had it for a bit more. but he dropped the price a little bit. Is there a thumbs up on Mattson's window? Anyway, yeah, I'm getting a little weirded out by the technology.
Sorry, it's iPhone stuff or
it's awesome.
Apple stuff. Yeah,
it's awesome. Yeah, no, the Adventure Team stuff is really cool. I mean, I'm thrilled with it. I love going back through the histories and finding out where G.I. Joe started, because growing up with Real American Hero, you don't know about. If you start with Real American Hero, you don't know there's an Adventure Team. You don't know there's a 64 line. I've just been fascinated going through Daryl DePriest's book and going through vintage3djoes.com. I mean, I got a collaboration in the works with Ed and Largo and Toy Sorceress right now to do a 12-inch G.I. Joe thing that I'll be cutting up over the next couple weeks.
And it's cool I wish you could have come to the DFW show, because Larry Sellers and some of those guys were there. They worked, and Daryl DePriest was there, and they worked on some 6-inch stuff. And there's a lot of 12-inch G.I. Joe stuff that was there. Some of that stuff's a really amazing history that they brought. Larry Sellers did a lot of stuff in that era, in that 60s era stuff. So awesome.
This is a big question for Ken right here.
Bob Breakin is a wonderful gentleman. Such
Bob
an honor
Breakin.
to meet him. And I didn't realize when I asked for his autograph that they were charging money for. I told the story earlier, for charity. So when I walked up to him, my excuse is it was during setup and I didn't know. So I think I owe the man. I think I owe the charity a few dollars. You're supposed to actually pay for his autograph, but nobody said anything. So I messaged Ben from Skeletron after. I haven't heard back on that front. But
Ken was like creaming his pants the moment he found out. I get this excited message and I'm like, whoa, slow down, buddy. Mind you, it was text. But that's one of these things that I love about this is, again, seeing that excitement from other collectors where, Palatoy's big. Like when you talk about toys, Palatoy is like one of the groundbreakers in a lot of ways. The kind of play sets and everything that they did.
Yeah, the whole action man to action force, the transition.
Yeah,
Palatoy were such cool innovators. I love the action force versions of what Palatoy did, because they took what Hasbro was doing and they did the same thing with Action Man. They put their own spin on it. They came up with some really cool stuff.
Well, Action Man actually originated, as we were talking about before, the gripping hand and the flock hair, right?
I think Eagle might have been a Palatoy innovation.
No, Eagle Eyes was Hasbro, I think. That's with the lever. I think they have a lever on the back of the head, right? I think Hasbro.
Yeah, they have a lever.
They kind of went back and forth. The Hasbro guys would come up with something, the Palatoy guys would come up with something, and then it cross-pollinated to both lines. So it's really cool.
Yeah.
And Bob he is the original boffin. He was a wizard. He would just come up with all kinds of cool stuff. You've seen the sketches he has, the blueprints of things that he was, coming right out of his imagination. And then, okay, guys, let's make this and figure out how to do it in plastic. It's like so cool.
It's the one reason that I wish that I could have gone to Joe Fest, because I would love to have met Bob freaking Breakin. And I'll never forget that Bob freaking Breakin is stuck in my head, because that man, he designed the Robo Skull. I mean, he designed so many things that were amazing. I want to know more about the guy. I would love to have his autograph at some point, because I've got Ron Rudats and Larry Hamas and everybody else's from G.I. Joe, but he had an integral part in that Action Force line and what they did with Palatoy and moving it forward from the 5 POA or 5 POA to the O-ring stuff to a bunch of other things. So
did Bob have a hand in the Star Wars that Palatoy did as well?
It's in his My Palatoy Story book. I don't think he was like super deep into it. I think he was loosely involved. I'd have to look at My Palatoy Story more closely, but most of the stuff was with Action Man.
It's like the Palatoy Death Star cardboard set that they did was very similar to the Action Force command center they did, and there was some cross pollination.
I think some of the clips on the playset are the same, but it's actually quite completely different. I'd have to look at how much involvement he had, but I do know that when they did a documentary on the Star Wars Palatoy stuff, he was actually featured in that. That was actually on TV. So I know there was some involvement, but I don't think it was nearly as much as he had for Action Man.
Okay.
Yeah, again, the book's right there. I'd have to flip through for about 30 minutes to find the answer. But Yeah.
Stanley, did you ever get into any of the Action Force stuff, or were you strictly a G.I. Joe guy?
Who you asking?
Stanley, our buddy here, just new to the.
Oh
hangout.
no, I never got into Action Force.
Okay.
So no, my first figure was Snow Job in '83.
Right on.
And
That's cool.
but my biggest G.I. Joe story would be I believe it was Tunnel Rat. Was it Christmas of '87? Ken, when did that one come out?
I think
But
Ken stepped away for a second.
okay, so the story behind
Yeah, it was
Tunnel Rat
87.
Okay, so Christmas of '87. So me and my brother were younger. Obviously, we were in elementary at the time, and I'm 2 years older than my brother, and so we got our Christmas Eve gift, which was I got Tunnel Rat. I'm not sure which G.I. he got, but then me and my brother couldn't stop ourselves. So what we did is we went to the tree, picked out one thing. Hey, let's unwrap one thing. Led to another thing. Led to another thing, and then by Christmas morning, we had opened up everything, and our mother was furious.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
That's the great thing about having a brother too is you get to double your Joes because you get one, he gets a different one, and then you play together. That's cool, man.
And you can split the blame when you get in trouble, right?
Right. Yeah.
that part of it. That part of it's good.
See, I was.
I don't know what happened, Bob. He wouldn't stop.
perfectly
I tried.
Motu.
I tried, Mom. I tried to stop him.
Yeah,
That was what worked out
I
perfectly
tried
with
blaming stuff
Motu
on the
between
dog,
me.
and that never worked. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just want to do a test run here, guys. I'm going to sign off, and I may or may not stay in the chat, but I'm going to sign off the screen. And this was my YouTube debut.
All right.
Hey,
Popped another cherry.
Great to have you, Stanley.
Thank you.
I was going to say, Clubhouse pops a lot of cherries, Stanley. Glad to have you on board. I'm going to add another notch on the bedpost now.
All right. I'll be.
Have a good one.
Take care.
cool.
Nice.
Awesome. Love it.
Murber.
So do I keep this armor in the box and just put it away, or do I open it up?
Keep it in the box, put it away, because Super 7's not worth taking out of the package.
Okay, thank you.
I gotta say, yeah, I would agree for that one. When it comes to Super 7 like that.
When I said I accidentally got it, I accidentally got it. Like I went too fast. You see something on Hasbro Pulse and you think it's cool and you go really fast through it, and then after I was like, oh wait, I don't want this, and then I went to cancel and it was like, it's been sent. I'm like, oh no.
If you want
one of those guys
to play with, go get the Maester Chief one. This one is amazing with magnets, and he has them in all the different colors. He's well worth getting one to actually play with. It's 3D printed, but he's got magnets, and it looks great in photographs. And you can take it out of the package because it doesn't come in a package.
Or if he has the file, because I have like 5 3D printers. No, I'm joking.
I'm just saying the way he.
Sometimes it's all.
I mean, if
I'm
you've
just
seen the detail that he puts in it, and the magnets that he puts on it, it's worth the $50
paying,
to buy one.
Paying. Yeah, there's a lot of times I look at that and go, I'd rather buy it than put all the work into it.
Yeah. And that's one of them, because I know how much it would take to 3D print that motherfucker.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I'll pay the $50. You send me 3 of them and we're good.
There you go. There you go. But unless anybody has a friend that really likes Super 7, I know if you guys had friends that like Super 7, half of you would disown that friend. But if you do, and they go,
Skelly
I
really
like
likes
that,
Super 7,
I'll
just
take a
not
loss
for
on
that.
this. I'll take a loss on it. You know?
I like Super 7 stuff.
Here, who wants to disown me right now?
I don't have friends, so
Hey, you're not getting disowned around here. Just show us where he put all the hands, Ken.
Well, you can't see his hands. That's the thing. You see him doing
all
a gun shooter.
27 of them.
All you can see is that big smile on Ken's face.
There you go.
You know where the hands are. No.
He's a nice enough guy to me. He's pretty chill to talk to.
He seems like a good guy, and I know Punk kind of bashes on him a lot, and I don't have much love for him for some of the stuff he's said and done, but I mean, I think his heart was in the right place. I think he wanted to do the right thing. I think he wanted to create something that people really loved, and he's done some good designs on things. Whether the execution was there or not, that's a whole nother story.
There are things that obviously fall short, right? Like why should Snarf be the price he is? So that's kind of the one.
Don't get me started on that.
Yeah,
we got
I know.
But guys, with the whole wave, it's 2 really big figures and 2 littler figures, and this.
Ken, let me ask you something. When you guys make the Delta 17 figures, they're not all the same size, correct?
They're pretty close, man.
Do your molds and tooling cost different depending on the size of the figure?
Nope.
Not at all.
Imagine that.
Nope.
Again, coming from the same guy who said we can't do vac metal to 6 months later announce vac metal.
Yeah. And we can't do double jointed because people don't want it. And then all of a sudden he does turtles with double jointed when there's a bunch of other stuff.
If Evan didn't leave all of his detolfs when he's leaving a show, he wouldn't have money to spend on his figures.
Those were detolfs, but you know what? If anybody could have grabbed those cabinets and sent them to me, I would have appreciated.
That would have been awesome. Yeah. And Adam, the whole Snarf thing is purely about optics. I know the tooling is the tooling.
I know. I mean, I get like, you know, the things that they say publicly are what kind of bury them, right?
That's what it is.
I love that.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say, like the you know what they're doing with the Ultimates. I know it's not for everybody. I get that. I'm not sort of defending Brian Flynn, and I'm not defending a toy. You either like it or you don't. But like the idea that like because articulation exists, every company has to do it exactly the same is such a stupid thing. There's still vinyl, you know, toys that people love that have like 2 POA, right? The arms move, and nobody's like, you know what would make this figure better? You know what would make Safubi better? Is if it had 37 points of articulation. It's like, that's not what they're doing. It's not like,
and that's not
that's what I think people kind of don't get, or like kind of miss the point of what I think Super 7 is trying to achieve is like, they're not trying to make the most technically advanced action figures. They're trying to do something that's a little bit different. They're trying to do something that's a little bit more, it's more unique in a way, right? Because the ability to use that articulation is clearly there, and they're choosing not to. And people are like, you know, people tear them apart for that. And like, I mean, that's
everybody
the
wants
thing
to have all their figures look the same. Then they have a region to bitch that all their figures look the same,
right?
Yeah, and if people didn't, you know, have a Mezco Conan figure, or if people didn't have G.I. Joe Classified, you know, they wouldn't be bitching about this stuff as much as they are with Super 7 because of the price point or whatever. Because I know people that bought, you know, Cliff Burton or whatever their obscure punk reference is figure and love it to death, but they're never taking it out of package. Number one, they're not shooting photographs with it. Number two, and the vast majority of people just buy this stuff because they're like, oh, that's fucking cool looking. And it looks cool in the package. And the packaging is phenomenal for all of the stuff that they've done.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, I want to get out and play with my Conan figure. So the Mezco one is awesome. You know, I use that, and I can't get the Super 7 one because he doesn't articulate well enough. He doesn't look good enough. I don't get the G.I. Joe stuff because I got Classified, and Classified looks good. In Mezco, G.I. Joe looks better, and whatever. But
that's a purely subjective opinion. You have to admit that is 100% a purely subjective opinion.
You know,
and I agree with what you're saying, right? Like if you want a Conan that poses well, the Super 7 is not the one. So there's certain things that I think are kind of like, why did they bother? But you know,
I think perception wise, because of the I would say outdated articulation and the price point. It's like at the price point, which is very premium for Super 7, it's like it's tough to justify. I mean, if you like that older style and you don't want double jointed elbows and stuff and you don't care about that,
right.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
you look at like Emerald Knight, and in Emerald Knight's in another bunch of photography groups that I'm in, collab groups, and he takes that Super 7 stuff and makes it look phenomenal. And he does it better than the Super 7 guys do photographing it. It's like the Mofex photographers. The Mofex photographers suck because those figures are so awesome. They need to get better photographers to shoot that stuff because they could sell more figures if they got it in the right hands of the right photographers.
Right.
And Emerald Knight does an amazing job with Super 7 stuff because he takes that cartoon aesthetic and puts it in an environment that looks good, and he can pose it well, and he deals with the limitations of articulation or whatever, and makes it look good. And if you want to pay that much for that figure, if you want it to look like that, that's awesome. Super 7 is making stuff that we've never seen before, and I appreciate that fact that they're making stuff that you will never see made.
You're not going to get it elsewhere.
You're not going to get it elsewhere, and you're going to have to pay a premium for that. And I'm so grateful that they're making. It's not O-ring; it's a T-bar thing or whatever. But they're making O-ring styled figures. That Reaction Plus figure that they're making that's coming out looks phenomenal. And I think we'll do really well if they can make the quality high enough without QC issues that we've been seeing in the recent Ultimates line. If they can continue a reduction in the QC issues, I think they'll continue to do really well.
And there's been paint app issues as well now and then.
Yes,
they have been. For me, my biggest issue with Super 7 is it's that price point, right? But they've got to ask the price point because they've got a lot of licenses that nobody else has. Like we said, Matthew, you hit it right on the head. They're putting out stuff that you can't get anywhere else, right? Skelly, my brother from Toy Frenzy, and it was mentioned earlier in the chat about Reaction Sesame Street. Nobody else is touching a Sesame Street license right now.
There's not a lot of parts reuse either.
No. For most of those, the only time you get the parts reuse is when they paint it a different color.
It's a little bit similar to what we're seeing with Nacelle. I mean, they went they went deep dive with Biker Mice from Mars, with RoboForce, and there are parts that you can't reuse. Those are unique sculpts, and those are premium price as well. And
that's right.
People don't take into account the reuse factor enough. And people bash on Valaverse for the reuse. People bash on Hasbro for the reuse, for Marvel Legends and G.I. Joe and everybody else for the reuse. But that's what makes a brand viable in a mass market situation. If you're dealing with a smaller population, a more niche group of people, you can spend the money on that because they're going to pay extra for that articulation, for that design sculpt. But if you're looking at mass market, you have to reuse all of these parts over and over again. And Super 7's been doing a great job of it. Hasbro does really well with it, but some of these other groups are getting shit for it.
Look at Four Horsemen, right?
Yeah, right. Four Horsemen, that's their bread and butter, that reuse, right? This whole last wave that came out, there's like a handful of new tooling for this. Mind you, they went very heavy over the last 3 waves with new tooling, but this one is primarily all reuse, and that I think it's great. And speaking of that here too, speaking Moistly's bringing up, Mythic Legions has bad articulation, but they look cool. It's not, I'm not going to call it bad.
It's
not
bad.
It's limited. It's
a
not
little bad articulation.
It's a little dated with what we've seen.
Yeah, it's a few years. It's a few years behind. Yeah,
I got a perfect example right here. Savage Crucible, a lot of good, really a lot of newer style articulation. We've got representative of AWOC, who, in my opinion, is kind of setting the new standard on articulation for a lot of things right now on panel with us. It's a bit dated, but that does not stop me from buying what I like. And I love Mythic Legions. It's got great articulation for what I like with it. And on top of that, they are improving when they can and how they can. And here's another great example where necessarily requiring new articulation is not bad, because this is standard 5 POA articulation
These
on
are so
an
cool.
old school figure, and they are some of the coolest looking figs out right now.
Yeah.
Formo
Look at that Eternia back there, yeah.
Oh yeah. Now
Mattson,
go ahead.
Were you at the developers panel last week, Mattson?
Yeah, I was. I saw
How
all that
crazy?
stuff.
How crazy was that room?
I mean,
Thank you for doing that, Kenny.
Wow.
the room was
Wow.
they were excited, but at the same time they were reserved. You can see some of it in the video that Bobby released, but there's a lot of stuff that's not in there, like the fact that when he released the statue, everybody went silent. Nobody cared a shit about that statue.
Wrong crowd.
It was the wrong crowd, but you know what? He was so. I know some behind the scenes stuff like this. So Bobby went to this guy Eric July. I don't know if you know Eric July. He has actually the most successful comic book crowdfund ever in existence, hands down. Period. At all. You can't deny it. He put out a 96-page book, and he said, "Hey, I need $100,000 to get this to you guys. Okay, I've already put, $200,000 into this project. Can you help me out to get to distribute to you? So I need $100,000." So he opened up a crowdfund on his own website, and he made $3.5 million. So he expanded his business and hired Chuck Dixon and hired a whole bunch of other comic book writers to come in, and artist Gail Al-Taib and some other people to come in and help him expand the brand. And every comic book project that he's done since then, the next one was $2.5 million. The one after that was $1.5 million. The one after that was $1.5 million. And he's continued to go with this comic book thing. And he's offered to buy IDW Comics because their stock prices have plummeted so much that he can actually purchase that company if he wanted to. Because he's making so much money on his independent comic book project. Nobody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about this G.I. Joe 5,000-page book that made $3.5 million, which is awesome, and I love it. But he made a 96-page book that made $3.7 million. Okay, and people don't see the difference in the fact that he's actually paying people to do it. So there's a difference in perception and the way people spin things for all of this stuff. Shit, I forgot where I was going.
The statue.
The statue. So Todd McFarlane comes out with he's partnering with Eric July to make this statue for the Yaira figure, and then Bobby immediately comes out with, "Oh, I'm making a Pandora statue figure. What do you guys think?" And it goes dead.
It was probably a trial run, right? Because I think did he not say, maybe I misheard it? If people don't like it, maybe I'll just make one for myself. Just kind of have a proper desk prop or something. I don't know.
Yeah, sure, you can think that, but he did it because of Eric July. Because Bobby approached Eric July to make action figures for Eric. And Eric said, I'm only making figures in the United States. I'm only producing in the United States. I'm not going over to China for anything. And then he talked to like 6 different people about making action figures, and they all said the same thing that fucking Bobby said. Bobby said, "You can't fucking do it. There's no infrastructure in the United States to make this shit.
Safety laws, everything, labor. There's just so much you can't."
It's the regulation is what kills it the most, I'm sure.
Pretty much.
It's regulations.
Right? Most factories.
The factories don't even have the setup for it anymore because of
the ventilation you need for the painting.
Like if I wanted,
imagine melting plastic in California. I mean, oh my god.
We've got a lot of factories here in Baltimore that are just shut down, out of place. Heck, even just right over Sparrows Point, very well-known steel smelting, hey, could it handle the temperatures for plastic? 100%. Like, could that be reused? Yes. But our regulations have forced industry at this point to go overseas.
There are some injection molding companies. Like there are companies that make lawn chairs, wiffle ball butts. I've looked into it a little bit,
different type of plastic though.
But yeah, no, you're right. It's a different type of plastic. It's not the quality that we need for action figures. And unfortunately, Eric didn't listen to this until like years later, or a year or so later, when he started interviewing people, and then he finally went with McFarlane to make a statue. And then so Bobby comes in and says, "Hey, I'm going to make a statue too, just like this guy Eric is doing. What do you think?" And everybody's like, "No, we don't fucking care." And I think Eric's going to run into the same problem because he didn't go with Bobby at the beginning. Because if he went with Bobby, he could have made an independent action figure line built off his comic books that would have met the demand at a appropriate level to ramp up with what he was producing and what they were producing to build it up. And I think it would have been a great.
Let's be honest though, with 2 points, right? First of all, Action Force fans buy Action Force because they love the articulation Bobby puts in them.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, Bobby could mold a piece of shit to look like Pandora, and the Action Force fans would probably buy it.
I, as an Action Force fan, I have absolutely zero interest in a statue. If he wanted to do a cosplay Steel Brigade helmet, I'd buy that. If he wanted to do a 12-inch Pandora limited run or something, I'd be all over that because I love the 12-inch shows. But yeah, I'm not a statue guy. I just don't do them.
Maybe there's one thing I don't follow. Like, why did he want to do the statue? Is it because Eric July had done one before, or he's doing it for Eric July as a?
I don't know exactly what his motivations are, but I can tell you that the release or information of this is very conspicuous because Eric July just told everybody 2 months ago that he was doing a statue with McFarlane. And it's going to be a Yaira statue based off his latest comic book. And then Bobby releases this, and he's got a statue coming, and it's like
the timing
kind of suspicious.
I got you.
Yeah,
I got you. Okay. Yeah.
So for me, when it comes to statues, right? Like, I remember when Spawn first started hitting, and mind you, the original Spawn figures had decent articulation. And then it was like, as the line went, and then he started delving into other properties, we got less and less articulation when it came to McFarlane, right?
Absolutely.
Buddy Mac does not like to break up his sculptures. He likes the lines.
Exactly.
Like, okay. I mean, they do look cool.
Oh, man. Most of that early stuff was sculpted by Four Horsemen before they were the Four Horsemen. Highly detailed, amazing sculpts. Like, I mean, those guys really kind of pioneered the way for a lot of sculpting, as we've seen in the more modern collector toys.
The McFarlane Danger Girl that he did.
Yeah,
like one of the few Danger Girls that you could get.
Movie Maniacs.
They're statues. They have.
I mean, he did
very little articulation.
Metal Gear Solid figures, and I love those figures.
Statues, right? Like very little articulation.
Yeah, I mean, they were less than 5 POA statues, but yes.
Sculpts are excellent.
And
sculpts were awesome.
Like then, and continuing along this Four Horsemen path, because I know a lot of their history. I followed them for years without knowing who they were before they became Four Horsemen. It was like, they went into doing the 2000X He-Man again, not a lot of articulation, a lot of fun action features. And then when that line was ramping up towards the end, they went with like NECA. And, again, it was Four Horsemen sculpts. With NECA, you got the Staction figures.
Did they work on like the DC Universe superhero lines too for some of their
DC classics?
The classics, yes.
Yeah. So you've got, again, like these are almost statues. And then finally, with them working with, Nightlick, they were able to like start adding articulation. Like we're bashing Super 7 on the Ultimates articulation was based off the classics articulation that they engineered. And that's really what gave us most of what our more modern collectors are. And that's why, again, I got to give the shout out to AWOC, because AWOC's like really bringing that next level for, look at this amazing sculpt. And you can make the articulation look this good without completely breaking the sculpt.
Yep. That's like Justin Booth was mentioning Jada. You know, when people said Jada's going to start making toys, I was like, or figures, it's like, yeah, they do great metal cars. Can they do a figure? And then they came out with the Universal Monsters, and they were awesome.
Universal
and I
Monsters,
love the NECAs, but these are in my scale. These are 6-inch. They're not 7-inch.
Right.
Then the Street Fighters,
love
so
Jada.
awesome. And the
Jada.
price point. How is this
I
little
love
company
June,
keeping
and I
these
love
at
Jada,
this?
and
Yeah, the
anything
price
that
point is
June wants to do with Jada, I am all
Because it costs
for
them 5 cents to make that metal car.
right?
I guess.
And they've been killing it on the price point and the articulation and the plastic that they're
And
using.
the packaging.
The
right?
packaging is phenomenal.
Packaging for the Street Fighter toys is some of the best out there. They're Boo Berry, the cereal monsters.
Yeah, the mascots are doing. They're coming out with the Chester Cheetah. It's like, I love those. Yes, it's such
There
a
it
cool
is,
figure.
Chester Cheetah. You know, and again, we've got Jada Mega Man.
Yes,
like, Jada
that's
is
a great figure.
Jada
cool
is
looking.
kicking ass on all fronts here.
Oh yeah, the Gill Man is great. Yeah, all their stuff is good.
Jada's
we're
moving
getting
up
it at
in the world.
a freaking phenomenal price, right?
And I mean that articulation that they can get out of
It's
all
crazy.
the figures is freaking phenomenal.
I'm sorry,
June
we're talking.
is killing it.
It's very similar to what we see in the premium Japanese figures as far as articulation.
SH
Figure arts,
yeah,
you know,
Bandai stuff, yeah.
And in my opinion, it's a little bit better, right? Because like some of that Bandai stuff for the Dragon Ball, I go to move the leg or the foot, not even the leg, the foot for the articulation, and the foot's popping right off. Like it's supposed to move this way,
Okay,
it goes this way, and then it just pops.
Now, are you separating Bandai America and Bandai Japan from
It's
from
Bandai
that? Because
America. It's definitely more Bandai
has
America.
sucked ass. I mean, hands down, sucked ass. But the Bandai Japan stuff is
Right.
is
When you're
pretty
getting the
darn good.
import, like the good import, not what you get in most Targets when you go walk in.
Yes,
Because that's
exactly.
Bandai America. And that's really where I'm suffering from. Because it's the easiest, cheapest way for me to get Dragon Ball stuff for Connor. And Connor doesn't mind about the foot popping off until he loses it. And now he wants me to go buy another Vegeta figure. And I like, we just got you that one. Like, I'm not buying you another Vegeta
Look
figure.
at this one. Like,
yeah.
Right? Like,
look at that
and
kick.
Jada's killing it, right? You got the full beanstalk kick without doing the effect.
Yeah, and it's kind of like we've talked about it in a roundabout way. It's like, I'm sure the reason Jada was able to hit the ground running is because of Four Horsemen and all the other guys that came before them and have innovated all the articulation. I'm sure they did their homework and said, this works, this doesn't. And
Well, so I mean, I have all of the Universal Monsters that Jada has created, and I have all of the Street Fighter figures so far. My M. Bison is in my pile of loot. He's going to be coming soon, but I have all the others that I picked up at Target or whatever. But the Universal Monsters versus the Jada Street Fighters is a monumental leap in difference, because I mean, I love these Universal Monster figures, but they don't have quite the same articulation, as you can see, as the Street Fighter figures do.
I mean, look at that. The posing.
So the Street Fighter figures have been an escalation in their technological articulation. So you know, you can say they're learning from everybody else, but they're also learning from what they're doing.
Yep.
And the Universal Monsters, I love all of them that they've created because they're better than the NECA ones, in my opinion. I love the Jada versions better than the NECA versions,
but I also love these Street Fighter figures and the Mega Man figures, and I just can't wait for the more figures that they come out with.
Did you pull me up on purpose?
Yes.
Of course.
You're playing around with a little AWOC there, and I was like, let's show it off, Ken. Everybody else shows off their figures when they're playing with them. You can show it off too.
Isn't this the pirate, Adam, you said? Lexion?
Yeah. Yeah.
The pirate. There you go. Who do I have to get to complement the pirate range? Is it the dog and the fox and the hound?
The fox and the hound will be the next pirates, yeah.
So they
That's
go
one of
with
the coolest. That's one of the coolest AWOCs right there.
So they go with Lexion's crew.
Okay. Well, Boone and Grimes are their own crew. They have an airship.
So who goes with Lexion?
The pirates. I don't know. It's like a
comics. Can get the comics.
Okay.
Well, the pirates aren't in the comics yet.
Yeah.
It's just Derek Chandler handed us some AWOC figures at the end of the day. He just went to the Delta 17 booth and handed some stuff to us, and the only one I didn't have was Lexion. Right.
Sweet.
Crash wanted. He wanted. Oh my God. Atreyu, right? And I can't remember who got Kali, but I was like, I have Atreyu and Kali. Can I just have Lexion? And the box got damaged because I kind of just had to jam it into the luggage last second.
My boxes got damaged on the way home too.
But yeah,
open our toys, thankfully, so it doesn't matter.
I felt bad not properly giving the AWOC booth a visit, given that it was 15 feet away for an entire 72 hours.
You could see it all day, every day.
You could see it all day, every day, and that's why I didn't go there. And it wasn't until I saw Andrew Davis's Tanger figure, I was like, "This was here the whole time." Like I saw when he was leaving with it, and then I was like, "But the fact that I got a Lexion made me feel a lot better." Like, okay, I did, come away with an AWOC thing. Right.
I need to definitely pick up one of those hammers at some point because it just reminds me of the gravity hammer from Halo. So much.
I'll send you a hammer off.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ed. I appreciate it.
When I saw the Void being advertised, and I definitely pre-ordered that. It just that's the sculpt, the bionic.
The brawler buck is awesome.
It's so cool. I don't know how he fits into the lore, but it's like I got to have that figure. It's
He's going to talk like Arnold, I swear.
Now, how is the articulation? How is the articulation on the bigger figures like Thane?
It's not as cut as the regular figures, but for the size of the figure, it's still pretty damn good.
Because Thane is, I look at Thane and I'm just like, that is totally a Optimus Prime mixed with a Optimus Primal. It's got the colors of the original Prime.
Yeah.
In the armor.
It articulates.
Can you imagine if we repainted them to look like Optimus Prime and Optimus Primal?
Yeah.
What?
Wouldn't that be cool?
That'd be awesome.
What about a trans metal Optimus Primal?
Ooh.
I wanted to go back and address Hal Jordan back there said a little while ago about Bobby said he was just testing the waters to see how the fans responded to it. He was throwing it out there. He had already done designs on it. He wanted to look at it. But, I mean, in my opinion, in mine only or whatever, he did it because Eric July announced that he was doing a Yara statue with McFarlane, and he wanted to see how it was done. And he was saying, hey, I got this whole thing designed, and it's his favorite character that he's designed at this point. And so he loves it, and I understand that passion, and he wants other people to love it too. And so he created this whole statue for it, and he was kind of spinning it around and throwing 3D renders and all that stuff. And it fell very flat at the convention I was at. There may be a potential for people to like it and enough people to like it to make him produce it. But I don't think that it hit the action figure crowd the way that he was expecting.
Do you think though that and I think Largo kind of touched on it, as an action force collector, do you think that Action Force has a market for a statue? You see a statue of like Snake Eyes, or you see a statue of like a comic book character. There's sort of an inherent sort of fan base that's maybe not action figure collectors, associated to the IP or the character or what have you.
Yeah,
I don't think that Action Force has that. I think Action Force fans are fans of 6-inch articulated, realistic military action figures.
Well, none of this indie
There's
stuff.
a lot of guys, right, that are our age that still
Yeah.
like the IPs, but don't want to collect the action figures. So what's cool, you can have a Snake Eye statue on your shelf, right, and not be considered too much of a nerd.
A toy nerd.
Right.
I think in a couple of years, once they get more of the comic books and that lore expands, when they get the movie out, if they do a cartoon, then you can have an iconic figure in a statue. They're not there yet.
Right. You got to have that definitive look, right?
How are they distributing their comic book?
So, I mean, as far as I understand it, they're only distributing the comic book as I've seen it through their website.
Through their website,
Through conventions, through meeting people and connecting with them. And the comic book is not bad, but if people aren't getting it, that's the issue, is that they're not building the lore. And I totally agree with everything that Ed said and everything that Largo said. They're spot on altogether. You know, if you waited a little while and built up this community, I think there's something there for it. But enough people aren't bought into the lore yet. They're just buying the action figures to customize them. They're just now starting to get to, hey, I like this character, and I'm going to follow this character, like Blowback, like Carrick, like Bone Collector, like whatever his name is.
Condor and Trigger and
Condor. You know, everybody wants another Trigger figure, and so he's got a new Trigger head with hats at forward. But I've already gotten a secondary Trigger figure where I painted the beard and cut the hat off and flipped it around, and I've already made that figure.
But that's the other piece to it, like you said, Matthew. He's making the figure that he likes, Pandora, or character that he likes, right? Had he come out with Trigger, which is probably the most popular character out of everybody I've talked to in the line, it probably would have been a little bit more accepted, even though not as big as he's hoping.
Brigade. Because Steel Brigade is iconic because of its G.I. Joe legacy.
Right.
And he's built on that with his own spin. That's iconic. None of his characters are iconic yet.
I love his Steel Brigade figures. I love his Night Op Steel Brigade. I love his regular Steel Brigade. I love his female Steel Brigade. And I'm about ready to get a whole bunch of Desert Steel Brigade. I love his Steel Brigade figures, and they work well with all my G.I. Joes, and they fit in perfectly. So I'm going to continue to use them with my classifieds because they're better than the classified Steel Brigade.
Yep.
Steel Corps.
Steel Battalion.
Steel Corps or Battalion now, right?
Well, guys, let me interrupt real quick. It is 2:10, and I have work at 7 a.m. So,
all right, brother.
Enjoy your day, Radnom.
Radnom, always a pleasure, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Take care, everyone.
See ya.
We will see you soon.
Love seeing you.
So I was gonna say and chime in on that, and now I don't actively collect, but one thing that you guys mentioned that, you know, from who you've talked about and who you've heard, right? Well, Bobby's the one that sees the numbers. He 100% knows who the most popular seller is above everybody else. And I don't know if he publicly talks about that, but he 100% knows more than anybody else who that number one seller is. I would imagine that if I were going to go and try to deviate from the norm, I would say I'd go with my number one selling figure. So we may say that it's the one that he likes, but he's the one that knows the numbers. So,
well, I can tell you that Bobby has done more with Pandora in the last 2 or 3 waves than any other character because that's his baby.
It's his personal bias because
and I agree. It's his personal bias because he's stated before that he's not releasing what figures sell more or less or whatever.
Okay.
But, you know, he keeps doing these Steel Brigade figures and different versions of them because people love them. He's re-releasing Trigger because people keep saying, we love this Trigger figure. Everybody loved the Blowback figure so much, he had to make a sniper version, and he's got to do other head versions and things like that because that Blowback figure was an amazing figure.
Oh, the first one was awesome. Absolutely awesome.
And nobody bought the sniper version. You know, whatever.
There you go.
But you know, he's doing things based on what he's seeing. I absolutely agree that he is doing that. But Pandora is a totally different thing. Pandora is his passion project.
And
I think,
that's probably it. Like I
Action
said,
Force,
I don't know.
Yeah, Action Force collectors are very different from G.I. Joe classified collectors. Classified collectors are collecting iconic figures of characters they love, and there's a lot of nostalgia there. But there's a good portion of action figure collectors or Action Force collectors that are customizers and kit bashers. They're buying those to kit bash to put with their other lines that they're already collecting.
Yep.
They may not have ever read any of the lore. You know, I've talked to some guys that love the figures, never read any of the comics. Don't have any.
I have the comic. I still haven't read it yet. I love the figures.
I've read
the comics are good, man.
Yeah,
the comics are good.
Oh, I know they're good. I just haven't read mine yet. Got it last year at PowerCon. I haven't cracked it yet.
Yeah, but
I haven't got Bobby's autograph on it. Still haven't cracked.
I don't think there's this. You don't have the same thing because the classified Joes are not easily customizable. They're not designed for that. They're designed for you're getting the figures you want in the new scale,
right?
And the characters you want. Yeah. So there's a good portion of Action Force guys who buy those because they want fodder to make other figures or put them with the other lines. And Bobby knows that. He marketed a lot of his troopers for that.
Yep.
So yeah.
So I want to give the shout out to John here. We definitely did get your tip, brother. Captain Planet, and I think maybe hour and a half ago, possibly, I did the spin for you, brother. We did do the spin. I stopped it right about here because that's where my legs start bumping into the board games. But it happened. It did. You can go back and check.
Speaking of Captain Planet, who's going to pick up and start making some of those toys? Because I would love to have a Captain Planet figure.
Super 7.
No one. Super 7 won't even touch that one, I don't think.
Look, people are picking up Toxic Crusaders and doing them again.
Right?
Crusader is akin to Swamp Thing, is akin to, I mean, there's more connection there. Captain Planet, I don't know. There's a whole lot of people that want that one.
I gotta agree. I mean, I don't see a big following. Again, you've got Toxic collectors, right? Like it's a straight up cult classic.
That's a totally different crowd.
Yeah,
the whole trauma thing.
Trauma, yeah.
You know, it's a whole different brand because I'm a trauma fan, right? And even though I did enjoy Captain Planet when it came out, I'm not a big fan. I'd love to see them do, what was the villain's name that glowed in the dark? I'd love to see them do that again, but you may notice a pattern there.
And there was that like polluted Captain Planet character that was like orange and red.
Oh, the glow in the dark guy, Blight. That was his name. Blight. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we just have the popularity. Kenny Machina, we're getting mask ish.
Yeah.
Ish.
Mask adjacent.
And we're also getting a whole nother, for you Silverhawks fans, a whole nother Silverhawks ish line.
Yep.
Right. Besides Ace and besides Super 7, who's doing Silverhawks?
Well, it's not Silverhawks with Ace anymore. It's Titanium Titans is what he's calling them now.
Okay.
But that's what I was referencing. It's Silverhawks-ish.
Okay.
Because he did change up a lot of that design, too.
Yeah. There are some other intellectual properties that are kind of stuck in certain vaults with certain big companies I'd love to see come back. I am a huge fan of Micronauts because that was a big part of me growing up. I'd love to, and the Marvel comics were awesome, too. I wish Hasbro would do something with it because they have it.
Did you ever read any of the IDW comics of Micronauts?
I didn't. I only read the Marvel run. Were they good?
Okay. I don't know how much of the Micronauts and IDW is good, but they did this whole crossover where they did Visionaries and G.I. Joe and Transformers and Micronauts.
The SDCC 2019, I want to say, they did the one box set that you could only get at the convention. It was like, I want those figures. Why aren't they wide released? I want ROM. I want Action Man. I want all that stuff.
I definitely want ROM, and it's almost like I wish it's at Hasbro. It's a Marvel Comics property. Give me my damn ROM Space Knight, Hasbro. Marvel, get up off your asses, work together, and give me. If you give me Chris Star in Marvel Legends, you give me my damn ROM.
If you can do Chris Star, why can't we get a Marvel Legends version of ROM? Please.
I want ROM. I want the Wraiths. You can even do a crossover with classic X-Men, because I had that issue.
I mean, the only version of that has ever come together is in what is called Infestation, and there's a trade paperback of Infestation 1 and 2, and they combined all the IDW comic book Hasbro universes together, even throwing Ninja Turtles and Ghostbusters in there, and did that in Infestation 1 and 2, and they put in Micronauts and ROM and everybody. It's worth a read to check it out, but as far as toys go, there's that one Comic-Con exclusive that they did that included some of those, but Hasbro hasn't seen the viability in it, and it sucks because nobody's done the comics well enough to incite interest, or nobody's done a project that has brought back interest.
What happened with that whole? They had a shared universe idea they were going to go with in 2019, 2020, and it disappeared. It's like, what happened?
I think the writer's strike had something to do with that a little bit, but
yes, absolutely, Ed. The writer's strike had something to do with it, and basically, and this is why Eric July can buy IDW comics at this point, because IDW has solely been based their comic book on licensing, and their licensing isn't making any money at the moment. And they had all the licensing from Hasbro, from Paramount. They had all of the licensing. And now they just have Paramount and a couple things from Hasbro, but, not really. And so there's no media out there to support it. And so it's lost from the zeitgeist. And nobody's paying attention to it. Well, us old fuckers know about it. Nobody else does.
Right. I think if younger generations had a fresh version or had easy access to the classics that we know, I think there'd be interest.
So we need to have a crossover with Fortnite.
Ooh, well, everything else has. I remember reading somewhere that distribution for comics took a real ding in recent years, and that's made it tough too.
So the problem with distribution was the fact that Diamond had a monopoly that they should never have had. And so Diamond had a monopoly on comics distribution, and so everybody had to go through Diamond to distribute. And then once the pandemic hit, people started realizing we don't have to go through Diamond to distribute directly to comic book shops. And so they started using other avenues. And the fact that Marvel Comics no longer uses Diamond, and I believe even Warner Brothers has gotten away from using Diamond, which is DC Comics, by the way. DC and Warner are the same, and Marvel and
DC
Disney
left first.
Did they?
DC left first, and then Marvel left, and then Diamond Diamond Comics was like, what the fuck do? We don't have anything now, and
they got Toy Collector.
Yeah, and so everybody's trying to use their own distribution network now, which is what they should have done from the beginning. But Diamond solidified everybody into one location and created this thing. And a guy that I know personally, Gary Beekler, was talking about that, 20 years ago, saying, hey, this is a problem. And they kicked him out of all the groups because he was talking about, hey, this might be a problem. And then, 20 years later, it's actually a problem. And I don't know. It's
and there's the digital media too. You've got Comixology, and there's other ways to get those stories. It's like, how much does that affect? I mean, I like having a physical comic book in hand, but
has
a lot of
evolved,
people,
right?
It has, and Comixology kind of screwed everybody over. And everybody went to this digital distribution without understanding what it really meant. I mean, the only people that understood what it really meant was Metallica, and everybody gives them shit for it. And when
Napster era.
Yeah, and when comic books went this way, it was the doom of comic book companies, because everybody tried to come up with their own digital media distribution center, and then eventually they all went to Comixology, and then Comixology was bought by Amazon, and Amazon said, fuck this digital distribution shit, we don't give a fuck about it, and eliminated it. And so nobody had the same continuity and connectivity, because they started combining Kindle with Comixology, and they're merging it, and now digital distribution is the same anymore. So it all got fucked over because people didn't understand the change in technology.
So
I had to laugh about that with video games, because GameStop started pushing buy-in digital because people were coming in and buying currency cards, right? And they were like, well, we sell the currency, so we're not going to see any loss in sales. It's like, no, you're seeing a transference of currency. How much profit do you make off of transference of currency? Like, almost literal zero kind of thing.
With the whole quagmire of where things are with the comics industry in general, not manga, but American comics. How do you get a comic book like Valor versus Action Force or AWOC's Adventures? How do you get it out there to the mass media? To the customers?
That's the tough question. And honestly, I think Bobby is trying to hit all of the right things, because he's trying to make a short film or a movie. He's trying to do the comic books. He's trying to do all these things. And if he could hit animation, comic books, and a movie all at the same time, it's impossible to do currently with the way things are set up. But if he could hit all those at the same time, I think he would hit in a massive explosion, and people would be all over it. If anybody could take those and hit those three things at the same time as action figure production, then they would make a shit ton of money.
I think that had a lot to do with the success of Real American Hero, because you had the Larry Hama comics shortly after the release of the plastic, and not too far after that you had the cartoons. So there was all kinds of ways for people to know these characters.
Yeah. Right. And that's what it comes down to, right? Is because that was the zeitgeist, right? G.I. Joe hit that zeitgeist with action figures, with comic books, with animation. And by 1984, 85, they were hitting it. And
just general merchandising. You couldn't shake a stick or go into a mall and not see something G.I. Joe related on a T-shirt or something.
Right. And
I have G.I. Joe wrapping paper.
Exactly. Yep. He-Man hit the right zeitgeist too, because they hit that animation, comic book or mini comic with each action figure that came out, and animation, right? They hit all of that together at the right point, and it launched it. And I've got I've got all the mini comic books compendium book. Yeah, I don't have Pixel Dan's version, but I have the comic book version of it, and I've got all the G.I. Joes, and I had the comic book, the action figure, the animation. Those three things have to kind of hit that market for the right age group, and you have to find the right medium to do it. And right now, the medium that all the kids are going to is YouTube.
Well, there's always webisodes. I mean, there's some market for that. I guess you could do that on YouTube as well.
Right.
With Delta 17, Ken, how are you guys going to do with the comics? Is that going to be strictly the website, or are you going to look at some other venue to get it out there as well? Because I think the story drives people to buy.
Well, that's the thing. We have the printed issue. We are talking to like more official publishers. And there's some initial conversations on that, but right now we want to offer it free on the web. It's definitely not something that's making us money.
Right. It's promoting your brand.
I disagree.
I want the comic book. I want the comic book, and I couldn't go to Joe Fest, and I want a physical copy of the comic book because I'm an old motherfucker, and I like physical media. I have to have physical media. I have 2,000 DVDs and Blu-rays. I have to have physical media.
But when I say it's not making money, I simply mean that like the cost of it versus
you're not selling the book and making a profit.
That's what that's all I'm saying. Now, can they make money on the back end because people want more figures? Because if you get to the end of the comic, there's a character in there that doesn't seem that important by reading her file card, but you kind of get to the end of the issue and all of a sudden you go, oh, she's actually kind of important, right? Just as an example. But the thing is that media, that story needs to be told. Would we like something more than just a comic? I'm not 100. I mean, that it's too early to say. The issue though is that trying to get all your ducks in a row for a comic, especially early on, is very difficult. Like, I submitted the typed up copy of the script to Steve last October, right? Trying to get the penciler, the art on board when they have all these other projects and you're new. So you go to the back of the line because they don't really know you, but you want their talent. You don't have the clout, you don't have the pull, you don't have the reputation. They don't know if you're ever going to publish it. They just know that you're going to pay them, right? But they don't know whether it's going to have any like oomph factor on the resume. Now that the first issue is out, getting those ducks in a row is probably a little bit easier to get there. So there's going to be a huge lag between issue 1 and 2. And I'm not sure whether we can ever get this to a monthly thing. Steve's eventual goal is while he designs, he turns the thing over to me as the comic writer. That's why, like, if you see in the comics, I'm listed as the editor/scripter. The scripter doesn't really mean anything except that he wrote the physical thing by pen and paper and said, Ken, I don't know how to use a keyboard here, go type it up. But it was kind of like assistant author almost, because he wants me to eventually take that over. How quick I can crank that out, I'm not really sure. Eventually we'll move into me being an author and him being more of not just an editor, but an editor-in-chief.
So do you think maybe it might be more feasible to just do like one yearly graphic novel that collects rather than trying to do a monthly title?
I think that's a great idea because, I mean, even Bobby has said the difficulties that he's had with his comic book, and he's got Kelly coming on to help him with this property and trying to get more media out there. I think everybody's having the same issue, Ken, that you are with Delta 17, because, you know, Bobby's seen it and he's actually expressed the same thing that you're talking about. And yes, we want more media out there. We want more comic books out there. But how do we do that and keep the brand going and build it? It's a difficult situation.
And that's definitely that's a drawing thing for me. I love lore. So when Action Force said they were going to do a comic, I loved it. When I heard that, you know, Monster Force wants to do a comic, I'm like, yeah, I'm on board. Delta 17. And I'd love to read what's going on with AWOC. I haven't gotten into that line just because the wallet can only handle so much. I did order the Void because I'm a sucker for robots and wolves, and it's like beautiful. But
it's just there is a bit of worry though as to how we can keep the story flowing, because there's just such a huge lag, and then you have kind of like the big pop culture properties that can just crank out episode after episode, right? I mean, at that point in time, see, the problem right now is Steve wants to maintain a lot of control on his own, right? When you start turning it over, I mean, this is how you end up in the situation of Tolkien, the Tolkien family not liking what Peter Jackson did.
Oh, okay.
Right. That's how you end up with. I mean, that's obviously not a conversation for today, but it's one of those things that's just kind of the extreme example of that sort of thing, right? Somebody taking its vision and just kind of like taking it like in a direction he didn't envision.
As somebody who knows nothing about the industry and just loves dollies, what about doing the mini comic inserts like we had with Motu? Is that not feasible? Is it too much to add?
No, there's too much production in that in terms of writers, graphic artists, and all that stuff. You have to put in each individual thing, to throw in a mini comic, to throw in the action figure. That's really hard to do. The Tolkien thing is interesting that you say that, because not all the Tolkiens are on board with that difficulty moving forward, as you can see with Rings of Power and stuff, because those people that own those rights don't give a shit about Tolkien legacy. But the Hobbit, the Lord of the Rings movies did so much for the Tolkien universe.
I know.
But the Hobbit movies kind of all fucked it up.
Yeah.
And then Rings of Power like screwed it over completely. And so, you know, there's this whole disconnect of who owns the rights and what can be done with it. And you can see that with Lucas and Star Wars, and you can see it with Robert E. Howard, and the fact that that's divided amongst 4 siblings, and 3 of them are on one side and one of them's on another side, and they're kind of splitting the Robert E. Howard stuff. And, you know, rights are messed up for sure.
I know. And that's, I mean, I'm glad you're here, Matson, because you can offer a lot of this insight, because clearly you've studied it and talked to a lot of different creators and everything. And yeah, that's exactly it. Trying to tell the story is just, it's always going to be a challenge. I'm not 100% sure how we're going to be able to keep the story for Delta 17 flowing. We have a lot of ideas, right? But we also have to design an entire wave too.
Yeah,
we have to design a helicopter, which, by the way, that helicopter is partially sculpted.
Nice.
But the thing is,
huge endeavor.
I know, and that's kind of the thing that Steve wants to build a line around. Is he wants to build a line around the helicopter. Some of the stuff, like some of the backstories for like Rooster and Death Sparrow, I wrote that stuff like 4 years ago. But we weren't ready to dive back in and go into individual character arcs yet. There are certain elements of Death Sparrow's story that are really going to surprise you. And there's even stuff that I'm trying to add right now, like little Easter eggs that are a nod to maybe other O-ring lines that we can't officially tie them together. But can you use the first name of a character maybe and call sign Longbow and just let everyone just assume that, oh, that was their mentor 30 years ago? I asked Troy on the sales floor about that. I'm like, do you have any problem if so-and-so character just references, or maybe Leonidas is sitting there reading a magazine and there's a television next to him and it's the wrestler from Operation Recall, like it's Saul Eagle Guerrero or something. I've not talked to Carson about that. I don't think he has any issue with that.
You pull a whole Ninja Turtles connected to Daredevil thing, or
that's what I'm saying.
The Flash making his way to the Marvel universe, you know, where strange new speedster shows up in Marvel and it's buried alien.
Somebody's reading a magazine and on the front is a flying red skull with 2 wings on it. Just saying, just, you know, but this is Easter eggs. Nothing's actually set in stone. We all know we don't want to kind of traipse over each other's universes, because once you tie it officially, you're now married to it, and if you do something that's going to mess it up, you have to check with the other guy every single time. So the universe is a little separate.
And it's like with Kestrel, it's like, I know she's going to be. I said from the beginning, she's going to be a sleeper hit. She's a cool character. Once you read the file card, once you get the idea of how interesting the character is, I think
she's on her way finally.
Oh yeah.
I've got her coming. Got Kestrel, got Death Sparrow, got the ladies showing up. Excited to get those in hand.
Yeah, all the characters are really well done, and it speaks to what we loved about, you know, things like the Real American Hero Joes. They had great characters. It just worked. And
everything has a meaning.
17's off to a good start.
Like a lot of people just assume that the number 17 was completely randomized, right? And that's just a cool number we can say, right? And if people want to assume that, fine. But even that has a reason, right? So it's just it's layers upon layers of things, right? And you're just gonna get introduced to more villains, more bad guys. The circle runs deep as far as the evil, the Dark Shadows are concerned, and that was actually a name we almost ditched. We weren't sure we wanted to call it the Dark Shadows. Right.
I got to say, it always reminds me of Barnaby Collins. Which is not a bad thing. I like that show.
No, that's a fun show.
But
Guys,
you know,
go ahead, Jim.
Oh, I was just saying, the connection with the Okami and, you know, the tech, but also this, you know, shadowy kind of thing. It's a cool spin, and I like the way that each of the factions have something different they're offering.
Yep. Well, this was the original color scheme for the Okami, right? Like it just sort of evolved into this other color scheme, right? But this was the original on the 2D art that I have literally over there. It's literally this color scheme, and a lot of fans of the Red Shadows are going to want this in their universe, right? I mean, how cool does it look? How cool does it look with this thing?
Yeah, exactly.
So Ken, is the comic available on the website?
It was supposed to be. Oh, sorry, for sale or for or just to read it. It's not available yet because Steve just got back a couple days ago, right? Okay. And he needs to get these dudes and the comic over to our fulfillment center in New Jersey. And then they have to create like barcodes and SKU numbers for all that in order to be able to get it for sale. I know a lot of people are asking questions, and I wish it was up right now, but it's just he's basically a one-man show, and then I sort of just manage his social media, right? He's kind of given me the brand manager title for now, but at the end of the day, I have no inventory sitting here, and every time I try to ask for some, every time I get some, either a store says I want it all, or a local friend just knocks on my door and goes, "Wave one, please. Here's some cash." Right? Like this has literally happened to me. Right?
But you can't turn down the cold hard cash. You can't turn down the money.
You can't, right? Like I came back with 10 extras of these, right? I just notified a couple of friends, and they're like, "I'll take two, I'll take two, I'll take one, I'll take." I'm like, "What? They're all gone. All my extras are gone." Right?
Yeah.
You got to have at least two.
I've got a few myself, but if I have to, if that's what it took to sell some, sure, and I could restock through Steve, but still.
Well, I mean, it's like you could have even sold them as a 2-pack because it's like everybody's going to want at least two of those guys.
Maybe some people didn't want to spend $50 though, right?
You always put one as a squad leader of regular Okamis, right?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, the idea is that they're the palace guard, like they're the underground palace guard for Shadow Dragon. That's the idea.
Exactly.
Right.
There's less his
of them
honor guard.
More of the regular. Yeah. There are less of them. Yeah.
But for somebody who's just buying one, like that's what you do, right? Like he's your squad commander. And then you got like
robots, though, yeah, I know.
Jaguar gives it to Jaguar's the one above all of them.
That's who controls them.
Yeah, I'm with Largo. I love the lore. I love comic books, and I want to read and enjoy the graphic and auditory and dialogue investment in the product, and that's what gets me hooked. And so I need that comic book. And,
right.
And I should have asked some people at Joe Fest.
I was gonna say, yeah, like did nobody pick one up for you? Anyway,
I never asked anybody to do it because I didn't want to overstep my bounds. But people kept coming to me about bone collectors for DFW, so I did some of those. But that comic book is something that I actually really wanted from that show because I wanted to understand what Delta 17 was trying to do, and for me that's a huge connection point.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, let's just put this out there, Matthew. If I'm going to a show and you're not, I have no problem grabbing something for you, so just let me know.
Right.
Okay,
We've got this whole network of friends. Somebody's making an appearance. It's as fast as a DM, right?
Yep.
I think Wilhelm's going to put a shingle on his garage that just says Largo's Cargo because he's got so many boxes of things for me because of my shipping issues. So it's like he's my way station.
So
anytime
we're going to be
airdropping
it.
Yeah.
You get a big old cargo plane, fly under the radar, and airdrop.
To be fair, there were so many things I wanted from Joe Fest, I couldn't narrow it down.
Oh yeah,
but,
for sure.
But that comic was one of them. The Savage Crucible Dark Slate. But they're coming here to my area pretty soon, so I'm going to see them. Joe Fest had a lot of stuff that I really wanted to see. DFW was just closer to home, and I didn't have to spend so much time away or time off and stuff. But
well, you got to spend more money because you didn't have to spend the other resources to get to it, right? And I mean, at the end of the day, that's really what it's about. Like I said, I wasn't even able to make it to Joe Fest and ended up dropping way more money than I had ever planned, and that's just kind of the name of the game. And it was like people kept asking me, like, well, what else did you want? What else did you want? I'm like, guys, I'm still recovering here. This wallet is not endless. I wish it was, because then I would have had it all, but and then tried to figure out the cost of shipping it all. I'd have had probably even within US, like
it's like I try to put money aside for certain lines, but it's like now we've got these logistical issues where we're going to have Fresh Monkey Fiction's Monster Force is probably going to release their first wave or right around the time Series 5 for Valaverse comes out.
Yep.
And it's just like, I can't afford all these pre-orders if they hit all in the same month. That's going to kill me.
That's why I've stopped pre-ordering, to the big bad toy store and started just going to Helidope, for what I can. And of course, with Fresh Monkey Fiction, you got no choice. You got to go to BBTS, right? But our friends at Helidope, I can just pay it off in full at the beginning.
And I like the fact they've given us options. It's like you can pay partial, you can put a deposit down, or you can they've got a new thing now where you can do it in payments through a new system.
Installed it through Shopify. It helps us out a lot because we do know this adds up very, very quickly. Like I said, I didn't even realize until I was totaling it all up, because when I PayPal money, it doesn't come out until Monday when it's over the weekend.
Yep.
And then I'm just like, how much did I spend? Oh, crap. I got to last 2 weeks on how much?
And the way toys drop now, it's like I seem to remember, growing up, you had a wave that would come out somewhere around November for the Christmas rush. And then that wave was all you'd get for the next year. So you only had, if you're collecting like Superpowers back in the Kenner days or Joe, you had a certain wave that you knew I've got all year to get these until next year's new stuff. Now it's like waves are hitting every quarter. It's like it's too much.
Yeah,
I'm stuck because I can't get any of the Mythic Legions that I want, and I really want that 2-pack of Goblins because that's my thing. Is Goblins from Mythic Legions right now, and I can't get it.
Yeah, Goblins.
Because Valaverse has theirs, and G.I. Joe has theirs, and Savage Crucible has theirs, and
so Aaron, our good friend Aaron Payne's Toy Samples, he hit me with this coming up when the bear hit, right? Because I had to have the bear, and there was so much else throughout, everything in that wave I wanted to have. Because it hits me in all different parts of, personal beliefs and everything. I've got the Viking heritage. We've got Eastern philosophy mixed up in here now with some of the parts that they're coming out. And it's like all these things look great together.
We've got dwarves with frickin' steins of beer. It's like, hello.
Mythic Legions, from the time I've gotten into it up until now, has been hitting me on all sides with everything that I've wanted.
Oh, yeah.
So, he hit me. He goes, look, one a month. And just kind of, go through and be like, okay, you know what? This is what I'm going to order this month. This is what I'm going to order.
I tried to follow
this
that
month.
route, but then something vintage comes up. And that throws everything out of something. Yeah, visionaries, right? All of a sudden, I message you. I'm like, I guess I have a dagger assault now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And FOMO does catch us, even if we try not to let it. It's like, there's certain lines. If you don't get it when it comes out, it will sell out before the next month rolls around. It's like
I said, it's why I cut my hands of Origins for the most part, except for the must-haves. I've got to have this. And even that I've slacked off because I was all about I got to have all the Snake Men. I haven't picked up the last couple because it's just I can't keep up with that and what else I'm getting passionate about. Hold that man bat up one more time. Look at that.
Mac. He does make great monsters, even if he can't do human anatomy very well.
So good. a great man.
I took my Mofex Nightfall Batman and did a great picture with Man Bat and him in it, and I was very happy because I finally got to use this Man Bat in something useful because he doesn't stand very well.
Yeah.
But
there are a few Man Bat figures that do really. They're always top heavy.
It's so top heavy.
Wings, yeah.
But the freaking sculpt on this thing is just amazing. And I love Todd for making this one. The articulation does kind of suck, but everything else is just so amazing. I mean, the
it looks like it came right out of Bram Stoker's Dracula almost, right?
Right. I mean, he absolutely looks like that figure, right? I mean, look at that. And I know Mythic Legions did a great job of that, and I wish I could have gotten some of those vampire figures that they did. But I mean,
there's still some out there at a really reasonable price. Like they're not impossible to get. Varg, one of my favorites. You can still pick him up at retail. So, like, I mean, again, retail is that little extra cost, but it ain't bad either.
Yeah,
no, it's
I'm
not bad.
A fan of like the Neil Adams Man Bat because he was more very thin and it kind of gave him more of a creep factor. He wasn't this giant beast. So I really like the Mattel one that came out with the DC Universe Classics.
DC Classics, yeah, that is a good one.
Neil Adams vibe, but yeah, like you say, they don't stand real well. The articulation on those, it's dated now, but it's still a good figure. I use it a lot.
Right. I mean, it's called Classics for a reason, right?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for McFarlane's BTAS or New Adventures Man Bat. I can't wait for that one to come out and see what they do with that because honestly, that line has been really good, whether you like the small feet or not. Those figures, that Scarecrow is awesome.
Oh yeah.
That Two-Face looks great. I mean, I love the way that they're reissuing these figures from that DC Collectibles line or whatever. And
DC Direct.
DC Direct, yes. And making them into McFarlane versions and reissuing them. I think it's awesome because my daughter is currently still playing with her Catwoman DC Direct figure that I got her forever ago because it was cheap and she wanted a Catwoman figure. And she's 8.
Right?
I love
it when I buy toys that kids
Bruce
can
Timm's
enjoy.
minimalism and his art design. It's like it was. I didn't love it at first, but it grew on me. But some of that does not translate to toy because of the tiny feet. They don't stand up well.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, animation wise, it was amazing to me as a young kid, and just you're right. It does not translate to toys unless it's the old Kenner toys. They tended to work okay, but that was because they were like, all right, so yeah, he had tiny feet drawn, but we need to make them a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Unless you're the Catwoman figure.
Yeah, I've been debating on that Riddler figure that they have in that line because I'm like, it's in the store all the time. I could get it and maybe pass on the Mofex version. Nah, I can't pass on the Mofex version. Sorry.
Once you go down that hole, you can't come back. Mofex, Mezco, like it's really hard to not want to just keep up with them after you dive into it.
The Mofex Hushed line is so good. And he's doing all the great, those villains are so beautiful.
You justify it once, and you have sold your soul.
Pretty much.
So that rose that she's holding in her hand was an effect that they did at Scarborough Fair, the Renaissance Festival in our area, and they put in my daughter's hair a couple of years ago, and it fell out. And so I said, that rose is pretty freaking cool. I might as well put it in Poison Ivy's hand.
That works.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, guys, I kind of want to get things wrapped up here because I'm fading pretty fast. We're a couple minutes shy of the 6-hour mark here.
Nice. I think this is the longest I've sat in this chair. I can't feel my feet.
That's why I get up and I come outside to smoke.
He's used to sitting on the throne that long, and he can't feel his feet. But sure,
I think we've all been there. All right, Ed, what you got coming up, brother?
Tomorrow night I will be on Hella Dope at 9:00 Eastern time, and then of course I'm hanging out with Punk on Monday on his show, and Matthew on his show, and anybody else that jumps in the chat. And then Tuesday night, Toy Leets at 9:00 on my channel, action_figs, Axion, this way it says on the screen. And then I'll be all over the YouTube somewhere. But
one of the people used to pride me on being the busiest man on ToyTube, popping up everywhere, and Ed has definitely stepped into that role as I've taken the back seat to it now, because it can get to you, it can burn you out. So, Ed, coming from one person who's done it, don't burn yourself out, brother. Only tackle what you can handle.
That's why this last weekend at Joe Fest was so awesome. I did no YouTube.
Get that break.
Yep, took a break. It was good.
And Matthew, what you got coming up, brother?
Man, I post every day on Instagram on Mammo's Action Figure blog. I have a massive collection of stuff that I try to go across between Action Force and G.I. Joe and Monkey King and Savage Crucible and monsters and werewolves and all kinds of stuff. But I do a stream on Tuesdays with Pop Lender. We talk about pop culture. We try to push it right after Axion Figs and Mr. Wonderful stream, but it overlaps a little bit, and I'm always there with Punk on Monday. And everybody's trying to get their piece of something on the internet circle. So I appreciate anybody listening to our ramblings on pop culture, and I love talking toys, and that's kind of my thing. And I do other stuff besides that, but that's what I talk about on the internet.
Right. And Jim, what you got rolling up?
1-8 team tomorrow with Wilhelm. We'll be talking DFW and Joe Fest and other stuff. And we've got a custom boat that we're doing a contest. We'll probably be working on that some. Infinite Playlist will return in July. We've got some new guests lined up for that, if you like the music with toy guys kind of thing. And got a couple of other scripts I'm tinkering with. Something will come in July. So.
Yep. All right. Adam?
Well, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself now that the backer kit for Animal Warriors of the Kingdom is done. It's going to feel like I've got free time again, which is kind of weird, but we'll see. I got a video tomorrow. I do, Sunday afternoons, and then I try to do Wednesday evenings, and then sprinkle in some unboxings here and there as well. But yeah, nothing crazy.
To unbox now, right?
Yeah, I'm trying a new thing where like I don't have to unbox everything on camera. I'm actually trying to actually sit and open toys without documenting it sometimes too. So that's
we're so proud of you.
Yeah, it's weird. But it's good. I think I need that. So
yeah, I'm
scaling it back a little bit.
You've done a good job. You've opened up pretty much almost every Motu figure, maybe not necessarily exactly on camera, on Clubhouse streams, and it's always fun because it's just like watching you play around with it, while we're all chit-chatting and everything is always great. I know some of my favorite streams have been with you and the missus coming on and just opening up toys together and getting that family aspect of it, because we got to share this passion with, the ones that can appreciate it with us, which is why we're all here. So
I ran out of storage space for the Origin stuff in my office here, so now it's just all in the living room.
Where the kids can play with it,
so now Snake Mountain is on one side of the TV and Grayskull is on the other side of the TV. Cool. And all the vehicles and like a lot of the figures are just under the TV on the sort of counter
It's a
there.
perfect place for it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like a whole Mr. Rogers land of imagination. Like, you just pick this piece here, and now let's roll with it. All right. Let's circle down to Ken.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on the go. I'll be joining Largo tomorrow. Ed and I don't know if you mentioned
Today.
earlier
It's
when I had my
already
head.
today, buddy.
Yeah, it'll be today. Ed and I have a recording to do. I recorded with Jim earlier and Sorceress earlier, so I'm working on a G.I. Joe history video. That'll be probably my most challenging one yet, just due to the fact that I probably have to do a bit of extra research. That video is not going to come out for quite a while, though. But what is going to come out next Friday, will be my Cobra Convergence collaboration release, where I will have snipped all my G.I. Joe history videos from 82 to 89 into one extended supercut. I'll do a 5-minute special introduction because I wanted to put new content out for Cobra Convergence. So basically just summarizing and leading into 82. And then that'll basically become like a 2.5-hour like documentary style video that'll just be out in the YouTube space forever and ever. Hopefully idea being to entice people to get into G.I. Joe, or people who are already into it to go back and see every figure in the line. What else have I got? I've got a live stream with Audible Interlude on Monday to talk about Delta 17. I'll rope Steve into that one. And God, otherwise I'm losing track of what I've got. AEW pay-per-views tomorrow. I'm apparently going to a wrestling party tomorrow. And House of the Dragons on tomorrow night. So it'll be a busy time.
It's a hot D day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a hot D kind of day tomorrow. And I've had no team meetings with Steve since he got back because he's just been busy unpacking, and still trying to decompress from Joe Fest because I'm sleeping in past my alarm like every day for the last week, and the days that I don't sleep in past my alarm, I need a nap in the middle of.
I've been the same way. Been the same way.
There you go.
I just wake up when I wake up, which is normally like before any alarm I ever set goes off. The alarm is like my oh crap, I need to get up, but I'm always up prior to. Never goes away.
Dogs that work as an alarm.
Yeah, and there's a lot of other history videos that are kind of just on the list, but they take so darn long to make. Right? There's a lot of topics I just want to touch. I'm like, am I gonna ever get through it all? I'm not really sure. Right.
Well, fortunately, it's something you love doing, so you just take the time it needs to take to get through what you got to get through. Try not to keep adding too much more onto yourself, but I know you too well for that. So I'll tell you to take it easy, but you won't.
How long was it between me saying, should I tackle X-Men the animated series, and then me sending you the link to saying, how does this look?
Like a day. Like literally later that day. Even what was it? History, our collab on History Motu 83. We were like, yeah, it'll be a while before we get to that. And then like Ken hits me up one day, and then next thing I know, the next day he's like, all right, we're gonna do it this way this time. And I'm like, all right, let's roll. Like I'm ready because Ken was ready.
How soon before you had the fully edited video?
That was the next day. Like, the man pumps it out when he wants to.
Yeah,
I'll get there one day.
I'm either hands off and scared, or I'm going like this, editing like this.
And then it's done.
Yes. So I'm either full stop or full throttle. There's like no in between.
Not a one, but Ked, we love it, and that's one of the keys to your success, because you just execute with extreme prejudice when you are ready to go guns.
I do sacrifice a lot of live streams to be able to do that, though. Like it is more fun to sit here and chat with friends, but I do sacrifice to try to.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it every time you're on, brother. And no matter whether you're doing a TKO or you're popping up here, this door is always welcome. Reserved seat at the table for a good boy cat.
This is my home. This is the clubhouse. Right?
Yeah. Bud, you still awake?
Yeah.
What you got coming out?
Awake, yes.
I ain't doing shit. No, but,
that's right. You catch Bud next year, next week here, hanging out with us, enjoying himself to the fullest.
Longfully looking out my window, waiting for this unknown package to arrive. That's about it.
When it rolls in, we'll get a little video, or at least a post. And
oh yeah,
what
probably
can we
me
say,
crying,
Bud?
but you know.
Hey, brother, we love you, and you know we do what we can for you.
What about you, Oz? What do you got going on?
Me? Oh shit. Well, what do I got going on? Clubhouse next week, clearly, because I can't get enough of all these fuckers. You know, this is my getaway to enjoy everything and just hang out with my friends and talk about all the crazy shit we're into with toys when nobody else will listen to us rant. And for the 20 of you who are still here with us tonight talking about it, thank you guys for being here. Sometime in July, we'll have another The Frenzy episode showing up over on Skelevator's channel. I'm still trying to work out the kinks on the audio for the shorts because one went perfectly and everything since then, I can't seem to get the remixes to work right. So I'll get back to the studio.
I've been putting in shorts.
No, we all love seeing Bud in shorts. But yeah, I got a couple other projects in the wings that are going to be coming along, and those are going to be fun times as well. So yeah, we'll see you guys next week. Everybody have a good night.
Night.
Thank you.